Yo, what is going on, chat? Listen, you're jamming out over here on Twitch. Obviously, going on YouTube, you can't hear the music, but, boys, we got about 12 hours until the servers go down for maintenance. Then they're gonna be down for like 7 hours. And then we're playing Battle for Brooklyn DLC, chat. Isn't that something? Was there a stream? I didn't watch the stream. Turn this down a little bit. If there was a stream, I didn't watch it. Because it probably happened when I was asleep. Oh, they already extended the maintenance. It was supposed to be 3-hour maintenance. Now it's like 7-hour maintenance. So that means I can play until servers shut down, throw my ass into bed. So we got about 12-hour stream coming up of me playing Countdown, I guess, until I get my damn item. I'm sitting here like hanging out, chatting and stuff. But then, yeah, so servers going on like midnight my time, so like 12 hours from now. Then they'll be down for like 7 hours, which means I'm gonna be sleeping. And then I'm gonna be up, turning the stream on, and then we'll be playing Brooklyn DLC. Just like that. And then, we're going to be on the front page of Twitch. Twitch drops go live at like 9 a.m. Pacific. I'll be on the front page of Twitch, I guess, for like an hour or something. At the same time. That's kind of cool. So we're going to do DLC. Obviously blast that solo heroic. And then like probably just run around New York just looking for all the cool shit. And then we're going to have some more stuff on top of that. But I guess I'm not supposed to talk about until... The fuck is that, Luca? Zerzy did the prime of the 3. Welcome back. Atsy as well with the 46 months. He's first. He's first. He's first.
Entering safe area.
Luca, you got beat, man. You got beat. What's up with that? What's up with that, dude? It's a weekend. God, that's so much of the scrap. Oh my God. All right, so let's start with what was that? You said there was a stream, right? Let's see. Special report. 5 hours ago, I was asleep. Hell yeah, I'm sleeping through. Let's turn that off for a second. Let's see. Oh yeah, we met her at the thing. She's cool. Yeah, we're gonna read the notes. Hold on. There's no way I'm watching the whole thing. We got the grind. You know what I mean? Yeah, where's the summary, dude? What up, Fallen? The trailer, some story stuff, a contest. Wait, what? I mean, shit. Let's at least watch the trailer here. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let's at least watch the trailer. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is this the Reddit summary? Okay. This is patch notes. Oh, wow. Look how nerf streamline is now. It's like 47 weapon damage. And 42. It's like half of what it was. Holy shit. We don't use grenade launchers, man. Spec weapons shouldn't be in these trailers, dude. Just turn them into exotic guns, please. Please. They're not part of our builds, man. That's the thing I notice every time with these fucking trailers. They like to pull out the spec weapons. It's like, bro, we don't we don't we don't do that.
Purification tablets will be restricted until further notice. Please boil your water for at least 1 minute before.
Ah, yes, the map. There's the catalyst. Did I actually show the stats? No. The anti-purple flame thing, the smart cover. This is like the next season stuff. Wait, this image looks crazy. Wait a second. Talking about the Tinkerer mask. Talking about the seasonal mechanic. The Pakon, which I don't think is really that good anyway. Like, who cares about mag size increase? It's just nostalgic. Yeah. Cooler skins.
We're seeking skilled tradesmen. Would all construction workers, plumbers, welders, and electricians report to the main desk at the earliest possible?
We got twist drops coming. An event.
The better the gear works. It's that simple.
Oh, it shows you. I like that, like, my game happens to just, like, also have a shitload of, like, people from my fucking home country playing, like, you know, working on it. It's just cool. That's cool. Yeah, what up, Sean? At level 40, you have the old rifle build memento, all that stuff. What's changed? Yeah, you should play Striker now. It's time to fire up the game and hit the mines, my man. Countdown, farm Striker. And countdown, farm St. Elmo. We're in 2025 now. Striker goes burr. Just play Striker. So this is just explaining the new seasonal thing. I want like there was like a thing in that agenda. They said something about a contest or something. Yeah, I don't know if you have the Elmo AR, but like definitely get that shit too. That thing is stupid. That's like a newer-ish gun and it's stupid as hell. Like you'll see me playing with it. I've been playing with it for like the past week. I've gone through like every exotic AR, and then I basically settled on having to use my Elmo anyways, because like it is incredibly stupid against spongy content, considering that it has a 70 round mag and also it's hyper accurate. So like I could beam all my shots across the map. All right. The text on the left, my bad. Okay, so it's just talking about like the season, the DLC drop, the modifiers for next season. The scouts. There's not longer going to be a requirement to do the scouts in order when they're available. Only 2 scouts are designed as high-value targets that are required to unlock the climax mission. So there's like literally only 2 scouts you have to do to unlock the mission that gives you the Tinkerer. It's coming late. You don't even have to do them all. And honestly, doing this stuff late is better. Unless like you're making a video every week and being like, here's the new puzzle and here's the solution. After you do Journey 3, 4, 5, and 6 show up all at the same time. So it's more flexible. The modifiers unlock later, but they're tied to specific objectives. The new gun. The cover to cover thing. Of course, it's a red core, crit chance, crit damage, of course. I mean, technically speaking, I could just like hot swap nimble holster on if like I need to, I guess, and heal myself. Measured assembly. This is just like a PvP thing, honestly. There's just no reason to use this in PvE. This set, I guess PvE wise, in theory, you could just be like, you have a smart cover and you drop it and it overcharges people. So like, let me take it back. That is the one PvE thing, I guess. You're some kind of smart cover gamer that wants to overcharge. How do I feel about Heartbreaker? It's just like Striker with less damage and some survivability, but all I care about is damage, so Striker all day, every day. But I did like back in the day when Heartbreaker was new. Heartbreaker was really OP. It was like stronger than Striker and gave you survivability, which is pretty crazy. What? Atomfall was profitable. That game was so mid. But okay. The game was so mid. All right, back to Division 2. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, the only reason to use this in PvE would literally be to try to generate a bunch of skill tier by having Hive down, and then like if you have all the skill tier from your teammates, then I guess you could try to force a +6 skill tier smart cover. I mean, you might even be able to make a measured assembly set it's full red in a raid and just like the whole team was together for some reason, but can you play new season without DLC? Yes. The season and the DLC are like two separate things. Everyone gets the season. You always get the season. The DLC is just like a separate piece of content that you buy and go and do. I'm just trying to think about this measure assembly set. Like as far as speedrunning is concerned, I doubt that they would use this. I doubt it. Like they'll probably use smart cover in some capacity if they need the damage, but the set itself, I don't think so. I think this set is kind of like a filler set that like some people will quickly throw down and try, but like I feel like if it's gonna be used anywhere, it'll be PvP, so that people can destroy each other's smart covers or hives or something. That's about it. Chest bonus, talent, hive mind. Better cooldown for the overcharge. Cool, makes sense. A new LMG in the trailer. I'll take a look at the trailer again. See what you're talking about. Where was the thread? Hold on. Guess they're not just like a place for me to click here. Alright, fine. I'll YouTube search the Division 2 Brooklyn trailer. That kind of just looked like a stoner LMG to me. But like in all black. I think the gun is a little bit different color in the game. I just say that based on the mag, or it could be like a Mark 46 maybe. But like, I saw that mag reminds me like the stoner LMG. The Crytek Trident LMG. Oh, like an airsoft. Man, you identify this shit real quick. That's hilarious. I don't think they would add this gun in there because, like, I've played the DLC. And, like, you know, gone over, like, the stuff that they've said they're going to have in it. Like, maybe the cinematic team used this as, like, a reference point, I guess? I don't know. The guy's got an airsoft gun? I don't know. Like, it's, why is my shit on Arabic? It's a cinematic. You know, a gun's a gun, but I want to say that, like, they just picked some LMG skin, or there's some LMG just to, like, have this guy hold, but I don't think they looked at it too much more detailed than that, because what the DLC is supposed to add is, like, an exotic mask. They said that. It's supposed to add, what's it called? A named FAMAS with perfect frenzy for doing all 8 hunters. So exotic mask, named FAMAS, that's the hunter weapon. A new skill, So it's kind of like 3 items that I guess are like new, or 3 objects that like matter, right? That you get to buy the DLC to get. But then everything else is seasonal. So like, yeah, I don't think there's like a whole new LMG class. That would be weird. So I think that's probably one of those things where I would write it off as it's in the trailer because the creative liberty of the art team decided that that was the LMG they wanted the guy to hold. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Because like the models they use in like the game would be like a bit different than like whatever they might use when they just make their animations. So I don't know. But yeah, that's how I look at it. I wouldn't look at it too deep. It does stand out to you if you're like a, you know, a gun enthusiast. Be like, what the fuck is that? But but yeah, that's that. Oh, and then what is this? There's also the pecan and nimble holster. I think that's seasonal gear though, right? Yeah. And every single one of my broadcasts is trying to be like live right now. Pretty sure these are all seasonal, so like the pecan, is the pecan seasonal actually? Like, I mean, the whole point is a Division 1 throwback. I feel like the LMG would actually be part of the DLC. But then I guess maybe not because the nibble holster's in there too, and they're both Div 1 throwbacks. Then there's the set that I was saying that like I probably wouldn't even use personally. Then there's the new pistol brand set, and this is a set I will use because I play pistol headhunter builds. So 65 weapon damage for 3 pieces, that sounds pretty good to me. I'm down. The threat is completely irrelevant to me. That's just a dead stat. As far as I'm concerned, this is 25 pistol, or this is 65 pistol damage. So basically, it's a little over 20 weapon damage per piece for me. So that's great. That's fantastic. So that's what I've been saying. Like this pistol brand, that's going to my builds. Like I'm a big pistol headhunter kind of guy in this game. Battle for Brooklyn and the Seasoner, again, they are 2 separate things. One is a mission content drop and new shit to do. And the other one is just more run-of-the-mill seasonal stuff that you're used to doing every 3 to 4 months in this game anyway. 2 separate things come out at the same time. You gotta separate it mentally because it's 2 separate things. It's like a season launch and then also a DLC launch. You don't gotta buy one to play the other, right? Everyone gets the season. It's just like it's what kind of updates this game is used to be like is used to getting every like 3 to 4 months. The mask that gives headshot for pistol. You're talking about the Douglas and Harding thing. You're talking about Punch Drunk. It's like Punch Drunk is good, right? Because you get the extra chunk of headshot damage, and you get the 1 piece for the pistol damage. Ben coming out with a Prime sub. Welcome on in. Thank you. Appreciate it. The DLC, that shit's gonna be available by like 7 a.m. Pacific time. So like 10 a.m. Eastern. Something like that. The content's not the same as previous season. Well, seasons are like they're not really like that much of a highlight ever, really, right? It's just new modifiers out. Maybe the game will feel a bit different in some play styles. There's always some new brand set, gear set, 2 to 3 exotics. That's been the pattern for like the last however many years now, right? It's just there's some really generic seasonal content to keep people busy, and then there's like that one climax mission, right? So and the climax mission is essentially the narrative thing that actually matters to push the story forward some amount, usually. But that's how all seasonal content is. That's not like really the meat. That's just like the breadcrumbs we get to like have something to do every 3 to 4 months. the real content, which is what we're excited about, is the DLC, because the first piece of paid content we've seen in this game in like the last like 5 years. So, right, we had the base game launch, and a year later we had the expansion launch, and now it's like, and everyone was like, all right, they played that for a little bit, and then they moved on. And then like 5 years later, they're hearing about this DLC, and everyone's like, holy shit, I'm coming back to the game. There's something, right? This sort of game, this sort of genre lives or dies by having regular, like, big content drops, meaningful content drops, so like, you know, DLC expansions and whatnot. It's just that market forces and, you know, CEO decisions took the studio in a different direction for a bit. So that's why we have this weird dip of like, you know, release, paid content, fucking nothing, and then, you know, seasons, and then DLC finally, right? Like, you can blame Avatar and Star Wars for that one. That's how that's how it went over here, you know? Instead of having a nice, steady game with like an expansion every year and like raids and all this stuff we all want in our live service looter shooter, we had a giant gap of nothing. So it is what it is. Blame Star Wars and blame Avatar, blame blame the suits, man. I don't know. What up, Seventh? Star Wars ruins everything. I mean, it's you know, it makes sense. Other people were like, yo, the massive devs know how to make cool environments. Let's like pay them to make us a game. A countdown timer? Let me see. Let me see. I was actually thinking about doing something like that. Splits. Live split? I was using my speedrun timer to, where is it? Oh, there it is. If I start it here, I don't want that. Minus 12. So I know servers are going down in like less than 12 hours. But I'll just put like a 12-hour timer. Yeah, basically I'm gonna be streaming for like 12 hours today. I'm basically streaming until maintenance. So my countdown timer will be for when maintenance kicks in, but DLC would be like, actually let me edit this. Time until 7 a.m. 18 hours and 52 minutes. Now let's do a little more accurately, right? Oh no. Stop it. Let's see, 18:51 now. Okay. So I'll have the timer on the screen soon after I get my camera back to like the left side. King Henny dropping the sub. Welcome on in, thank you. As someone who hasn't played in a while, if I pick it back up, would you be behind? You can catch up. It's not that bad. Being behind doesn't really mean much in this game. You basically need to be level 40. And like, most of the content in this game, I'll be honest, is mostly just like, you're going to be grinding to like have at least like one decent build to enjoy the game with. And then most of the content comes with you like wanting to chase other items in the game, to make other builds in the game, to like enjoy other playstyles in the game, right? It's like most of the game's content from the perspective of like an endgame player is just kind of like chasing items and making builds, because that's like the fun part. I don't know how like new or returning you are, but like, you know, you can spend some time today, play a little bit, get caught up just how the game works, maybe like work on like a decent like end game build. Oh god. I don't know. I'm still laughing at some like group DM about this like Division 2 creator drama thing. Should you store every named gear and weapon that you find? Honestly, it's not a bad idea to keep like your at least like one of your best roll of every single one just to have them in case you feel like some of them are gonna be worth it to you to have a build for later. Like some of them are pretty good. So like I've done that. Like I usually keep one of every named just because we usually have enough storage space. Like most of them I don't really care about, but like there's a few standout ones for like gun builds that like I just always use, like Fox's Prayer or something, you know. So those are good. Those are good to grab. Also, Finch came with the Prime sub as well. Welcome on in. Thank you, dude. Just noticed that one in the list. Realized I didn't read it out. Thank you. Thank you. But let's get back on track here. So like with the new season, there is a brands that I care about. It's like I said, this is at least 20 pistol damage on average per piece. So like as far as Headhunter goes, I'm a big fan of Headhunter with a pistol build, and Headhunter, all it cares about is how much weapon damage you have and how much headshot damage you have. And so like you always put headshot on every piece, and you want every piece to like usually be a red core, but then like if the brands also give a lot of weapon damage, then that is a good brand. So 3 pieces of this, that's a no-brainer. And then on top of that, where's the talent that they're adding? Oh, it's down here. Okay, we'll cover that in a sec. All right, so I already know we have Punch Drunk as a mask. Like that's gonna be a good one there. Then like 3 pieces of this, or we can only do at least like 2 pieces of this and go Ninja Bike or something. And then still run a regular Chain Killer to build a stacks up faster. And I'll just put Fox's Prayer on or something. But yeah. This brand set, again, if you're a pistol enjoyer like I'm in, that's good. The new gear set rocks for PvE and PvP. I understand why for PvP. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. That's so loud. God damn. Shifty coming hot with the 5 gifted subs. That's one way to wake us up over here. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Hooking people up, starting the little hype train. Okay, we just got started, man. Just got on. We're just like reading some future season patch notes. But thank you. I was gonna say for this gear set, like PvP wise, like that makes sense, right? There's people that like use mortars and crap in PvP, so like having a skill that automatically deletes them is cool, right? Like for the PvP crowd, I think that makes sense. But for the PvE crowd, not really. Like yeah, like if for whatever reason you're playing with a squad of people, like yeah, it's cool that you can like drop your hive and get a bunch of free skill tier. Because if you combine that with like any other sources of free skill tier, you could just turn this whole gear set into like red pieces or something, and have like, you know, full weapon damage, and then get all your skill tier from like a bunch of like your buffs and stuff, right? So from that perspective, you could have like 6 red cores and 6 yellow cores, technically, in the right conditions, but only when you play with people. And then also have an overcharge. So like in an organized group specifically, I'd say like, yeah, like there's like some cool hybrid type bullshit you can do with this, because smart cover's coming out. Smart cover can give you like 45% out of cover damage for you and anyone who touches your cover while they're in cover. So as far as smart cover is concerned, like yeah, this is basically like a smart cover gear set that has utility in PvP as well. But like in PvE, only like the more casual or slow players are actually gonna be in cover and huddled up like that. As far as like the top end of play is concerned, like everyone's holding W, running fast as fuck, blowing shit up because like everything dies so fast. So outside of like some raid speedrunning scenario where like the encounter's not going anywhere and they need to set up to do a lot of damage, or like an incursion maybe, I don't see this really being like super hot or anything. Like maybe heroic countdown, maybe towards the end for like the last like 2-3 minutes of an extraction when people are trying to go through push the hunters and the people in the team don't have enough damage. Like maybe this will help them out. So that's one scenario. Another scenario might be legendary, maybe, but like because of how damn strong we already are, I don't see this being that relevant in PV. But the power it provides is cool, right? Because like if you do have an organized crew, specifically, like if I play with 3 other people and we were like, all right, let's have our support guy, you run this, then like, yeah, he would be running around with like probably 6 red cores with free 6 yellow cores, right? We're gonna give him at least 3. He could play technician, be up to 4. Maybe he has some other backpack on that gives him a skill tier instead. He's at 5. Or he's playing the brand set that gives him skill tier. He's at 6, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like it'd be really easy to get skill tiers from a bunch of sources and combine it with this and just be like a full red build that happens to play with a squad that gets him all those yellow cores. And then he could just be a gun build that just happens to have super juice smart cover. Like that's cool. I like that. But when I played with smart cover at Massive like a month ago, unlike smart cover in Division 1, the smart cover in Division 2, when you go into it, you can't walk out of cover and walk around with a buff. In Division 1, you could. So unless they took my feedback and anyone else's feedback that said the same thing and changed it for the launch of the DLC, then like that part of how smart cover was used back then in Div 1 is not going to be relevant here in Div 2. So like it's just going to slow down your gameplay, even though smart cover is powerful. So that's what I'm saying. Like this is like more of a PvP set because of the anti-smart cover, anti-hive thing that, you know, people hate dealing with those skills, right? So there's that. But PV wise, like for anyone familiar with how I streamed Division 1, you know, 2016, 2017, so on and so forth, my builds in that game were always around trying to use the strongest buff skills I could get my hands on. So in 1.0, I played with smart cover and with the big pulse. And I basically played a build where what would be the equivalent of a red-yellow build in this game, right? I had just enough yellow to have a juiced smart cover and enough yellow to basically activate a talent that would make it so like my tack link would like run forever and stuff, right? Like I'd have cooldowns on kill or like, you know, cooldown on headshot, or I'd have like signature skill duration increase on kill, stuff like that. So I'd be running around just like fully buffed out of my mind and just doing crazy ass damage. And everyone else that was with me was also getting buffed. It's why we were able to do Falcon's Lost, you know, like legit, like day 1. Because I was the guy running smart cover, and so many people always had their PvP builds. They were always just like firearms and stamina, and I was the guy that was firearms electronics, and I just knew that smart cover was good, and no one else seemed to understand that. So like my shit carried in PV like super hard. So like the reason I'm going to make any sort of smart cover build next update is literally because I'm doing a throwback build to how I played Division 1. That's it. That's the only reason I'm going to do smart cover. But if smart cover doesn't linger out of cover, then like I'm not going to care. You need to be able to be mobile in this game, and you kill things so fast in this game that like you're wasting time being in cover when you should just be holding W through content. So that's that. Honestly, that's that. It's if it doesn't linger out of cover and then like you're not playing with an organized crew, like I don't really see this being that big of a deal. But this one for like group PvP, like yeah, that makes sense. Then one reduces the cooldown of overcharge, that's cool. One reduces the cooldown. One basically always lets you delete skills, which is also crazy. Pistol brand, like I said, that's going into my pistol builds, so we'll have to farm that up real soon. Name pieces. Perfect leadership. I don't think anyone cares to go cover to give their team armor. That's like too many conditions. And then also reduce threat on knee pads. Like you're gonna use name knee pads that give you reduced threat versus name knee pads that give you more damage? I don't think so. I'm just saying, I don't think so. And then now we're on to the talent that's new and the talent that is going to be pretty good. depending on the exact scenario you use it in. They have a perfect streamline SMG and a perfect streamline Mark 16. I used the Mark 16 a lot back in 2019. That was like the AR I had. That was the best choice for me as a 5.56 AR for the longest time. Because it had, you know, good damage for not having a gun extended mag. And that was a problem in early Division 2s. Because, like, in Year 1, you had to get lucky to get an extended mag from your weekly blueprint project. These days, you just play, you know, control points. But back then, you had to log in every week, do your project, and hope for the best. And if you weren't lucky, you weren't lucky. And people had their extended mags, and then people who didn't, right? So I went from playing SoCal Mark 16 to a black market AKM because I got my 7.62 mag, but I never got my 5.56 mag until like way after the raid came out. So that was crazy. These days, you don't have that kind of problem. So like this gun, relative to every other AR in the game, not that great. It's going to have like higher base damage, but like really low RPM. So like the overall burst of it's pretty bad. So, you know, you'll probably collect this, throw it in the storage. This gun as well, you'd probably collect it, throw it in the storage. But the talent itself will also be available pretty much everywhere. So this is where you're going to get some power. Because if you're playing with no deployable skills or no skills that are on cooldown, so basically like you're basically playing with no skills, then just a straight up 42 weapon damage is a decent chunk. This used to be 85, 80 or 80, yeah, like 80% on the PTS. They like cut in half. And perfect streamline was like 87. So like this shit was really busted. Now it's not as busted, but that's fine because this is a pretty nice chunk of weapon damage, and the Tinkerer mask will be available in like 3 months. And that will let you basically combine this talent with any other good high-end talent on like a high-end gun. So you can do some stuff with this. Now, I think the major use case for this is going to be for Headhunter builds. So imagine Tinkerer plus Determined plus Streamline. Some of those guns are going to have so much more top-end damage. Just because the weapon damage increasing the Headhunter stacks. Like, it's going to be crazy. Now, will I use 42 weapon damage versus some of the other talents? I doubt it. Because if you really think how fights go in this game, like, you kind of want to have a decoy, or you kind of want to have a shield, or like you want to use certain skills for the utility. Is 42 weapon damage worth the utility loss? I don't know. Yeah, like if you have Hive and then you finally die, and now you're in 180 seconds of not having Streamline, right? Exactly. So, you should be able to get away with this in a Tinkerer build from a PvE perspective. Yeah, I mean, you could also just do that, right? Just slap a Rifleman on or something, and it's more weapon damage than this, and you're getting guaranteed headshots probably if it's triggering it, right? Like, when I think about the PTS, right, this shit was like 80%, so like, it was astronomically higher than everything else. But certain weapon classes, like, you know, like you said, like the Rifleman from Rifles, like, yeah, that's just free damage. Free damage without the downside here. And then, like, I don't think there's a universe where you're gonna use, like, one high-end gun and just have this talent on there and be like, yeah, that's my build. Or, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is too much of a penalty. There's other talents you can use, or just straight up exotics you can use. So, like, this is specifically a talent that I think only makes sense to use from, like, a Tinkerer perspective. This is, like, something you'd only use in, like, a Tinkerer environment, which we don't have for 3 months. That's my thought with this. I don't even use Optimist. Unhinged. That one's only like 18% weapon damage, and you take like a handling loss or something. Like, I think Unhinged is old news. I remember Unhinged being like kind of like one of the better choices in the past on LMGs, but these days, nah. If you're gonna do LMG stuff, it's gonna be probably like Frenzy and Fast Hands or something, so that you can mag dump it and then reload it instantly. Um, but yeah, this is like, this one to me is kind of like, again, a talent that got added because, like, and it probably should be stronger considering this penalty. But then if they make it too strong, then it's like super busted. So it's a hard one to like judge, I guess. Like 42, it used to be 80 and 80 was insane. 42, it's probably okay. But like your DPS uptime, at least let's say solo, is like can be like a lot better if you just had decoy in play or something as well. Purist SMG9. The only reason I've ever heard this gun ever be considered good was by people who were saying that you should weapon swap to it with the unwavering talent. So I don't know why we would care about this. I'm not an SMG enjoyer. Again, maybe some like PvP or on console that probably likes this or something, but like I don't see why we would care about this without like the handling buff from the other talent. And then there's that too, right? The Tinkerer, I think it specifically said that you can't use weapon swap talents with Tinkerer, right? So there's that. That's in there somewhere. Right here. Tinkerer does not apply to talents that include weapon swapping. So the whole like SMG9 unwavering weapon swapping thing that people were talking about with this gun, that's out the window. That's out the window. And then you like fast hands on most of your guns? Yeah, same. That's what I run around with all the time in PvE on crit builds. But then I start using this exotic holster that you've been seeing me use, and now I'm like, okay, I'm not about that anymore, you know? So yeah, you can't use weapon swap talents with this, which kind of sucks. That kills certain combos. And then you can't stack the same talent twice, which is sort of funny. I kind of assumed that would be the case, but I guess maybe that wasn't like that before. The SMG9 hits hard to begin with. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that, like, the major reason to even care about SMGs is if they're, like, well, specifically that SMG, I think, is the handling buff thing. So it hits hard as hell, but if you have unwavering and you now turn it into it, like, you know, people are saying it turns into like an AR, and like, yeah, that's pretty fucking accurate. Then you can accommodate its optimal range as well, so it becomes like an AR with SMG damage stats, right? So if weapon swapping, yeah, what up, Casey? Then the 54 months. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. If the weapon swapping thing wasn't listed here, you could have done unwavering with perfect streamline and on the purist, and that would have been kind of nuts. Right, that would have been kind of nuts. That would have been a pretty juicy gun, but like that's out. And then obviously you can't stack talents, so it's out that. What else is there? Just what it looks like, whatever. Oh, they wrote Alpha Bridge up here. Nice. Alpha Bridge. That's cool. We wait until climax for that mask anyways. So I'll be honest, like, I'm gonna, you know, farm one of these and one of these and put them in storage. We're gonna collect the talent and put it into our library. We have to wait until Tinker Mask comes out to even fuck with like most of the stuff here. And then realistically, we're just playing the DLC, and then I'm going to play with this pistol brand. I think everything else in here is kind of pointless. Like, these are pointless, but this is 2 items, a brand set, 3, a new set, 4, new exotics, 5 and 6, 7, 8. I'm trying to think of in terms of expertise. So, with expertise, we need how much more until level 30? It should be linear, I think. As far as expertise is concerned,
Priority objective available, Agent.
we're at 28.
Safe area.
60 out of 90. I'm pretty sure when they add new items to the game, every single one that you max out is plus 10 here. So we need 3 items to be 29. And then I guess 9 items to be 30. So 12 items. Right, so 2 guns, 2, and then 4, and then 5 for the brand, and then 6 for the set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the DLC has a mask, 9. A hunter gun, 10. The new skill, 11. Right? And then Tinker Mask, 12. Technically, but it's not the game. So we'll be like 1 short, I think. DLC tomorrow? Yeah. So if that adds up, right? Right? 3 items to be 29, another 9 items to be 30. So 12 items total, then if it's, you know, Tinker Mask plus DLC Exotic Mask plus DLC Hunter Gun plus DLC Skill plus the Purist plus the Lud, that's 7. Cloak 8, this 9, Brand 10, set 11. What am I missing? I swear there was 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11. Are we going to be short by 1 to get 30? Because I just want to hit 30, man. 30 is a nice even number. I want to hit 30. Do shields not count as deployed skill even with this version? We'll see. Because like shield with streamline sounds hilarious, but the hunter gun. So the hunter gun's supposed to be a named FAMAS called the Huntsman, and it has perfect frenzy. So it's an AR with an LMG talent, and it's a good AR. It's a FAMAS. Proficiency. It takes about 3,000 printer filament per item that gets proficient. So 10 items is 30k. It's not that bad. And 30k is like 3 characters worth of overcapping. So for high shade rank resource stackers out there, it's really not that bad. Right, I got 58,000. I've barely even done any. So I should have enough mats to max those out. And then I have to like max out whatever all my gear is that's 28 that I want it to be 30, so. But yeah. There's streamline with a shield would probably still be a thing.
Firearms training is now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot,
In striker builds, you see people replace the backpack with an off base.
military experience will be prioritized.
Those sound like bad builds because the striker backpack is like kind of big deal as far as the stacks are concerned. Striker backpack takes your 0.65 stacks up to like 0.9, so it's as far as I'm concerned, striker backpack is like always in the loadout. And the only reason to ever take it off would be like a solo build. With like a memento, maybe, if you want to be like sponged up for like solo master or something. Outside of like a solo environment, I think you're always using a striker backpack. It'd be dumb not to. Why won't Tinker be available for 3 months? Because the climax mission is how they deliver the exotic mask. The climax mission always shows up at the end of a season. So you basically like do the weekly scouts or whatever, and then like the climax mission shows up towards the end of the season. You go do that on master difficulty to get the exotic. So we won't be doing Tinkerer builds until like the end of the season. Which is where a lot of this stuff kind of like has to wait. You're a returning player? I mean, start with Striker, so you have a build that works for like everything in the game. That's a good starting point. Playing a set with a circle thing? I'm not sure what that is, but look into the Striker set. The Striker set's like pretty much like the go-to damage set in the game for gun builds. What else we have here? New Seasons Pass. Oh yeah. There's another one-time offer type of thing for a red mask. I'm gonna need more credits to buy seasons passes and stuff, so I'll probably buy that. Camille and Elmo's, always Elmo's. Elmo is like probably the most like overtuned, casual friendly gun in the game, and it's just good. Like it's just fucking good. Super accurate, no recoil, big ass mag, good damage. And then even shock bullets on top of that. Like, Elmo is insane. Lexington or Elmo? Still Elmo. Have you seen how my Elmo loadout looks, dude? I have a Lex and I stopped using it. It's stupid. Where's the Tinkerer mask thing again? Because there's one other thing I gotta say about that. If primary and secondary weapon are not exotic or named. So I guess they don't look at whether or not there's a named talent on there or not. Which is unfortunate. We'll see. Because like there's named weapons in this game that don't have named talents, but they don't have like special talents, they have special stats. I've shown Elmo before. I'm showing Elmo because it doesn't belong balance-wise. The mag size is stupid. The burst DPS of high-end IRs, some of them are definitely higher than Elmo. But if you have to reload before you kill something, then the Elmo's better because the Elmo's mag size dumps the whole mag to kill something. Like basically the way it works is that like if you have really high burst DPS and then Elmo has a little bit less than that, but then like your mag size on the Elmo is 20 bullets higher, if you shoot a guy with your higher burst gun, but your full mag dump doesn't kill him, then you have to reload and then shoot the rest to kill him. Then the Elmo would have killed them faster because the Elmo just kept shooting. So that's one thing. And then from my perspective, I'm specifically talking about like, I play Heroic Countdown. Everything's spongy as fuck, right? So like, not only do I have a 70 round mag with this, then I bump up to 105 with this, right? So I'm running around with a fucking LMG sized mag and an AR that's a beam. And with how I shoot and play, like, yeah, Elmo is like gonna be the better AR for that environment. Now, if enemies are like, if you're playing solo, if you're playing like solo heroic or whatever, you don't necessarily have to use an Elmo because some weapons have more burst. So then you can go back to like a Lexington or something because you're doing more damage and killing more dudes in one magazine. Right? There's not like it's not like one gun is the best at fucking everything. It's that you have to understand the differences between the raw stats of the gun and the implications of even like having like a bigger mag. Or like how does like high accuracy on your gun affect you? Because specifically in Hero Countdown, again, this is what I've been playing like non-stop for the past like fucking week now. On Heroic Countdown, a lot of encounters are, you know, mid to long range. And I, instead of having to run across the map, which gets annoying, I just shoot them across the map with Elmo.
I've got what you want, Agent.
So, in Heroic Countdown specifically, a full striker build with Elmo is
Agents group.
obviously a good choice.
You are now in a group.
But then, if I'm playing solo and I'm speedrunning, there's going to be a reason to like not use an Elmo and maybe just have like a, you know, a different exotic gun in my loadout. Your striker bag doesn't go to 0.9? What do you mean?
You are now
That's what
group
it says. Striker bag has the talent. Wait, my camera in the way? The striker bag
now in your group.
goes to from 0.65 to 0.9. What about Eagle Bear? Eagle Bear is just sad. It's not a good PvE gun.
Another agent has joined your
Eagle Bear has less bullets. Barely much of a DPS increase. Striker chest or no? That's situational. In what content? Is the enemy spongy as hell? Striker chest. If the enemy is not spongy as hell, no striker chest. That's the how you have to think about it. Crafting 5. I don't know what you're doing, but the striker backpack. The striker backpack has a talent on it that says that. That's how it works. The striker bag increases how strong the stacks are. Oh, I'm the leader somehow? Okay. So yeah, striker bag is basically like a... It's basically mandatory if you're playing striker because of the impact it has on the stacks.
communication relay offline.
What builds you have for the Brooklyn DLC? I mean, it's story DLC, so like you can technically have anything you want. But as far as like endgame builds are concerned, for anyone that like hasn't had their up-to-date build, like you should probably have a striker loadout. The typical like Elmo striker loadout. They'll heal people recommend because as far as gear farming is concerned, you're gonna be playing a lot of countdown. That's just like it's a pretty easy build to assemble and like it's not necessarily like a DLC thing, but it's just kind of like a, if there's like one end-game build you have as a player in this game, it should probably be like a decent, like, you know, gun DPS build so you can like, that scales into like all the spongier content. What's it mean? Come on, melee me. Melee me!
Serious trauma.
Well, I can't bait him to melee me though. Now he does it. Now he does it. Bruh. Like, trying to stall this guy out so hard.
An agent needs assistance.
The way I mess with the Hunter AI is that I run close to them, and they're supposed to go for a melee. And so if you go from melee range into just outside the reach, you can bait their melee and then put it on cooldown. Like, I don't know what these guys are doing. They're not doing it! don't get it.
Hostile phaser drone detected.
And we cancel his med kit with that too. Never press the button over here. How would you farm for your LMO? You definitely play Countdown with AR target loot on. That's... Countdown is like the loot cave for anyone still catching up right now. This is the mode you just keep playing if you need loot, and you just like literally open up the map in the game and just be like, okay, I want this or I want that. Just play this game mode over and over and over and over and over. I've spent most of like this last week in here farming everything else that I didn't have that I wanted. I always make the joke, it's like, we're going back to the mines, man, you know? Like, just going back to the mines, just going back to work. Put another shift, like...
Shade tech.
Well, how do you start Countdown? It's on the DC map in the top right somewhere. Check the top right of the DC map. Non-dairy cold foam. Wait, what are you talking about? Is this like a...
Hostile incinerator
Was that like a...
detected.
Are you talking about my phone being hit with like a... With the guy being immune or what?
Hostile striker drone.
Starbucks. Man! Starbucks? Come on, that's old news, man. Get some advance in your system. You don't need no coffee. Okay, advance is where it's at. Let's turn up the speed a little bit. This is our last, like, 12 hours of enjoying momentum. And I'm actually gonna miss it. I feel like farming Countdown for the past week with momentum has been great. If you don't have Elmo, I mean, you could use Chameleon. You could try it out if you like it, but you should definitely work to get an Elmo. I'm not a big Chameleon fan, but there are people who like it. You can make it work. You can make it work. I'm definitely gonna say that, like, you could also use high-end ARs instead. Where's that Big Mag coming from? It's from my exotic holster. So one of the reasons why I'm not using a shield, which is funny because I've been promoting the shield for like the past like 5 years on red build, is that weapon swaps are faster without the shield. And this exotic holster I have is entirely based on weapon swapping, which is why I swap between pistol and gun every time. So I'm like going like 3-2, 3-2, and then like you do 2 weapon swaps, and then like you have both buffs on your gun, basically.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
Like 1-3, 1-3, 3-2, 3-2, whatever. Like, and you gotta, like, when you play with this holster, you have to like pay attention to the icon that it's on. Right now it's on the mag size one. I gotta switch again. Now on the right of fire one. And now I'm basically like half striker stacked up. That's cool. And like I do it again. And then in combination with momentum too, it's like. With momentum, you know, plus the ACS and the holster, it's like stacking up striker real fast. What spec do I use a striker? I always use firewall for DPS builds. I don't like gunner. I think firewall is the better choice. You can basically do anything you want, right? Like you can do gunner, you can do firewall, you can do even technician if you're playing solo.
Target detected.
Those 3. Yeah, what up, Wids? You're finally back on the game, man. I don't think I saw you on this game like all weekend. But yeah, hope you had a good one, man.
High-risk target approaching.
Twitter and YouTube, I guess, has been pretty interesting the last couple of days, huh? That's like the craziest thing. I don't think I've ever seen that happen in this game. What's the word you're out of touch? I was just like, I'm referring to like this weird like content creator drama with like one guy and everyone else talking about it now. It like never happens in this game. It's like people just, you know, make their content, make their builds, whatever. Shit, I think the only division drama there's ever been is like when I guess there was like a ban wave and then like also whenever raids come out, that's about it. Pretty typical stuff. But now it's like, I mean, if you want the tea, you'll see it, man. There, you'll see it. You just go to YouTube or something. You'll see it. It's like when one content creator pops off and talks shit about like a bunch of other ones, it's like, and then they attack the lore guy, it's like all hell breaks loose. This meme that I posted sums it up. Hold on, where'd it go? This sums it up right here. I'll like this in chat, because I feel like this meme's pretty funny. That meme sums it up. And what's up with that guy calling everyone fake? I don't know. It's weird. It's pretty fucking weird.
Agent, you've reached the waste area. I need you to secure the radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
Like, anyone that's been around the division since the start knows that I've been here since the start. And also, anyone following my stream in incapacity for a while knows that. Like, shit, I've been streaming for like 10 years. I barely make YouTube videos. But, like, watching me play basically any game, you know I'm a goddamn gamer. I put in the fucking time. I figure shit out. I get shit done. People like to watch. Not everyone likes to chat. It's fine. I've been people's like side monitor content for years, you know what I mean? I got people that have been subbed to me for like over 100 months, which is fucking insane. Like actual like, you know, paid subs on Twitch. Like that's insane. People supporting their streamer for like fucking over basically like almost like 10 years is insane, dude. That's nuts. So, yeah. From where I'm sitting, like that outburst was insane. Yeah, there was 2 raids. One in 2019, one in 2020. Unfortunately, this game, in our current timeline that we live in right now, didn't make an expansion every year with like a raid every year. That's the timeline I wish I lived in, you know? Because I live for that shit, dude. Alright, there's a few things in gaming that I fucking live for. Like, day 1 launches of games are super fun. Day 1 launches of MMOs are also really fun. Day 1 raid experiences are super fun. And then, like, getting good at a game and competing internationally in a professional tournament is also fucking, like, peak. Okay, so, like, I've done all that stuff. Like, that's what I'm about, man. Like, the day one stuff is, like, that's what I play all these games for. It's so goddamn good. Like one of the best things about, you know, knowing there's like a raid on the horizon is being like, all right, getting the team together. All right, we're grinding. All right, let's set up the builds. Who's running what? Whose job is to do this and whose job is to do that? And then like everyone hops in Discord day 1, and shit gets wild, man. You know, like everyone's trying to go in there blind, trying to figure it out. Hope that everyone's prepared and like their skills are up to par of like, you know, what the content's gonna demand of them and stuff. That shit's fun. Edge of Fate DLC? Wait, what's that for? Edge of Fate.
You saved the
Huh?
Move to extraction point.
I have no idea what that is.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Oh, is that what the Destiny 2 DLC is called? I mean, I'll check it out. I think the range of reason why I'm checking that out is because like they're gonna have a raid, right? So I'm not a Destiny 2 main, so like, if when I go back to some Division or some Destiny 2, it'll be like I'll have to like grind and catch up all the stuff that I need to have for like raid loadouts. And I should have some people I'm raiding with that should be capable of doing like day one raids, so like it'll be cool just to get a day one done. So I've been there for a couple day one raids, but since I don't main the game, I don't have like, you know, everything. Plus I don't play the game all the time, right? It's a little bit different trying to raid for like a world's first over there than it is over here. But like getting it done day one is still pretty much the goal, even if you're not world's first. Like that's pretty fun. So we'll see. Cause like I'm not a Destiny creator, I'm like a everything else creator. Like I can make builds, it's not a big deal. Oh, that guy's smoke bomb grenade or smoke bomb builds. Oh. One shot protection is already spent. Okay. Yeah, they added the like gear sets or something. That sounded cool, but like, see, my concern with Destiny has pretty much always been kind of like the build depth, right? Like that game has good gunplay, that game has good movement and stuff, right? And it has really fucking cool content, right? If they have raids all the time and like dungeons and stuff, like that's sick. That's exactly what PvE games need. They need a constant influx of content, especially content like that. Like there needs to always be some kind of cool, badass, like pinnacle content that everyone's excited to go check out and do. Because like, you know, it's kind of like the main reason why you want to grind all your pixels, right? It's like, this is why you're putting your time in on your different builds, is to have some badass content to run it in. So that's what's like cool about that game. But like, the build crafting itself, I feel like didn't feel like too crazy over there. Like it definitely has improved since launch, but it can still be more. So that's where like this like armor 3.0 thing that they're talking about, hopefully that makes it better in some way. Like I don't know, I didn't read into it too much. I have no armor kits. And so again, as somebody who plays like basically everything, if the time is right for that expansion launch, then I'll have to play like catch up for like a week or two before the expansion comes out. Then grind the expansion super hard to be raid ready, then try to do the raid day one, and then by the time all that happens, then we probably go into other games again. Something like that. It's like, I mean, it's Destiny. They have their people, you know what I mean? Like, if you've been around Division for a while, you know I'm like kind of like the Division streamers since the beginning or whatever, and then but like as far as Destiny's concerned, it's like I'm just a tourist, you know? Like I'm just there to enjoy the game for what it is. But there's other people that everyone knows in Destiny because they've been there forever.
Helo inbound to your location.
Was it Destiny 2 expansion? It's like in July, right? Yeah. July. I think we're getting a first Ascendant update in July as well, but like First Ascendant doesn't have a good track record with trying to bring actual challenge to their games, so like I guess that's just gonna be another content where another update where we get the new stuff, delete the new boss in like a second, and then move on. That's like unfortunately what that game's evolved into. I try to cover all the looter shooters I can, especially the newer ones as they come out, but man, I get sad when a game doesn't respect like the relationship of like caring about your gear to caring about having content that's worth doing. Queuing in to do a boss in 1 second is wild. Like it's longer to load the content than it is to kill it. Like what?
Safe area detected.
All right, did we get it? Did we get it? Am I gonna be blessed Am I gonna be blessed today with a unicorn drop? I don't know. I don't know. So for anyone wondering, I have a little timer in my cam right now. It should be roughly... That's about how much time there is until the server should actually come up with the DLC being out. The server's going to go down in like 11 hours from now. But that timer is supposed to represent like how much time until DLC basically is playable. You never did Division raids? I mean, by Destiny standards, I'd say they're pretty simplistic. Because Destiny's had so much time to make so many raids and dungeons, they've learned a lot about like raid design and stuff. But for their time, the raids that we got in Division 2 were like pretty cool. So the thing about Division is that because it's kind of like a based in reality kind of game, that's the same kind of mentality you have to have when you play a raid in this game to figure it out for the first time. Right? Like our raid bosses are like, some of them are like just straight up fucking like machines or something that like, or, you know, advanced tech kind of stuff that's like so grounded in reality. So like the last boss of the first raid, I still remember having to like break some vents off and then like being like, hey, it looks like you should probably throw a grenade down that hole. And it's like, yeah, that's actually what we had to do. It's like you break a vent and throw a grenade into something and that triggers something else and all that kind of shit, right? So like, you know, you have to like look at the environment, maybe press some buttons, follow some wires, or like figuring out how to manipulate some machines, looking at a code on the wall somewhere, putting that into like the control room, making this like crucible drop like liquid molten metal onto like a train, then like cooling it off and then like blowing it up, you know, shit like that, right? Like it's all like mechanics that like sort of make sense for the environment you're in.
Communication relay offline.
You know, some water pressure stuff, some like, what else? There was like the other machine where you had to like do like 3 stations of stuff and turn some valves and I don't know. It's like so there's all sorts of shit like that.
Have infiltrated the power plant. They triggered a lockdown.
Yeah, everything has just like a little bit of that grounded in reality kind of thing to it, which that's how you like solve them.
We need to remove the virus from the control.
Yeah, the train yard one that you saw, that was the second raid, 2020. The airport raid was the first one.
Reactor unstable.
So airport,
Lockdown protocols
and then a foundry.
15 minutes lockdown.
And at the foundry, at the end of the foundry was like some like big train these guys had that they were gonna like, had a cannon on it. And one of the failure conditions was that, you know, they didn't want the guy to shoot the cannon at the White House.
Agent down.
Yeah, there's only 2 raids and 1 dungeon in this game, in Destiny terms. Yo, chill out. This guy's still trying to chase me down. They're immune to stats effects because of one of the modifiers, so I can't foam them.
System disrupted.
Ah, it feels good to be a Division guy, you know? New content, finally. After so long. That's what I mean. Up here.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
Alright, so I have 11 hours to stream today before servers go down. I am still trying so hard to get this, like, Unicorn piece. It's like the last piece I think I actually need to have basically every loadout that I think is like pretty sick. If you're a gun enjoyer. I guess suddenly next week I'd have to like farm like the pistol brand, but that's fine. Why doing so much countdown? I gotta farm, man. I'm back in the mines. If I don't get the drop, you know, just that means you gotta clock in with another shift. That's how it is.
Target detected.
It's like, I mean, if you're not playing countdown for loot, then like, you know, what are you doing? Are you speedrunning? Like, there's not, like, this is just what you farm for loot. Otherwise, like, make new characters and basically get more resources stacked up for next week. But there's only a handful of categories of, like, you know, what you farm for in this game. Do you need experience? Do you need seasonal experience? Do you need loot? Do you need resources? If you have everything, then either you're speedrunning or you're playing other games or whatever. Don't you know the loot when you have Striker? I mean, have you seen somebody who can aim on a determined build? Oh my god.
Area secure.
I'll even make I'll even make legendary mode look stupid. Am I gonna stack any more mats? I need to. I need to get maybe another 30k of this, at least like another 3 more characters worth, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I've got some guys getting on later that will probably do some more last minute resource stacking, which should be pretty fast. So where they get the game now? Yeah, I mean, I think it's this game. You'll always get like lots of hours of this game, and you'll always find this game on sale. It's also got new DLC coming out tomorrow, so like now's a good time to get on it. And the game came out back in like 2019, so like it probably runs in your hardware.
Detected.
You know, this game's like what, like 6 years old now, and still getting some updates and content. So out of all the games I've played in my life, I think this game might actually have some of the most hours ever spent on it. Part of that's because I stream, but like part of that's also because like the nature of the type of game that it is.
Hostile striker drone detected. Hostile assault turret detected. Hostile incinerator tool. 10 minutes to lock down.
You feel lost coming back? That's not too bad. You know, take the generic advice, you know, get to level 40 endgame. Start spamming countdown, get your build together. You know, then you're pretty much set, like, honestly. There's all these other, like, you know, things you can collect along the way while you're collecting loot and countdown, but
Area secure.
countdown just ends up being like
Head to the administration building.
one of your first stops for loot. And so much of a game like this is driven by, like, you know, you getting loot, so. What do I still need? The last item I truly want right now is Habsburg, Headhunter, Headshot, Weapon Handling. Let's see, it needs to be a chest. It needs to drop with those stats. It needs to drop with the talent. And then I can finally reroll the core to red, right? Because
Agent, you've reached
that's the problem. That's why these are called
administration
unicorns.
building. I need
They
you to
have to
look for
drop
these.
with, like, a bunch of stats and talents that you actually want. They have to be on the item itself. So you can fix the only flaw with the item. Which means like a 1 in 1500 chance. That's why it's That's why it's low.
I know
That's
it's your
why I haven't
favorite
gotten it yet.
job. Need you to
Because
fix
every other I'm in this game, like, usually it's on like gear set or brand set that already is like, you know, red core. And already, you know, you just gotta get like one of the stats right or something. Or maybe even both stats right. And even then, like, an item that already has a red core, and then you rolled for a crit chance and crit damage, let's say. Having the two red stats you actually want is a 1 in 66 chance or something like that. Which is realistic, right? It's just 66 different variations of how, like, the dice rolls, I guess.
Nice job. Now, just need you to find another server.
So, a 1 in 66 for most items is not that bad. If you're looking for all the stats to already be on the item. But then when you factor in talents on top of needing the stats, and you need all those conditions to line up, then it's like, you know, much lower. But the thing is, right, you can also change like a stat or a talent on items anyways, but with the particular brand I'm looking for, it's a blue core. I don't want the blue core. So you've gotten old? Hey man, if you play Countdown, loot just drops, okay? It doesn't matter how old you are, how much time you got, you're gonna get your loot. It's just the unicorns that are like the chase items. Everything else is like trivial if you've been playing this game a while, you know what I mean? Like I've done like a whole week of Countdown just about, you know, while waiting for this DLC to come out. It's like getting everything else that I don't have. Just sitting here like reassembling a bunch of my builds. I deleted all my old loadouts and like redid some of them. It's like I knew like how the meta of the game from before. There are obviously some tweaks or whatever, but the unicorn and stuff? Okay, so a Raleigh 2-piece is like what, like 13 headshot and like 10 weapon damage for snipers?
Whoever said tech support
Let me
was
see.
boring. One more server and you can reboot the system.
Right, so Raleigh's 10 damage and 13 headshot. But Habsburg is 13 headshot and 20 damage, so like you're getting like 10 more weapon damage, which matters on the Headhunter build to reach maximum top end. It's basically 10 more damage. 10% more damage over the previous one. Or I should say, you know, in Path of Exile terms, I guess 10% increased, not 10% more. It's weapon damage, so like the way the Headhunter works with your weapon damage and headshot damage is that like the more weapon damage you have in combination with a high base damage on your gun, the higher the like overall amount of like, or like the more increase you get on like the Headhunter stacks, however this works. Like basically the top end threshold of like this talent is like way more juiced the more weapon damage you have. Like, you got to make sure you have at least 150 headshot damage in your loadout, which is easy on a sniper build. But like your weapon damage and the base damage of the gun that you choose to use that talent is gonna matter the most for raising that threshold up. So that's why I always say, like, you just, you know, Headhunter's been in the game for like 5 years. When people are like, hey, what build are you running whenever you see me like one-shot stuff? It's just like, I'm just like Headhunter.
Let's get you out of
Pretty
there.
straightforward. You just stack head, you know, weapon damage, headshot damage.
When you're ready to come home,
The 800% thing, that part doesn't really matter, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so it's a percentage of your weapon damage is raised to 1250 if your headshot. So you need to hit this threshold of 150 headshot damage or higher to get the 1250 damage cap. So you always want that, but then it's based on like the base damage of the gun and like how much weapon damage you have as well. So like I said, you don't have to think about the numbers too hard. You literally just stack weapon damage and headshot damage. Right, you gotta keep it simple. So you play Headhunter, you play again a gun that, hits really hard per bullet, and then weapon damage, headshot damage. That's it. There's no more thinking beyond that. The decision making there is done for you.
When you're ready, send up a flare.
But that talent's all about, precisely one-shotting everything you can. The problem is that there's enemies that have helmets and stuff too, which is why you don't use it all the time. The handgun build, that's for solo play. When you're playing content like this, you're not using a build like that. This is where you play traditional builds. When you're in the mines, you're playing a traditional striker build. Cooking all these spongy heroic mobs. Well, as a DPS anyways. Obviously there's value in having somebody on crowd control and whatnot so that enemies can't move. The whole team does more damage because of it. Do I prefer meta builds or off meta stuff? I play whatever I think is best. And I usually pioneer things in games. So I play games to figure out what the meta is and how best to play it. I care about efficiency. And I do play the best shit or anything close to the best shit because, like, if my goal is to grind something, do I want to spend 1,000 hours to earn something or do I want to spend 100 hours to earn something? Also, I have a speedrunning mindset with content too, so like part of being good at a PvE game is really just like how fast can you do something and how like, can you beat all the hardest content and how fast can you beat the hardest content, and then you challenge yourself to play more aggressively and take more risks and see how much you can get away with. That's how you know how you're good at something or not. Like how like you test your limits. Which is why I play like, glass cannon build all the time. I did all of Elden Ring for the first time ever with 10 vigor, right? Like, that's an example. I didn't have any health playing Elden Ring. I just dodged until I died, and then, like, tried to do as much damage as I could to, like, tap bosses. So I go into games and try to figure out what is, like, pretty much what is optimal, but, like, I don't go into a game and be like, alright, let me go YouTube a build real quick. I just play the game and figure it out.
Let's get you home.
Yeah, like when I did Elden Ring, I run around 10 vigor and I found this fat ass hammer. I was just like nothing but like strength or whatever, and and then I found like the Royal Knight, what was it? What's it? RKR, Royal Knight's something. And then I would buff the next damage of my hit in Elden Ring by like 80%. So like, just do these big chunks and like, one shot staggering, two shot staggering, like all the bosses. I still have clips on my Twitter, I think. But that's how I play the whole game. The Dodge City Achilles Pulse thing, I knew about that combo, because I've seen other people like talk about it being like a pocket nuke, and it's like, it's cool that it's an option to like one-shot the hunters in Heroic Countdown, but it's annoying to use, and then it's not practical outside the hunters. So I could just blow them up with this loadout, thanks to momentum and thanks to Striker being good, and not have to do like loadout swaps or something. What talent should you run on your high-end AR? I mean, I usually just use fast hands for the reload, but you could try to pick a damage talent too, I guess. I've just always been a fast hands enjoyer on equip builds for PV, because, especially solo, because you'll notice how like sometimes you just don't have enough bullets to kill something and you need that panic reload really fast to kill the guy. And then for ARs, you should use like a You should use a FAMAS or F2000 or Lexington if you have that. If it's high end. Because, like,
You have received an
the way the AR meta used to work in this game,
You are
in
now
2019, it was pretty much a custom P416 up until the Eagle Bear came out. Then Eagle Bear was meta all throughout the rest of 2019. In 2020, it was basically FAMAS. And then for a little bit there was F2000. Because the F2000 had like more mag size and whatnot. Do you think Div 2 is missing something from Endgame loop? Yeah, it's missing yearly expansions and like content drops and raids and dungeons and, you know, maybe like level cap increases or whatever. It's also missing more countdown maps. It's missing entire open world social experiences. Like, instead of having a dead open world that's just yours, it should probably be a social one where you see other people in the open world, like an MMO-ish kind of thing, right? Like, there's a lot that could be done here. You think there's stuff missing? It's like, yeah, there could be a lot more.
communication relay offline.
Hyenas have taken over the power plant and triggered the lockdown procedures. Be careful, Agent. Last thing we need is an RC bomb in a nuclear reactor. We need to
Dude, it's wild.
the nuclear waste.
Yo, Patrick, it's wild seeing the comments about that guy. Like, I've barely interacted with him, but then, like, apparently so many people had such bad, like,
Protocols activated.
interactions. It's wild, dude.
High levels of radiation detected. Commence operational lockdown procedures.
Well, the game get neglected? Star Wars and Avatar, and a disconnect between, you know, the people in charge and the people who actually make the game. When we're talking, like, you know, the people who are in control of the wallets at Ubisoft, obviously, like, you know, they own a bunch of different studios, so, like, the people that massive work on the games, and they get paid to do so, right? So then, like, the suits are like, hey, they want us to make an Avatar game. Alright, go over there and make the Avatar game. They're like, alright, that's our job now. You know, Division's not that important. That's, I guess it's Avatar time. Alright, stuff like that. This is advanced kiwi lime flavor.
System disrupted.
It's, I use the Focus Blend all the time. It is my go-to source of caffeine, but there's a bunch of other like stuff added in there too. They also have like a hydration line. The hydration line is more along the lines of like the electrolytes you're asking about. So if you didn't want like this to be your, you know, your caffeine source, then it could just be like that. But we're sponsored by them. We have been sponsored by them for the past couple of years now. You can basically use my name as a code over there for 10% off. This past Memorial Weekend, there was like a buy one, get one free type of thing. Or like a big promotion like that. It might be over right now, but yeah, they always basically have like a bunch of really good flavors. I signed with them because their formula is good. 'Cause I look and see like basically what is in all the so I've been contacted by a few other companies like this in the past, but a lot of them just kind of focus on loading up on caffeine and a bunch of other random ingredients. But if they don't have the right ratio, like to me, I think like what's really important in like say like an energy drink, right? Because you got to combine caffeine with L-theanine. Those two things together are like a very good combination. Because basically the L-theanine cancels the negatives of caffeine out. And so like that's why that Focus Blend in there, that's there's no joke with that thing, dude. You want a little assistance, but in 36 hours like I do on games, that's the Part of the solution right there. Yeah, if you're already taking pre-workout and getting 200 milligrams a day, that's already plenty. But because that's another thing that you learn very quickly with enough, you know, experimentation with caffeine is that like the trick to caffeine is, you know, a good level of moderation. Like you're not gonna like pushing over 200 milligrams a day is not it. Obviously, again, it depends on your body, but like that's something I've learned with mine. So around 100 milligrams to 200 milligrams a day at most is like fine. Also, if it's spaced out and, you know, consumed with water, in which case, you know, with this powdered mix, it's great because it's just the powder plus the water. Yeah, timers for when the DLC is actually available. Like when we should be able to play it.
Hostile neutralized.
What's back, guys? Firewall and almost everything.
Area secure.
There's like 3 choices that I run through most of the time. It's like firewall, gunner, or technician, I'd say, for like, depending on group or solo. You should aim for 400, but why though? Does this game have grenades? Yeah, there's a grenade button. Everyone's got a grenade. You barely ever use them unless you're playing like a support build.
Follow all lockdown safety
Like if I was playing a support build where my job was to CC enemies, I'd have like fire grenades and throw those out for like a debuff.
Shade tech detected. Hostile sniper turret detected.
Oh man, my chat's getting wild now. First we're just talking about being healthy with 200 milligrams, then we got people being like, yeah, what about 400? What about stimulants you might know? Damn guys, chill out, okay? Everyone's got their own solutions for some degenerate gaming sessions, but now it's getting crazy in here.
Hostile assault turret detected.
You're doing up to 600 milligrams of caffeine a day? What the fuck? That's crazy. My boy, you gotta detox for a little bit, you know? Like lower your tolerance. That's insane. 600 a day spread out. I mean, that's still like, that's some pretty heavy tolerance.
High risk target approaching.
The one time I ever even tried edibles or whatever, yeah. A couple years back. I got these like little edible candies. I was like, huh, when did these kick in? I had one too many and I was on stream. It's fine. We were playing a survival game called Scum. And then I ordered some, I had like a sponsorship for like one of these meal service websites or whatever, meal service apps. So like, got to order some food and eat it on stream, and that was some of the best food I ever had in my life. There's no clips. No one knew, man. I didn't say shit about it until like what, years later. Those VODs are gone. That was some of the best food I ever had on stream. I remember like trying to find that burger place I ordered from, like, you know, years later, ordering from them, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of mid. But like, man, under the influence, those things were peak. Those things were peak.
Agent, you've reached the waste area. I need you to secure the radioactive material to override.
And also, I don't know if you guys know like game Scum is, but it's like kind of like a survival game. So like, you spend a lot of time just trying to run around. There's like nothing going on. You know, kind of like third-person DayZ almost a little bit.
We need to secure that tank and get it back into the circuit.
So that was like a pretty good game.
That could be the source of the leak.
Be like that on, you know.
Need to seal those tanks.
I feel like the stream was probably more fun when, you know, I was like that. But I also feel like your stream should be dependent on you being on something to have a good time, because that's how like dependencies start. So I'd rather be focused on my gameplay than on another dimension, you know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty certain like other streamers at some point probably have had like, you know, different levels of either alcohol or some sort of substance abuse to be able to do the content that they do. Keep up that kind of energy level. I don't know how some people can naturally be like that, so I just assume that they're on something. Am I swapping too fast? You hate coffee? That's another reason why I don't drink coffee and why I'd rather, you know, drink advanced. Like, I'm a big fan of like being able to measure exactly how much my dose is gonna be or whatever, and also the flavors are good and don't taste like coffee, so that's cool. Well, the flavors are good. Dude, they have like crazy flavors all the time. Let me see what they have on sale right now. There's still a Memorial Day sale for 8 hours actually, so you buy one, get one 50 off. That only applies for the not new flavors. But anyways, I drink Focus. I really want to try the peach rings. This is new, and peach rings as a candy are just like absolutely delicious. I am currently drinking kiwi lime. This one's nice. Usually the sour flavors are pretty good if you like sour stuff.
Good work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Get the hell out of there. Torres is waiting
So
for
like
his signal.
like both of these sound great. This is what I'm drinking right now. I haven't tried sour grape either. I have no idea, but it could be decent. I've tried cherry ice. This one literally tastes like a cherry popsicle. Strawberry kiwi sounds pretty good. I've had sour green apple. This one's very strong. Tiger blood. I think this one had like a bit of like a coconut vibe to it. Sour watermelon. I've had this a few times. I like that one a lot. I don't think I've tried any of these ones yet. I didn't even know they had an orange creamsicle, but that sounds pretty nice. But yeah, that's you know, quick scan of what they got going on for Focus anyway. There's also the energy blend, which is just more like, it's just like caffeine and some other stuff. Focus is like the caffeine plus L-theanine plus like some like a nootropic blend on top of that, and then the hydration blend is like basically like the electrolytes, like flavored water electrolytes kind of vibe, kind of like, you know, like a Gatorade or something.
Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Now, as far as I know, G Fuel's got the whole, like, you know, lead controversy. It also has a bunch of filler stuff in their product. So, Advanced, on the other hand, specifically advertises that like they don't just add a bunch of filler ingredients in their blends. Like you get exactly what should be in there. Getting to the end game before DLC. I mean, if you like, you can get there in a nice long day of playing, but the servers are gonna go down in about 11 hours. So, if you're completely new to this genre, guys shooting like a hunter. It'll probably take you longer to go through the entire story, but. You know, you're probably, I mean, if you're completely fresh, you're probably not going to be, you know, level 40 endgame in a day. If you've played before, then, I mean, you'll probably just boost your character to 30 and then just do, like, the last 10 levels really fast. And start grinding gear, so. Then, you know, if you're a returning player, then it's fast.
System disrupted.
Piece of cover. How's the ship going at the mines? Oh, you know. I'm only 1 or 2 runs deep, just getting started, really.
Vital signs critical.
We're just getting started, really. Come on. Yeah, if you want the fast, like if you have people, like you can level up to 40 in like 20 minutes. Well, 30 to 40 in 20 minutes in like a 2-man group. Or maybe like an hour solo in the dark zone. Did we stream? We covered it at the start of today's stream. I didn't watch the whole stream. I basically just like skimmed the VOD a little bit. And then I went over the patch notes. I think there's supposed to be like a
Ready for extraction.
summary post somewhere, right? I'll wait for Joker to finish his summary post and then we'll read that. But like I've already like played some of the DLCs, so I kind of know what's going on with that. And then like kind of already aware of what's going to be in the DLC. And then we just know that like maintenance is going to be like 7 hours long. So like the servers go down at midnight Pacific. They're supposed to be back up at 7 a.m. Pacific, which is why I put a little countdown timer in my camera frame today. Give you an idea of like when
Safe area detected.
the DLC is playable.
Low prices, big selection.
Do unicorns exist? I don't know. The unicorns exist? I don't know, man. Me and Hexy got you in the Division 1 back in the day. Good times, man. Good times. Another headshot headhunter one. Crit damage headhunter. Come on, man. That one of those two could have been it. Could have been it. It just didn't roll the right stat.
Evacuation room is just once per week. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency exit.
The harder we work, the better the gear works. It's that.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You have joined a group.
Do I PvP in this game? So I have a very low PvP, like low opinion of PvP in this game. So I don't PvP in this game because I think it's a joke. If you want PvP that's even respectable in third person, you wait for Arc Raiders to come out. That's my take.
Communication relay offline.
Like every time about me PvPing, it's like for anyone unfamiliar with me and you know stuff I've done. I mean, there's a reason why we got this stuff back here.
Cleaners have infiltrated the power plant. They triggered a lockdown.
Those aren't just jerseys for the sake of having jerseys, but like, you know, I used to compete professionally in a game that was actually like
We
skillful
need to find a
and
way to relieve the
yeah.
pressure and fix the reactor's cooling system.
Compared to Division PvP, like I could never say this game's PvP was ever good in Division 2. Like at least PvP in Division 1 was like, you know,
Activated.
decent, but like
Lockdown.
Div 2, no.
Critical pressure level.
This game is through and through a PvE game.
System purge
That's how it is. I competed professionally in PUBG from 2017 to 2018. There's a gold pan back there. It's from winning the first first person like duo event they had at Gamescom in 2017. Then I have like a bunch of other. I have like a third place in like the H1Z1 Invitation, which is another battle royale. I was at the first ever TwitchCon and stuff. It's kind of like what started my stream off back in 2015.
Incapacitated.
Then I think about like all the games that are out these days, and it's like if I was in a PvP, I just like, you know, why would you pick this game, you know, as a shooter? This game not competitively balanced whatsoever. It's full of like too many gimmicks. So now, as far as my needs as somebody who plays a lot of games, PvP wise, I want games that feel skillful, that don't have a whole lot of gimmicks and stuff. I hate hero shooters, and I hate aim assist. So the closest thing I've seen lately, you know, PUBG in 2017 being like the last new shooter that I liked that, you know, met my conditions, is that Arc Raiders is the next one. It's only, you know, I played it for 60 hours over the tech test. I have all those VODs up on YouTube. You can see my live streams of me like going through the entire set of quests the game had. And me and a couple friends just like smashing lobbies, just like having a damn good time, you know, grappling and like shotgunning and like, you know, rifling people. Like, it was good. So like if you like third person PvP and that game's gonna be on all platforms, like, you know, it's a quality game without like so many gimmicks like this game. This game through and through is a PvE game. It hasn't been about the Dark Zone since 2016 or Division 1 really. So if you need anything close that feels like the Dark Zone, you play Arc Raiders. That's it. That's the one. And that's a game that I think is actually generally fun, and I will, you know, stand by it as like a, you know, good game worth promoting for PvP because it is a good game. It just is what it is. I think a lot of people are gonna have fun with that. I think that anyone that holds on to their nostalgia goggles of like, you know, Division 1 PvP, you're gonna get something close when you play Arc Raiders. That game's cool. Am I gonna play Dune? Yeah, that's the next game on our list. So the idea is, obviously, I'm playing Division 2. I'm covering the DLC. Obviously, there's no like raid to worry about or anything like that. So I'm just gonna have to like, try to do my best to stop streaming so much so I can like, you know, maybe put my build videos on YouTube or something, so people have those for whoever's like, you know, grinding. But because like for me, when I explain a build, like I don't want people just to like see a screenshot of a build and be like, all right, copy paste that. But like I want them to understand some of the basics of like how the hell you assemble a build in the game and like how the damage formula works in the game, so that you know going forward kind of like the fuck you're doing in the game. Like I hate it when builds are just kind of like go on and on about all these pieces and all this crap when you can be very concise in explaining something. It's like, oh, why is Striker so good? Well, if, you know, Striker 4-piece goes from anywhere from 65% total weapon damage to up to like 180% total weapon damage based on like which pieces you're running. What the hell does total weapon damage mean? It's a different stat bucket. It's multiplicative with all your other damage stat buckets. Like, you know, if there's like a good way to explain that, that would be like how I would try to condense my build videos down. Just something that takes a lot of time to do. To, like, actually take everything you know about a game and try to be concise is hard. Like, and then also throwing some sort of visual aid on there to try to help drill the point down of like how much the math part of the game matters, I guess, in terms of understanding how good your builds are. I mean, I don't need a damage calculator. I calculated all my stuff out way before. Like, I would always include like damage tables in the game of like, you know, like, let me see, where's my, this is like old data. Obviously this is not current, but this is like what I would include in the build video. I'd be like, here's the numbers I ran for all my guns, and then like I'd put that in my video as like, here's a damage chart, this is why, you know, so and so gun is why I use that, right? Then it's like, I was even doing things like this where I take like all my build variations and try to calculate like
10 minutes
DPS out per variation and stuff.
Stabilized cooling system.
But like a good build's not really even that complicated. It's like, there's a few core principles in the game. It's like, what the hell do stats mean?
area secure.
How they interact with one another.
You can head over to the cooling tower.
And then like, let's say you're making a crit build. It's like,
Agent,
you know, a red build has 6 red cores and it's gonna have crit on every piece. Okay, how much crit chance of crit damage do you need? It's like, well, you only need 60 crit chance, that's the cap. So you get 60 crit with all your stats on gear, or you get 50 crit and you have a coyote mask. Once you hit those numbers, bro, this fucking guy shoots every barrel. Once you hit all those numbers,
we need to release the pressure.
once you hit like that amount of crit chance, then everything else is crit damage, and you don't have to think about it anymore. Then it's like when your gear is perfect, you just, you know, you might be able to justify throwing on like Fox's Spray or something,
Now that
because
the pressure is stabilized,
add a
we can
cover
shut
damage
off
is on that
steam.
piece, and add a cover damage is on the multiplier, which you only usually get 10% of on your weapon. So getting another 8% on your Fox's Spray or knee pads will usually be better than having like crit damage there or something. Right, there's just like little principles like that where a crit build, like our typical gun DPS build, is gonna be weapon damage and then choosing a headshot or crit. Most are gonna be crit, so then get your crit chance amount, get the rest of the crit damage, then your stats are done. Then you know a few of the brands that have damage stats on them. Those might get worked in, and that's that. And then you have your chest and backpack talent, but those can be damage based as well. So again, that's where knowing what amplified damage means or total weapon damage means. Okay. But taking what I just said and finding a way to like concisely deliver that in a video, right? It takes a few iterations. Bro, I swear to God, this guy literally just walks around and shoots red barrels. It's so fucking annoying. Holy shit. Every match. Most people won't care about the math, but you don't have to show all the math. That part doesn't even fucking matter, really, right? When you're trying to convince the average person, but you want them to fucking learn, like, it's gonna be about doing your best to let them know what the hell the stats mean, because a lot of people just don't know. They don't care to know. They'll be like, they'll copy a build, and like 2 seconds later, it'd be like, you put crit chance or crit damage here, right? Like they don't process it the same way. But I still think that if you make a build guide, it's like in your and in your game's community's best interest to know what the hell the stats mean, so that if everyone knows what the hell they're doing, then maybe everyone gets better at the game, and then everyone
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded.
has a higher rate of success around like
Well, that works-ish.
all the content in the game, and then maybe the game can evolve to like have more like deeper build crafting down the line, because the build crafting we have now is just so straightforward. Right, like if I think about what it takes to make a build in this game, like compared to like other games, like it's still pretty simple. It was, if you look at my 2019 build video, that stuff was insane compared to what we have now.
Vent the steam and you're good to go.
In the hell is this? In 2019, we had like 3 talents per gun, and we had like multiple stats and talents per piece. And that system was really cool, and I feel like if I was ever proud of a build in Division 2, it was back then. These days it's kind of like, well, everything's just maxed out, so
Now let's get you
it
out
just
of
works. And because we're so damn strong, you can get away with a lot of stuff that
When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
makes your build feel fine because you're getting results, but other builds are, you know, multiple percentages, if not maybe even multiple magnitudes stronger than yours in different scenarios, and that even that context is like something that is lost on people sometimes. Like with striker builds, it's like, yeah, striker chest and striker backpack is like objectively like some of the highest damage possible in the game. But in most cases, you're not going to use the highest damage build in the game because it's actually too strong and not enough uptime to like be practical. So, yeah, no, I again, like, I mostly stream anyways, but like, I think that if I take the time to make a build video, it needs to be like it needs to fit kind of like into that box. Like, I don't just, I'm not the kind of guy that just like prints out a new build video every day. Like, I feel like there's like a certain like quality bar of like what you talk about, and, like what you explain. It's like, you know, I want more people to understand what the hell's going on with the game that I play, you know. Maybe down the road, then people will get hungrier for like deeper build crafting once they see it the same way I do.
System activated.
I've even tried to explain it as like,
Curtailed.
you know, if I were to take, imagine like every item and every brand and every gear set, you know, on a table. And then they're categorized by red, blue, yellow. Then it's like, okay, I'm a gun enjoying like damage dealer, so everything that's blue and yellow, just sweep it off the table and throw it on the floor, right? Now it's like a third of like the loot left on the table. Then it's like, you know, then for like, you know, red sets or red brand sets, you know, you look at the, you know, you look at some of them and just sweep them off the table because they're just not enough, you know, high enough damage or something. Or you can rank them by damage based on like how they are at maximum stacks or like, you know, maximum throughput. Be like strikers on top, and like headhunter's also really good, right? So like there's two variations there, like for equip build striker, and then for like headhunter builds, like it's just like high ends or just like running determined or whatever. It's like some things are just way up there. The thing is, like, ranking them by, like, which one's the highest and which one's the lowest is also not really, like, the end-all be-all either, because, you know, you also need to, like, order them like that, but then also be like, well, you only need about this much damage for heroic, but you need way less damage for challenging.
Torres inbound on your location. Hold tight.
I also think that, like, endgame difficulty, it's like you kind of want to try to start playing on challenging as soon as possible, and then once you're geared enough, you go to heroic, and you stay on heroic. And then every now and then, if you feel like playing some legendary, you can, because there's stuff to get there, but...
Torres
Yeah,
in position.
like 8-man heroic countdown is good for like a striker chest, and then 4-man legendary should be too. And then master, if you're solo master, you can, like I've done solo master with full strike round, I think. I needed it to kill the hunters faster because they were a pain in the ass to do solo. Shotgun, it's an ACS 12. It's like the only like auto shotgun in the game. Yeah, Heartbreaker is fine, right? If you wanted more survivability, it's Heartbreaker is basically just like budget striker with survivability. But then, you know, the way to look at doing hard content is like first there's just doing it solo to do it solo, getting your first completion.
Received an invite to another agent's
But then if you're doing it faster and faster, you're gonna gravitate towards the options that are more damage, more risk. The faster you gravitate to those options, the faster you learn how to survive with those options and play those options. Because a lot of people throw on some blues into their build or whatever, and like they'll be like, all right, this is nice and cozy, but the thing is, by playing all red and basically essentially being glass cannon all the time, you get used to like how the game plays, where you have limited survivability, which means you have to play better, be more attentive, you have to play your position better. It all matters more. And that's the basis for like speedrunning too. If you were essentially playing, hitting world records on content because they play, you know, pure yellow teams of like pure reds and pure yellows. I mean, in some cases they need some guy on like a blue build for like the buffs or the survivability or something, but like it's just all pure builds, right? It's all optimized to deliver peak performance, and then you're gonna play at that level too.
Detected. Safety protocols activated.
And playing all red is like the equivalent of like, you know how like there's people that will like, you know, put weights on their body while they're training or something, so their body is heavier than it actually is, and their muscles get used to like, you know, say jumping with like, you know, extra however many pounds of weight or something. It's like the same idea with like playing all red all the time. Is you're basically always wearing like a weighted vest or something, and you're just always training like that. So then if you were to ever not play all red, you'll be like, damn, this game is super easy. It just comes with the territory of like always playing like that. Shoot the wall. I mean, there's a decent amount of build diversity. It's also kind of just dependent on the difficulty you play on. Like I said, it's like if you looked at all the different ways to make a build in this game and ranked them by like most damage to least damage, right? But then right next to that table of or chart of most damage to like least damage was a here's how much damage threshold for this difficulty and this player count or something, then that's a better way to conceptualize like what actually is good and what isn't.
An agent has disconnected.
Because like there's a reason to play solo heroic. You know, maybe some people want to chill and play some solo like challenge difficulty. I don't think you should play anything less than challenge difficulty, like an endgame. I think like normal and hard are just like, you know, your baby steps from being a fresh level 40 character that's never played the game before, getting some basic gear. But like, you know, challenging is kind of like the baseline difficulty, and then heroic I'd say is the difficulty everybody who's been in a game for a while should be at. I mean, sure, there's playstyle for playing slow versus playing fast or whatever, but numerically speaking, certain builds, you know, and how much output they have is what definitely tunes them for a particular piece of content. And I feel like that's pretty important in this genre because you're playing an RPG, so like, I don't know.
High value target detected.
The thing is, like,
Neutralized.
when you're playing
Target approaching.
game in this genre, either you're just a straight up DPS, whether that's a full red or full yellow, doesn't matter. That's also dictated by the content you're playing, but then, like, the other option you have is just playing support, which is like,
Agent down.
but even if you're a support, you're still technically doing damage in the game, but like, you are also helping your whole team do more damage too. So like I think about support builds that are worth talking about. It's like, okay, it's somebody who's like a dedicated, you know, like crowd controller. Like, not only do they make it so the enemies can't fight back, but they make it so the whole team does so much more damage due to the half CC'd. It's a very valuable role
Area secure.
in like a group environment.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
To override safety protocols,
And as far as about abilities as a gamer, I feel like,
eliminating protocols will result in a
you know,
communication.
everyone's capable of reaching further than where they're at. And this game doesn't exactly have, like, this game isn't exactly like, you know, that demanding. The movement limited. The gunplay is the major focus. The skills are pretty like slowed down. You have plenty of time to react, but then when you play really aggressive like I do, that's something you learn to do by continuing to force yourself to play as hard as you can. But like, you don't go into this game and immediately play, you know, all red builds as aggressively or as well as someone who's been playing the game for a while, because you like over time learn the patterns of how the AI works, and you learn how to like leverage the different little subtle mechanics of the game in your favor, like one-shot protection or just knowing about how much damage you gotta deliver to like stumble an enemy or something. Or learning about all the different weak points of different enemies and the kind of shortcuts you can take to kill them. Then there's just general like gunplay mechanics, like, you know, your crosshair placement, your reaction time, your understanding of target priority, which is something you can always work on. When a Twitch drops, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Back online. An agent is back.
New York DLC winners. Okay, so what is that contest? Because I don't know the details of it. I was trying to figure that out. What is the contest exactly? I remember seeing that in, like, the stream, like the lists of like their agenda for the stream today. I have no idea what the contest was.
Agent, head to the administration building.
Is this game worth playing? You're pretty much a lone wolf player. Well, 99.9% of everything you do in this game is solo, so like you'll feel right at home. It's good. I basically play this game solo. The only time I play with people is basically Countdown, which is the game mode I'm in right now. This game has 2 raids and 1 incursion. Those are entirely group-oriented pieces of content. Everything else you can solo. And then, like, you're going to want to match me a Countdown, which is the most commonly match-made activity in the game. So, yeah. If you're a solo enjoyer, Game's pretty good for that.
Agent, you've reached the administration building. I need you to fix the comms.
Yeah, whatever that contest is that they announced on the stream today, I don't know what that is. So I don't
Trojan virus
have any
detected.
idea what
Safety protocols activated.
that was about.
I know it's your favorite job. You need to search the control room and find a server.
It's like a picture contest type of thing? Oh, okay. In-game photo mode type of deal?
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
Winning the DLC of the show of build you'd use on Twitter? Oh. Let's see. Alright, so whose striker pitcher's gonna win, guys? Who's got the lucky yellow no striker build that's gonna win that contest? As a concerned Asmongold chatter, how DEI is this game? Will I get the woke if I
You're a
play
pro.
this game?
Now, just need you to find another server.
I don't know, man. You should type in the woke command and find out. What a setup. My man Walrus coming in here with the troll.
System breach. Initiating safety.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Communication systems shutdown initiated. Override safety protocols. Cancel.
High risk north.
Oh my god. That command, he timed himself out, dude. He timed himself out. I got a few regulars who love those commands. They just keep timing themselves out. It's wild. I'm giving them too much power. Absolute maniacs jailing themselves 10 minutes at a time.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server and you can reboot the system.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
The best solo striker variant? I mean, solo for what though? Like, solo heroic? Like, missions, open world? Because, like, that context matters, right? Like, if I'm solo queuing into Countdown, I mean, I'm going to do a full striker build, and I think that the exotic holster is super fun to play with, so way more engaging and way more sensible for this piece of context of how spongy everything is. But then, like, well, like I said, it's just all context. If I'm doing solo master with striker and I haven't done enough solo master to like do it pure red, then I'm gonna do like, we'll slap a memento bag and 3 like PFE mods in there just to, what's that? Overwatch. Just to have some additional survivability, I guess. If I feel like I do want to drop the striker bag, then maybe I, try out those like smoke gloves, but I don't really like smoke gloves, at least anywhere outside of solo. Maybe I just play pure damage anyways. People like chameleon, I don't like chameleon. People like the smoke gloves, I don't really like the smoke gloves. People like, whatever other exotic, I guess. It's not red, like, I don't like that stuff.
Communications restored.
It's all context of like where you run it.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the
Like
hell
shit,
out of here.
I think in solo heroic you don't even need striker at all. I
Shoot off
think
a flare
striker's
when
too
you're ready
slow.
for Torres to bring you home.
Striker's more of like a 4-man group or an 8-man countdown type of set or 8-man raid. Rock and roll? It's not a rock and roll. The rock and roll is old news. That is not relevant. It's a brazen ACS. You gotta remember, right? The goal with your shotgun is, the whole point of it is to stack your striker up. So, like, it's the only gun I have rate of fire on instead of damage to targets that I cover. And because I also pair it with an exotic holster, that's why I still have a 30 round mag.
System reactivated.
Poofed.
Hostile hive detected.
Oh, I can't res that guy there. He needs to move out of that spot.
System reactivated.
God. What's that guy on fire?
System disrupted.
Gaining expertise by wearing the pieces? Yeah, there's supposed to be something like that. That's, I think the original intent of the expertise system was that they wanted you to like use everything in the game
When you're ready to come home,
to show that you know, had expertise with the items, right? But then all the veterans, we know what we all did was we just donated resources
System restored.
until it maxed out the bars. So like,
System curtailed.
you just kind of, new items came out, you go to your menu, you donate the resources, it's maxed out. That's how we did it.
System back online.
Shit, that's not good there.
Detected. Agent deceased. An agent needs assistance.
Agent down.
If I play up here, they're not gonna come up here. Did no one flare?
System
Okay.
restored.
No one flared. What the fuck? No one flared.
Entering safe area.
No one flared. Oh my fucking god, why, man? It's so close. It's so close. I saw the handle and I saw the headhunter and then I looked back up and then the red wasn't what we needed. Ugh. Oh, so fucking close. If you don't do it, no one else does it yet. Oh my god. I usually end up doing it when I'm like the last man standing or something. Most lobbies are like either Giga Chad countdown lobbies that just blow it all up,
You have joined a group.
or they're scuff lobbies where like I end up being like one like the last people up, and then I just start trying. Is Countdown good for exotics? Countdown is good for like everything. It's basically the loot cave. Oh man, I'm just there dying. Damn, this guy is so. This guy kicks like everybody. They don't have the build he approves, man. Jesus. Target appears and run it forever. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how you play Countdown. You set your target loot and just spam it, spam it, spam it until it drops. It's just a casino. Oh my god.
Communication relay offline.
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown of the planet. They've been taking over infrastructure to lend legitimacy to
Chat, what's the first thing you're doing when you're playing Brooklyn tomorrow?
They control this region.
That's my response. One day until we return to Brooklyn, where are you visiting first?
Servers and restore comms.
Oh, remember this corridor? E3 2013 trailer?
Emergency lockdown protocol.
Yeah, we're closing that door.
15 minutes to lockdown.
We're closing that door, man.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
We are closing that door.
System malfunctioning.
A streamline AR. I mean, you gotta find one first, right? Are you gonna spam AR crafts and not even go farm ARs? Or is your first stop actually gonna be Countdown? That's the real question. Because I'm trying to spam heroic solo missions into Hunter. hunt the hunter search. I feel like that's like the most unique piece of content in the DLC, honestly. Just trying to figure out all the hunter stuff. Scabbard's so good. I fucking love this thing, dude. I threw it on like a week ago. I was like just messing around all the different exotics I had, and I was like, wait a second, this thing's goated in this mode. It's super good. The hunter shit's gonna take a while. Nah, see, the way that's gonna work is it's like the division hive mind is all gonna be scouring New York City. We're all gonna be running around
Initiated.
taking notes of things that we saw in the streets. I'm telling you. The hunter shit's leaked. I mean, how is it leaked? And how is it not just... How would they be able to leak that? How do people have, like, actual credible solutions to the hunter stuff? Was there stuff in on the PTS that was data mined or what? Because I don't see how that's possible.
Critical systems exposed.
Inside info? I mean, how trustworthy is this inside info?
Data transfer halted.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do we know it's inside info and not just someone claiming it's inside info? The last time I heard there was inside info and it concerned me, and I'm sitting here like, huh? What do you mean Massive gave me a PDF? Since when, dude? Since when does Massive have raid guides for streamers, huh? What? Doesn't even make sense.
Area secure.
I mean, I can make some shit up and then put it in a PDF file and then change the font to be the division font, and then I can write top secret on it, and then I guess I could convince people that it was real. Confidential, do not leak. I just make some shit up. If that's all it takes to convince people, shit, I could convince them of a lot of things. So that's what I mean, like I'm calling the sources into question here. Because who's saying there's like hunter stuff leaked for the DLC? You just sign the NDA with a red crayon.
Secure the area so we can bring in the engineer. Protect the engineer.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
To override safety protocols, eliminate security breach. Failure to override protocols will result in a full communications shutdown.
Yeah, no, that guy is kind of wild. I think I've briefly noticed it. That guy wants to do VIP when no one does VIP. He's also the same guy who shoots red barrels near his teammates all day and kicks everyone who doesn't have like a meta build. So like, I don't know, man. That guy needs to chill out. It's just Countdown. I don't get it. If you're gonna treat Countdown lobbies, which are just a match made like objective like that, it's pretty unhinged. And also threatening kicks. Hello, bro? Like, what? The countdown lobby ain't that serious. Scouting resources? Yeah, you want to log into every character and use their watch points before servers go down. So if you're resource capped, then the only remaining thing you can do is just make sure every single one of your characters has a bunch of credits on them for... But like, if you're gonna be playing for a while, then you should probably play...
Agent, you've reached the administration building. I need you
play
fix
to
the
like
comms.
level up fresh characters and spend your watch points on like resources so that you can keep overcapping. Or like my resources right now. Some of them are in the thousands above the cap, or tens of thousands above the cap. Everyone that has like a decent watch level has been doing that. Some way more than me. Like, people my streamers saying how they had like 500,000 or something and like every resource. It's like, okay, bro, that's you have enough resources until Division 4. First time in 5 years you cook? Nah. It's not that hard to catch up in this game. First time logging in 5-year break, am I doomed? Haven't played since Warlord New York dropped. Am I cooked? like the last day before DLC, everyone's concerned. You'll be fine, bro. If you've played New York City, you're still level 40, right? I'm still level 40, so that's fine. I mean, you can play the DLC on story mode if you wanted to, but you'll be fine.
Nice job. You're a pro.
No swapping.
Now, we need to find another server.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
High-risk target approaching.
This is not swapping. That's so weird. The world first story mode DLC completion. Yeah, that's not really that's not really something we celebrate out here. World first story mode DLC completion. We'd have to play with like we play with like what's it called? Like Eclipse Protocol or something. I mean, the funny thing is, see, just like when Warlords came out, we're gonna go to Brooklyn, we're gonna do the content, and then we're gonna go back to not Brooklyn to farm gear. If you want to farm the new seasonal stuff, you're gonna be like, you're gonna go to Brooklyn, you're gonna do the story, and then you're gonna come back and play Countdown. Because that's just how it is, you know, like, it's the best farm mode. It's the target leader. Back to the mines. So I'll probably just wait and like run around Brooklyn that day. Go solve some
Nice.
hunter
Plan
puzzle or
secure.
something.
Now let's get you out of there.
Have we gotten the
To
chest
extraction
yet?
point.
Hey, if I had the chest, I wouldn't be in the mines right now.
Torres is waiting for your signal.
We got close. We got really close. We got a crit chance handling headhunter chest earlier. So we were close. We were close. But now, not so much. Yeah, I mean, I used to farm Summit before we had Countdown, but now that we have Countdown, I feel like
Armed hostiles
the
detected.
only reason to go to Summit is Legendary. That's it. Countdown is just the place, you know? It's the place. It drops the loot. It's got the goods. It's got all the goods. This lobby's down to 5. Did people DC? You're like, what happened? Logging out. Yeah, I should put the weapon swap thing in my loadout. I don't know.
Serious trauma detected. System back online. System reactivated.
Ammo. That guy's gonna try to beam me from up top.
Shoot out the flare when you're ready to deploy.
Immediate
Push up
medical
protection on
assistance
cooldown.
needed.
Oh, I don't like that.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down. System disrupted.
Getting into the control point or the landing pad, I guess, would make a little sense here.
System back online.
Helo inbound to your location. Hold tight.
I don't like that my guy's peeking over the edge like this.
Let's get you home.
I think we're all out. I think that's what's happening here. We're all out. These numbers, I mean, the thing about countdown is that, well, for starters, my gear is like legitimately maxed out. There's that. But then also countdown has modifiers that can kick in based on which session you're in that can like boost your damage. Then there's also the seasonal journey modifier stuff that like also can like boost your damage up. So like there can be other factors at play. That will boost your numbers up. Like a pretty good amount. Alright, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Let us break free. Only a 1 in 1,500 chance, you know? Surely I've farmed 1,500 chests by now. June 6th? Yeah, I've been talking about June 6th, man. We're gonna have like one whole day to play Dune, and then we're playing Arc Raiders. All blue headhunter? Come on. Just not happening. The things we do to try to get 10% more weapon damage on a sniper build.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. Communication relay offline.
Black Tusk have taken the power plant. Looks like they've triggered the lockdown protocols while they were charging their warhounds. We need to shut down the broken transformers and restore the power grid.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown
Dune
protocol
5th, Dune Awakening.
15 minutes
Sorry,
lockdown.
June 5th, Dune Awakening. It's like Dune 5th.
System power detected.
June 5th.
Increased probability
And then,
of
like, I'm pretty sure we're getting Arc Raiders the day after.
power grid.
Yeah, if you're fresh to Endgame, you'll have plenty of the grind in this game. Build-wise and stuff.
Medical assistance needed. System malfunctioning. System back online.
Fake it? Oh, no, just on fire? Cover gaming right now. Okay.
System
I'm playing the cover shooter.
activated. System disrupted.
The firewall armor break is sick.
System back online.
Did our team run past the other buff? It did. Oh my god, we have the most important buff back here. Okay, someone's got it. I'll go in here. Ain't no way. Okay, hopefully they're going cooling tower at least.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
Yeah, going in raw with no shield, man. The firewall life. I go in, I fuck with the hunter AI, they break my armor, they're on fire, maybe I get some more foam off. You get your health back up to full. 30 seconds later, you got 1-shot protection back and get your shield broken off again. I'm gonna miss this modifier so much.
System.
Momentum makes this grind so much more tolerable. How fast and everything is.
System reactivated. High-value target detected.
Yeah, I mean, I always say, like, we barely even have legs in this game, so, like, having movement speed as part of a modifier is kind of a big deal.
High-value target neutralized. Incoming. High-risk hostile.
Target loot, we're doing the brand. You always want to do the brand over the individual slot, unless what you're targeting is, like, an exotic. The exotics are about targeting the slot. If in real life everyone's like, this is what gunfights look like, okay, so like, if you try to kill somebody with airsoft pellets instead of bullets, so it would be like a different version of airsoft, basically, but you have to shoot somebody like 100 times to eliminate them from the match, right?
Evacuate the facility.
Redirect excessive power to stabilize power distribution.
Yeah, I mean, having had this experience going for the sniper unicorns, I definitely do not care to get the LMG or SMG unicorns. There's just no way. There's just no way. I don't like that. That's bad.
Agent incapacitated.
Okay, screw being on this little objective here. Let's pop this. Okay, let's chill out. Weapons are not working.
Critical systems.
Weapon swaps are not working. I'm watching my gun just float. What's going on, man? I'm too fast for the game. There's like my guy's tripping on stuff.
Data transfer halted.
Backfire unicorn. My SMG ones? There's like some electric brand or whatever. I think it's like Yellow Core brand that ends up having SMG damage 30% for 3Ps. So that's what I was referring to. And I don't think that's a brand I would use personally. But that since that brand has the wrong core for like the brand set bonus, then it's technically one of the unicorn ones.
Secure.
Agent, you should be able to access the turbine now.
It's like for like LMG specifically, like yeah, Langmo one makes sense as a unicorn since like things like Pestilence really like having a lot of weapon damage. The Langmo brand is for LMGs. Why would it be for SMGs?
Agent, you've reached the turbine. I need you to fix the power grid.
And Langmo 3-piece is 30% LMG damage, last I checked.
You're in. We need to switch the power over to the new grid.
You're still not explaining it. Why would Langmo be good for SMGs? When it's an LMG brand set.
Warning. Fault detected with transformer. Safety protocols activated.
We're gonna need to expose the transformers and remove any busted fuses.
Power surge imminent. Follow emergency procedures to protect against accidental electrocution.
What the hell was that? I think the floor is electrified. Watch your step, Agent.
An agent needs assistance. Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Electrical grid in danger of failure. Redirect excessive power to
I'm
stabilize
still
power
disagreeing
distribution.
without actually explaining anything. So I mean, I'll just bring up the brand set on stream when I get done with this run, I guess. How is an LMG brand set gonna be good for an SMG build? I think they're trying to say that Electric does what Langmo does. Oh, okay. I mean, that would make sense. Yeah, yeah. If you're saying, if that's what you meant to say, then that makes sense. Yeah. It's like, I was like, it sounded like you were saying you have Langmo for an SMG build to me, and I'm like, huh? What the fuck? like, what kind of build uses an LMG brand for an SMG weapon? Like, oh, what the fuck's going on here? But if you're just saying Electric is the Langmo for SMGs, then yeah, exactly. That's what you're trying to say too. Yeah. That's why I was confused, bro. Because like the first thing you said to me, like when I read it, I was like, huh, this guy's talking about using Langmo and SMG build. I'm just like, I don't know what I'm missing, but that's like, that sounds fucked up. Is there an SMG bonus on the Langmo I'm not aware of? But yeah. I mean, I guess in theory you could, yeah, you could probably make the argument for like perfect unstoppable force, the backbone for like any weapon that wants to use that talent, I guess, right? But yeah, the way that I read what you wrote, I was like, what the fuck is this SMG SMG using LMG brand? Somehow I don't have a double crit backbone, but it shouldn't be that hard to get, honestly, because the talent's already fixed, so it's not really a unicorn. The thing is, that because it's named, it always has the same talent on there, so it's not actually a unicorn. It's just, you need that 1 in 60 something chance of having a backbone with double crit. I mean, I haven't gotten one yet, but that's still like, we're talking the statistics here. Like, you just got unlucky as hell, like, because you have a 2 in 12 chance of pulling one of the 2 crit stats, and then you have a 1 in 11 chance of pulling the other one. That's it. There's no other RNG there. It's just, you know, did you get the named item drop, and then like, what are the odds of it rolling the right way? That's it. The actual unicorns in this game are like the regular non-named items because they're the ones that don't have any fixed like bonuses. Oh my god. I can't move. Holy. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, just, you know, odds-wise, right? We're all in a casino, so like, you know, the only way you win is to keep playing, technically. Whereas in a real casino, you should probably not because, you know, it's real money involved. But like in this virtual casino, it's like, if you know the odds, then either you just got really lucky on certain things, or you got really unlucky on certain things. And the only true answer of getting what you want is to keep slamming that lever on the slot machine until it gives you the thing you're looking for, and that's it. So in the case of the backbone, that's really not that bad though. You just got unlucky, but like it's still reasonable. Like, the actual unicorns are the ones that are like, you know, ridiculous, right? A 1 in like 1,500 chance or something is way rarer than a 1 in like 60 something chance. And just because you found like 60 something backbones doesn't mean you're gonna be guaranteed the thing, right? Because that's not how our statistics work, but still, your odds are pretty good.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
I think it's still pretty realistic to have that item. God. The rarest item in the game would be like one of these unicorn chess pieces. Because almost everything else is super easy to get. So we're talking statistics. It's like I said, it's like a 2 in 12 to get the stat that you wanted on the chess piece. It's like a 1 in 11 of getting the other stat that you wanted on that chess piece. And then it's like a 1 in 24 of getting the talent you want on the chess piece on these specific brands that have the wrong core for like a gun build, right? So like, I'm looking for Habsburg and it's a blue core, which means that I need all the numbers I just listed off to like happen so that I can roll a red core on my chess piece with the right 2 stats on it. So the unicorn chess piece, I'd say that's one of the rarest things you could possibly get. I don't know how the statistics work for like the blue mods, but one of those like 13% PFE mods, like I guess that's up there. I mean, I have 3 of those, so it's up there, but not like, I don't think it's as rare as like an actual, I don't think it's as rare as an actual what's it called? Actual unicorn. You farmed for 511? Wait, why'd you farm for 511? 511. Isn't that brand set bad? What the? Did it change? I thought that brand set was bad. What would you use it for?
Taurus sees you. Helo inbound.
I don't know what's going on this holster, but I'm having like a lot more issues with it today. Swap speed might fix the problem.
Let's get you home, Agent.
Twenty seconds. Oh, man, last week I should have crafted this chest piece. I didn't know I really wanted it until like yesterday or the day before. I was like, wait a second. Let me think about how my head under build is gonna look.
Entering safe area.
Thinks we've got a clear chain of command around here. I'm sorry. Sorry.
All right, well, we didn't pull it, right? Of course not, you know? That's tough. Is there a maintenance tonight? Oh, yeah. We got 9 more hours until servers go down, and then they come up in 16 hours from now. That's what the little timer's for. Alright, come on. I believe in you. Gotta stack some resources, man. Fucking blue! It's blue. Alright, back to countdown.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You are now in a group.
Oh, is this the... Is this the summary? There's gonna be a treasure hunt in June.
Communication relay offline.
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown at the plant.
Yeah, like basically when the servers go down, you should be able to like download the update or whatever. That's usually how it goes.
Power, they control this region.
And the maintenance is not 3 hours. The maintenance is gonna be like 7 hours.
The reactor's cooling system.
Like the DLC is supposed to be like the maintenance will be over by like 7 a.m. Pacific
Emergency lockdown protocols
or like
activated.
10 a.m. Eastern, something like that.
Lockdown.
Critical pressure levels. To avert catastrophic system failure, system purge required.
Vital signs critical.
Never really understood how this guy can just run away like when he's on fire, you know? It's supposed to be CC, man.
System curtailed. System restored.
Yeah, 10 a.m. Eastern, you should be able to play. Which kind of works out because I can sleep on my kind of messed up schedule and be fine. You know? Play it now until midnight, pass out, wake up 6 hours later, turn the stream on, turn it into a DLC waiting room, DLC launches, do the story. Then we start looking for Hunter stuff.
System malfunctioning.
We got shock bullets.
System reactivated.
It's a VIP, absolutely not. Are there like bugs with the map, or is this like an anti-speed hack kind of like thing? Like, where you're like running really fast and then it just like slows you down. Turmoil double dipping with Streamline. I don't even know how Turmoil's numbers work. I just know that shit's OP with Headhunter, and that's that's all that matters. I don't know how they do the math on that thing. Delta 3 like crazy. Hey man, game's popping. Last day before DLC, everyone's like, aw shit, haven't played in 5 years, I'm coming back. What do I do again? That's been the case today. We're all back. Get to his back, man. We secure ourselves a nice little window to do some new things in.
High risk hostile. Area secure.
Oh yeah. Gotta. What's this? Oh, looks cool. Yeah, and when Streamline was in the PTS, all I ever did was like, oh, that's cool. That's a lot of weapon damage. I threw it on a bunch of builds and was like, yeah, this is good. But as far as Turmoil is concerned, that particular item just seems to me like mandatory on Headhunter builds for solo play. 'Cause
Initiated.
2 kills, 1 bullet is crazy. 1 bullet into 2 kills is pretty good. And saying it's just pretty good is kind of an understatement. Like, speed running is kind of just ruined by it.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
To stabilize cooling system, pressure system purge required.
High-risk target detected. Area secure.
You can head over to the cooling tower.
I just need this unicorn piece.
Agent, you're in. I need you to fix that cooling tower.
Warning, steam pressure increasing. System purge required to stabilize pressure.
I'm gonna need you to find a way to release some pressure.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded. Purge system.
Well, that worked-ish. Now that the pressure is stabilized, you can shut off that steam.
Not really sure what we're shooting at. Like, I don't know if it's like the actual lid itself, or like, I'm about it.
You need to vent the remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
Incoming. High-risk hostile.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded.
Where do you buy the DLC? You wait until the servers come back up tomorrow and then you just buy it then. There's no like pre-order for it. You just kind of log in and buy it then. Kind of weird, but that's how it is.
You need to vent the remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, no, it's weird. I'm pretty sure in the past you would have just bought it and waited for the servers to come on, but other way around now.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded. Purge system stabilized pressure.
Oh, that worked-ish. Now that the pressure is stabilized, shut off that steam. Great. Now that
High-risk target. Cooling system stabilized.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
I don't know what it is, but like I swear I've seen like so many different variations of like the clan tag. It was like mine's like the first one we had in 2019 was Pog, right? It was like a Twitch clan. Then like I made Jog, and now I see this one with like Log. I swear. It's too bad we can't have more letters in our clan tag. Arc Raiders June 6th release rumors. Thoughts? Oh yeah. I'm down. I'm kind of like not down, but I'm down if it does drop because the game's good. See, the thing is, Dune Awakening is what I plan on playing that week. So it'll be fun to play a new survival game with the boys. But like, if Arc Raiders drops, then Dune is a one-day endeavor, and then I'm out. So...
System disrupted.
Uh...
Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Yeah, I think Dune will still be fun to play, but like, well, specifically for like the endgame part of it. But it's just like the timing sucks, right? If there's more Arc Raiders, then that takes priority. It's just the better overall game that everyone's who's aware of it knows that it's like it's the one. It's the one.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
You know, part of me is really considering the weapon swap. If you're not exactly on point with your rhythm on weapon swapping, then the weapon swap brand feels like a good way to compensate. Still not blessed.
Ready for extraction.
Yeah, driving around, not getting your ass eaten by a worm, you know, going around blowing up things with like the helicopters and stuff
Detected.
in Dune and stuff. That should be pretty cool.
I don't have to complain about guard duty being boring anymore.
Oh, the named y'all mask. I mean, if you play Countdown and you open up the what's it called? If you play Countdown, open up named item caches, you can pull this out of there. You can definitely pull this out of there. I have a red one with hazard, and like a red one with crit damage, a red one with headshot. You can pull these out of named item caches. I got mine in the Dark Zone like 5 years ago. But yeah, those can be pulled over there. The countdown's always the solution. The Hollow Man, what, did you forget about it? Yeah. Yeah, dude. That thing used to be so insane. They just kept nerfing the health damage on it. It was like actually really good. It was like really overtuned when it came out. At least 21 weapon or 21 damage to health. It was basically like what are we on right now? Oh, this. Switch it up. Yeah, that thing was like when your loadout was completely min-max, it's like you were looking at like whatever multipliers you could add in for different scenarios. That thing was crazy. You know, a good chunk of like all the content you do in this game actually has health. I can never believe everyone just focuses on armor, but like depending on what content you do, it's like if you were to account for like the amount of enemies in like a mission and stuff, it's like I think like a good chunk of everything that matters in this game, it's like roughly like half of all you do is hit health targets or something. You're no longer undercover as you rename. You're gonna rename to that? That's gonna be you now, huh? Your career as a YouTube drama creator has started. Oh my god, bro. Just gave me the roll. Holy shit. I must have been through 1,500 chess pieces by now. That's tough.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have joined a group.
response video. I just talking about like the drama. The drama. Reanimated Master? I don't think I'm running that. See, the thing is, we only got about 8 hours till the server shut down, so like, I got a game, man. I gotta get my unicorn last second, so I have to farm this like crazy later on. I also need to stack some more resources.
Communication relay offline.
Agent, outcasts have taken over the power plant. Lockdown procedures have been initiated. Last thing we need is a radioactive green poison. We need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
Oh, we got no ammo and no modifier. What's going on here, man?
15 minutes to lockdown.
Please proceed
Where's
to
my
your
modifier?
assessment. Lockdown safety protocols initiated.
I'm not a believer in this. Where's my modifier? Eight full shots. Oh no.
Serious trauma detected.
Bro, what
Agent down.
is this lobby? So a hot shot? I'm not talking about hot shot today, but hot shot's a sniper set. The countdown timer on my stream is when the DLC is playable. That's how much time you got until DLC, you know, you're firing up the game and you're playing the DLC. That's how that goes. That's how much time you got until DLC right there.
System curtailed.
Full 7-hour downtime.
Agent out of action. System restored.
The usual downtimes are like 3 hours. This one's like 7. And I bet the shop is probably gonna
System.
freak out when
Immediate medical assistance needed.
everyone decides to buy the DLC after the login. I mean, they only gotta take the whole game off
Reactivated.
for a day, right? It's just... Ugh. Like, I look back to, like, Moni launch and stuff, it's like, whatever expectation they had, they still had to extend the maintenance or whatever for a while. I don't think this DLC launch is as big as their expansion launch. I swear the expansion had like a pre-order, but the DLC doesn't.
Serious trauma detected.
Alright, anyone listening to this right now, please, for the love of God, don't wear the exotic smoke grenade gloves and countdown, please. Don't smoke us out, man. I can't see shit. Save it for solo play. Guys are hotboxing my countdown.
High risk.
No smoking indoors, man. Ah, bro, don't hotbox countdown, dude. Keep that in your own homes.
10 minutes to lock
Solo
down.
only.
Evacuate the facility.
Lockdown safety protocols in effect.
I've
Proceed
seen
to
so
your
many of these
next
damn
exit.
gloves running around. The worst is when like the guy who has smoke gloves pushes a hunter and then like the hunter can't be really seen in like the whole entire hallway. Where you push the hunter, you can't see shit. I mean, sometimes people have pulse, so it's like really not that big of a deal. But oh my god.
You're closing in on the target.
You don't have the gloves in your PC account, low shade. I mean, it's just like you open a couple of this, the what's it called? The battle pass caches, and you basically have one, right? Like, doesn't everyone get like 1,000 gloves from that? That's why they're so damn widespread. You're level 1 on that thing? Hey, man. Play for like an hour, you'll be 100. Easy. What's the DLC? 7 a.m. tomorrow. You logging in, dude? Are you finally breaking free of making Diablo and Path of Exile builds to revisit this whole game, or what? Do I work in the mines? Yeah, basically. You know, I gotta clock in another shift. I gotta clock another shift and get some sweet drops. You don't want to drop, but you know, if you stop digging, you won't find diamonds. You gotta keep digging.
Neutralized.
Is DLC free? No, it's like $15. I don't actually work in the mines. It's like it's a joke that I make. You're saying your best friend works in the coal mine? Yeah, I definitely do not work in a mine.
Agent, you should be able to access the reactor.
It's a joke I'm making. You know, I'm out here in Countdown for hours and hours trying to farm some loot, man. Breaking apart these NPCs, looking for my items. It's hard labor. Are caches worth keeping after the update? I don't think the update changes anything about them, do they? Oh, my rewards for the battle pass thing? They didn't seem to stack. But my inventory is now full of caches.
reactor. I need you to get it back online.
Don't claim all. Like, I'm not
Now
trying to
that
do
you're
the
in, I
claim
need
bug.
to decrypt the safety protocols.
I don't really even care about the caches, I'll be honest. I have everything that I could ask for from these, so most of it's just like a waste of time opening materials I can't even hold. Like the exotic component part is cool, but like the rest doesn't matter. You haven't played in 5 years, know what's going on? Easy. You play Striker. You play Countdown. Done. There is nothing else to do. You go clock in time in the mines over here, man. You're playing Countdown, you're farming loot. Everything you need comes from here. I guess like the other like cool thing that was there was like an incursion that dropped like a couple years ago. This game's only got 2 raids, 1 incursion. Everything else is pretty much just like tons of new like items, exotics. But I mean, the core of like a good AR build is gonna be 4-piece strikers. So.
Those controls to get the reactor back online.
Did add like what, like diminishing returns on CC, so like that's cool. So if mobs affect you with a lot of the same CC over and over again, you kind of become resistant to it for a while. Found my dad on Instagram, bro. My parents do not use social media.
Now you just need to start
What up, Tyrone? Putting in time in the mines. What's going on?
Reactor online.
I watched the raging Italian dad on Instagram. All I do is wake up and stream and grind, dude. I have no idea what's happening outside of my gaming world. Yeah, we should probably run some characters, get some mats.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant.
Surely I get my god roll or my unicorn
Hero is ready
thing
when you
like
are.
now.
Shoot a flare to signal tourists.
You need my daily routine? I think I'd probably do my daily routine in like 3 emotes. Okay, I'll type them in Twitch chat right now. You guys ready for this? That's my daily routine in 3 emotes.
An agent has gone off.
Wake up, grind, and then sleep. That's it.
wounded. Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Yeah, are we gonna win the Habsburg Mega Millions lottery today? Well, you know, find out. Find out, man.
System back online.
The work that we put in. 10% more damage on our sniper. That's crazy.
Immediate medical assistance needed. System
Put accuracy on your chameleon. I mean, the thing about accuracy is that if a gun has shit accuracy, you should be positioning yourself better to figure out what's your enemy. Or not use the gun at all and use something that's more precise. I think of a lot of these stats, honestly. Like stability. You don't need stability. Because if you learn how to control your recoil, then it's a pointless stat. Accuracy.
Shoot off a player so Torres knows you're ready to
You
go.
choose a better gun platform or play closer to your opponent, so accuracy doesn't matter. The chameleon is definitely not a laser. I think you have that gun confused with something else. The chameleon is like the least accurate exotic AR in the game. So I mean, like if you were trying to like beam people with that gun, then like yeah, you would need to find some way of putting some handling and accuracy on it. But what I'm saying is that by having to make up for its deficiencies stat-wise, then there are some compromises, right? You can accommodate those deficiencies by playing differently instead of statting your character differently. And someone like the other day was saying something about like if you have like more accuracy or handling on your chameleon, somehow it affects the shot registry. I don't know. That's just like some kind of like rumor or something. I don't know, I'm just a chameleon hater. I don't know. What else am I gonna say? Like the talent's cool, but I hate the gun.
Nice work. You stabilized the power grid in this region.
Sounds like cope. Yeah, I don't know. Someone said something about that yesterday. I don't know. I'm just saying whatever Twitch said. Twitch chat said. Twitch chat said. Jesus Christ, I can't English. But like I don't buy it. It seems like something to like test, see what the hell they were talking about, or if they're just smoking something. You know what I mean? Maybe they've been using those smoke gloves too much. They've been hotboxing Countdown too much. They gotta chill out.
Go. Best gear in the city. Come take a look.
I Don't need any of these resources. Exodus gloves. I mean, you're saying it's 10% better for a duo, but that's like literally based on how you're playing the game too. You're not playing the game identically both runs. Wait, I got an eagle bear and an oxpecker at the same time. I didn't know you can get 2 exotics from the same box. That's crazy. Okay. Well, I've gotten a ravenous and I've got an eagle bear. I don't need them. I got them 6 years ago, but... I just didn't know you could get the raid exotics as a separate dice roll. Interesting. Super blue Brazos. You like components? All red shiny monkey, dude. 6-piece shiny monkey, new meta. What do y'all know about that 6-piece shiny monkey? You know, apes strong together, dude. That's the kind of tech you don't hear about every day. Apes strong together. It's double red with the right stats, and then it's the wrong talent, man. There's no vendor selling the parts. Otherwise, we'd be playing Menu Simulator right now, just burning creds and... I'd be burning creds, deleting loot, hitting the bench, failing the craft. Man. Where we at resource-wise? Tyrone, is it time? Are you even able to host it? I need to stack some more resources. I need more ceramics because of all the chests I've been crafting. The rest I don't care. It's time you can host? Go. Then I should probably check my characters and delete one. Let's see. This one? Do we think there will be a Division 3? They've announced that they're working on it. So the answer is yes.
Agent, priority objective available.
2446. Means I did spend some, didn't I? You have 3 level 31 alts. Oh, are you just like prepping all of them? Just checking to see what it's on each one of them. I mean, I could prep 3, I guess. 3 is like the minimum we should do today. 3,000. Yeah, let me prep 3 real quick then. There's a new season and a new DLC tomorrow. There's like gonna be a couple exotics and some named items and stuff. So yeah, there's just some new gear. The main point of tomorrow though is basically doing the news like story content and going to like the new map and stuff. Spend all your points tonight? Yep. Yep. You have 8 hours before servers go down to do whatever it is you want to do to prep last minute.
Entering safe area.
I'm gonna have to depot all these. There's got to be something I can delete my stash, right? Heartbreaker. Cavalier backpack. Crit and headshot negotiators. Umbra. Do I delete the Christmas backpack? I have 3 of them, so I just keep the red stat ones. I don't even know why I have the yellow one. I can delete that one. What do I have this for? Perfect galvanize. Bunch of matadors. Like I can make a full red one. Yeah, I don't think I have a whole lot of backpacks to get rid of. A health set. Okay, this piece. Or I should delete that. The trade center mission says to matchmake. You should be able to do it solo. Every single mission should be soloable. You should not have to matchmake it. Crit O'Raldi. Oh, it's level 29. I don't need that anymore. I can delete some old, like, level gear. Snow machines. I think anyone else just go in their stash, look at their loot, and be like, what the hell was I thinking holding some of this stuff? Like, why does some of this stuff exist? all red version of this. That's pretty cool. Is matchmaking broken? It depends on what content you're running in matchmaking. If it's early game content, you're probably not going to find people. And also with the trade center mission, you're probably just better off soloing it. Cause like that's the thing. If you're like a new player, if you're matchmaking like story missions, you probably won't find people unless you like, I don't know, try like a call for backup, but then like some like, you know, geared player will just show up and like clear everything for you, and that'd be pretty boring. So that's usually how that goes. Because yeah, most people are going to be endgame. They're either doing challenge difficulty or heroic difficulty, depending on like exactly how deep in endgame they are. And also, I'd say most people are probably just queuing countdown instead of queuing a mission. Bro, what am I doing with this loot? Like, why would I have Badger tough pieces if I have ammo dump? We just start without matchmaking? You just... Like, let's say we're doing trade center, you just, hold G on the button, select your difficulty, and then just walk in. Teleport there and walk in. So like on PC, it's like, I look at a mission, I'm holding G, I say heroic, and then I hold X and a teleport, and then I walk in. There's probably more holsters we can delete. You know how many like build variations I've like made in the past, man? You know, crit chance, crit damage, headshot. Like, you're probably not gonna make an SMG headshot build, so like we can probably delete the other one. A Grupo holster with headshot on it. Headshot handling. We got some kind of like hazard headshot loadout or something for Dark Zone at one point. Surely got one of these maxed out, right? Not this character. Anyways, this character's inventory is dumped in here. We're fine. High school story, yeah, Dark Zone 5-6 years ago, man. Definitely high school. Maybe for you. Maybe for you, man. Holy. I wish Perfect Determined was good like normal version. I wish it was the other way around. I wish Perfect Determined wasn't broken. I wish Determined wasn't broken. That's what I wish. Alright, we can delete this guy. Then I think I can delete this guy, but I'll check. How long until DLC release? That's when you can play it. Servers go down 8 hours, then you can play it in like 15. All right, we can delete you too. All right, one more. What you got? What you got?
Priority objective available, Agent.
Bunch of guns that can be deleted. Nothing else. Nothing else. 3,000 scavenging points. Alright. And we delete them too. God. If I accidentally delete this guy, I'd be... Holy shit. That would be like... That'd be wild. I'll see some of these. Is Andrew Che my alt account? Yeah, man, I totally play 2 accounts at the same time on stream. That's totally me. Yep. Mm-hmm. I play the other character with my foot pedal, you know. Pretty easy actually.
The division have suffered heavy casualties at City Hall.
Exposed? I mean, I'm a streamer. You don't know I have legs. So how could I use the foot pedal?
Calling all agents. This is Agent Faye Lau requesting immediate reinforcements at City Hall.
This is Kelso. Move! Get to cover!
You seen him? Whoa, 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 whoa,
Some
whoa.
of the survivors, but there
Don't
are
be
still
leaking my
people trapped
OnlyFans.
inside the building. Be careful. We got hit with a bioweapon. Masks on at all times.
Follow me. We've got to get up there.
I didn't want to hit that.
Serious trauma detected.
Kelso, get inside City Hall and secure the wounded.
Man, that meme's getting some traction over there on Twitter. It's pretty funny.
We can climb in through the roof. Follow me.
Entering contaminated area. Unknown biological compound.
Isaac readings are off the charts.
Popping off on the lore guy. What the hell? Yeah.
Need to get down there. Come on.
Yeah, DLC playable timer.
Lau, we've reached City
I'm ordering so much more food tomorrow, man. It's gonna be a long stream.
The Haven settlement is sending medics. Make sure the area is secure before they arrive.
DLC is gonna be dropping. Me running around Brooklyn.
Agent, this is Lau.
There's a surveillance system in the basement. We need to find out who is responsible for the attack. See if you can recover the tapes.
I mean, we're gonna blast that story so heroic, and then we're just gonna run around Brooklyn for a while looking for Hunter stuff. I think is the.
Active server detected. Downloading.
Oh yeah, reanimated makes things super trivial. Things crazy.
Contaminated area.
After Coney Island, we knew Keener was working on some kind of virus, but I didn't think
Determined builds are like busted. Then there's that thing.
prepared for this.
Lau, the medics have arrived. They're extracting the survivors.
Get my last piece. Nah, we're gonna.
There's a lot to talk about.
I'm gonna prep 3 level 31s. I'm gonna level them up to 40.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The survivors have been extracted. City Hall is clear. Let's
Probably run a
regroup and
couple of
find
these so I can
your
get some more resources.
We got incoming. I need you up here.
Exiting contaminated area.
Nice to see you in one piece. Agent Lau sent us Haven's coordinates. Let's go.
It's strange being here, where it all started. I guess you build up a picture in your mind. You assume it had to be a perfect storm for everything to go so wrong. But the more you look at it, the more you realize this could have happened anyway. Amherst just chose New York.
Careful, Agent. Looks like there's trouble up ahead. Get to cover.
So take the blow these up. There we go. I remember when I played the Brooklyn DLC, I basically just shot like every cleaner tank. What currencies are going away after the update? None of them are. It's not about the currencies going away, it's about the
Get to Haven as soon as you can. Just don't expect to
ability to generate resources out of thin air going away, pretty much.
happy to see me.
Like the way that any endgame player has been stacking resources has been that you do exactly what I'm doing right now, which is you level a fresh character, you get the 40. You get your Shade Watch, then you can like use your high Shade Watch level to like generate resources. Then you merge those resources into your main account, and then you delete the character to go again. Right, that process goes away. So I'm running that back a couple times today because I need some resources stacked up.
Get back! We're here to speak with Rhodes.
You're not welcome here. We've taken in enough agents. It never ends well for us.
Get back!
Oh, get back.
Let him in. Rhodes wants to hear what they have to say.
Fine.
What's going away? Oh, like Shade Watch muling thing that people do.
Settlement was founded a few months back by some ex-JTF and civilian volunteers. They're calling themselves the Peacekeepers.
What's going away is what I'm
Safest
doing
place
right
in Lower
now.
Manhattan. They've got security,
We'll
food,
see the results of what I'm
supplies,
doing right
you
now
name
once
it.
I
The fact that they're still going and haven't
level
been run
40.
over by the Rikers or the Cleaners, it's pretty impressive. But they're not very fond of the division, which is why we need to convince them to help us while we go after Keener. Come see me in Rhodes' office. He's not my biggest fan. Too much history there. Hopefully we can convince him to let us stay.
Alright, we're good. We teleport to DC. Life got in the way, you're only 37? You got this, bro. 3 more levels. 3 more levels. You got 8 more hours. Easy. I'm just saying. I gotta prep some more characters. Alright, so that's 131. Pick another one. This part's gonna look really repetitive, but we're just choosing to make three characters back to back, just so we can do the run. 3 of the leveling runs a lot faster this way. Oh, your main character is always the most important one. Everything else is like, every other character you have in this game is basically inventory space.
The division have suffered heavy casualties at City Hall.
Like back in the day, you would have cared to have like 4 level 30s or 40s or whatever, so that like you would do the raid like 4 times a week, you know, that sort of thing. But these days, like the 3 extra characters you have, they're just like inventory space if you need to like work stuff. See me.
Requesting immediate reinforcements at City Hall.
This is Kelso. We're on our
Yeah,
way.
it's story DLC, so you're gonna play your main, you're gonna go blast on your main. Even if you're like a fresh character, like a fresh player to the game, like
I extracted some of the survivors, but there are still people
you could
trapped
technically even
inside the
do a level
building.
40 boost and play the
Careful.
DLC,
We got hit
but
with a bioweapon. Masks on at all times.
I don't think anyone that's new to this franchise should do a boost. I think they should play the entire game through first, the first time ever they play it. Then, you know, if you're like a console player becoming like a PC player or something like that, then like, yeah, you know, go ahead and boost. You've probably seen most of the stuff already, right? Specifically to anyone listening, it's like if you're like that new to this franchise, like you've never played through the game ever, like yeah, you should probably not boost the first character you have.
Agent incapacitated.
So you do this intro mission, you become level 31, and then you'll see how I level to 40. So I'm gonna be linking up with somebody.
Kelso, get inside City Hall and secure the wounded. I'll send help as soon as I can.
Entering
This is just like the little intro part.
leaving contaminated.
Where you get here, you're 31, but you gotta make it to Haven to get off this map. Another way I like to do this is like start a level 1 character, run the White House, so I get the key my gray armor set.
Unknown biological compound detected.
DLC is out and playable in 14 hours. That's the little timer in my camera. Well, basically almost 15 hours.
We've reached City Hall. I'm with the survivors.
The Haven settlement is sending medics. Make sure the area is secure before they arrive.
It's gotta be right with you. Cover us, bro.
Agent, this is Lau. There's a surveillance
Razor
system
mice?
in the
I've always viewed razor
Find
mice
out
as
who's
like pretty
responsible for the attack.
cheap. I don't like their aesthetic or whatever, at least like having seen them while growing up, so. I've never been a fan of that brand. It was always kind of like tailored to be like kind of like
Detected.
edgy teenager cheap plastic. Yeah, that's the kind of like the vibe I got out of that brand, so never really was really into razor.
Entering contaminated.
As far as like game mice are concerned,
We knew Keener was working on some kind of virus, but I didn't think he could weaponize it
the
this
form of the
fast.
mouse that I currently have is pretty much
Lau, the medics
about as
have
min-max
arrived.
as it gets for
Extracting
like
survivors.
what I prefer. If you look at a lot of other gaming mice these days, I think like everyone's more or less like optimize their options so they all have like a
Survivors
mouse
have been
that's formed like
extracted.
this.
City Hall is clear. Let's regroup in the park.
Because there's only a few things that matter in a gaming mouse. It's
We
like,
got incoming.
you know,
I need you up here.
it's obviously your hand, so like, you know, your hand and your how you hold your mouse, that's a big part of what dictates what kind of shape and size you care about. Then there's like the weight of the thing, and like really light mice are really good.
Nice to see you in one piece. Agent Lau sent us
And
Haven's
then
coordinates.
so like you have the shape, you got the weight, and then of course like, you know, people are using like the high quality sensor, and then like whatever other material they use for like the actual like, you know, skates or whatever. That about covers it. But then, and with everyone, all these different companies, even the small ones, kind of like converging on a set of like specifications that like everyone's doing more or less.
I guess you build up a picture in your mind. You assume it
Then it's
had
gonna
to
come
be a
down to
perfect
like, you know,
storm
which
for everything to
brand
go
is
so
selling
wrong.
like, you know, the higher quality ones that like don't break down or have like good service to, you know, like warranties and stuff, right? But stuck with Logitech stuff for like the past
Careful, Agent.
5+ years now, at least. Pretty reliable brand. Pretty generous warranty system last time I checked. I don't know how else mouse technology is really gonna change. I feel like it's been min-maxed to death. I feel like honestly,
Get to Haven as soon as you can. Just don't expect
even like keyboards are there, you know what I mean? Like got the Hall Effect keyboard. This thing is sick. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of my Logitech mice basically sent to me, right? Because I was signed with C9 and then with TSM, and like both of them at, you know, at some point always had like Logitech sponsored stuff. So like Logitech has always sent me like tons of stuff. Gone through a bunch of Logitech keyboards, mice pads over the years. I'm down to like my last ones of my supply. And honestly, I just want to stick with them. So like, hey, if Logitech's out there listening right now, hey, you know, you wanna sponsor me individually, I'm down. For mice and mouse pad, like, good combo.
Welcome to Haven.
I'll promote it all day. People will be asking.
Backed by some ex-JTF
Just saying.
volunteers. They're calling themselves
I'm just
the
saying.
Peacekeepers. It's the safest place in Lower Manhattan. They've got security, food, supplies, you name it. The fact that they're still going and haven't
I
been
picked up
run
a
over by the
Wooting
bikers or the
80HE
cleaners
a few
is
months
pretty
ago. I ordered it
impressive.
in like January or something.
But they're not very
Show up in
fond
like
of the
April.
division, which is why we need to
I love
convince
showing
them
this
to
thing
help
off
us
because
while
it's
we go
just
after
like,
Keener.
hey, look at
Come
that
see
thing,
me in
man.
Rhodes'
It looks
office.
so
He's
crazy.
not my biggest fan.
But
Too much history there.
aesthetic, like the aesthetic
Hopefully
part
we
is
can
cool.
convince
You
him
pay
to
extra for that,
investigate.
obviously, but the Hall Effect itself, and how like how that all works is pretty nice.
Fuck that.
It's a nice keyboard for real.
Keener is our main target.
Of course, it's not
But
all
right
white,
now,
so
he's
you're
where-
more motivated to keep it clean when you look at it. You're like, oh. Yeah, I waited until like I heard all the tariff news and stuff, and I was like, all right, man, listen, I ain't trying to buy some new hardware when it's more expensive. So like, I think I'll just do it now. I check, I see the 80HE exists. I'm like, perfect. That's my keyboard size. And they showed up a few months later because I asked for all the, you know, like the white keycaps and stuff. Assembled it. Pretty straightforward process.
Area entered.
And now I've got the only keyboard I'll ever need. Got one more new guy.
Legion have suffered heavy casualties at City Hall.
And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna boost 3 of them up to 40. We're gonna keep 2 basically untouched. Then the third one, I'm gonna probably like delete and make another one because I need some more resources. So Tyrone, I don't know how many you're gonna do, but I need to do more than 3. I need to do probably like 5.
I extracted some of the survivors, but there are still people trapped inside the building. Be careful. We got hit with a bioweapon. Masks on.
Yeah, they changed it, so you literally just have to get the Haven, then you can leave. You're gonna do 3 and then eat some hot dogs? You mean you're not gonna do them while eating your hot dogs? Hello, multitask? You only got 8 hours and the servers are down, man. Just, you know, open wide, swallow them whole, dude. Easy. Eat them dogs, man.
Get inside City Hall and secure the wounded. I'll send help as soon as I can.
Servers down less than 8. We got work to do. And plus, I'm gonna run the mission, so like you can eat them while you're waiting for me to finish every 3 minutes. However long it takes.
Contaminated area.
But yeah, they changed this whole like character boosting thing a long time ago. Back in the day, you had to do a 31 through 40 run by doing the story. Then at some point they changed it when like the people who don't have the expansion were brought up to be level 40, so they could get a shared endgame type of deal. And then so when they did that, they changed it so like you could get the watch from like the quartermaster in the White House. And along that change, I think they made it so you could just like leave.
Make sure the area is secure before they arrive.
Leave the New York storyline and go straight in the DC area. So then that meant that if you're solo, like you wouldn't play the entire, you know, expansion story. You would basically just go and solo the Dark Zone, hit landmarks for like more efficient XP game. But then there's another strat, which involves 2 people usually. And both people should have the year 1 pass. And there's classified missions inside the year 1 pass that are like incredibly efficient XP wise. So you're gonna see that soon.
Downloading.
Yeah, the classified assignments are wild for XP game. So yeah, I went from being like a, you know, solo like 3.5, 4 hour deal to like a solo 1 hour deal to like a, you know, 2-man like 20-minute deal to be level 40.
Lau, the medics have
Got
arrived.
pretty fast.
They're extracting the survivors.
Meet me at the Haven settlement. I'll send you the coordinates.
Doing what I'm doing right now is more of like a, it's like a feature proofing thing if you've been playing the game a long time. Like if you're new and whatnot, like you're probably not doing what I'm doing, but if your shade rank is like, let's say 2,000 or higher, you would do this.
Assistance needed.
The survivors have been extracted. City Hall is clear.
It's just basically, this is what it looks like when you've been playing the game too long, and then like this is like a
Not incoming. I need you up
a
here.
strat that every like endgame player has been doing, that has been around for a while. This strat's also going like away, basically starting tomorrow. This is just one of the things that people have been doing to prepare.
Nice to see you in one piece. Agent Lau sent us Haven's coordinates. Let's go.
Oh, I did it fast enough to skip the map, I think.
It's strange
Nice.
being here, where it all started. I guess you build up a picture in your mind. You assume it had to be a perfect storm.
So the reason we're doing 331s right now is just because I'm lining them up to get them all to 40.
This could have happened anywhere.
Make it a little faster with the person I'm playing with. And before servers go down tonight, I want to make sure that I have
There's trouble up ahead. Get to cover.
3 level 40 characters that have as many points to spend as possible, because I'm just going to make them have as many credits as possible at this points.
Come on, we've got to
Since credits are the only thing that's not shared on your account.
Only way to save this city is to burn everything that could be contaminated. Hard to believe they were regular people before the outbreak.
There's just like a lot of like weird resource
If
economical
anyone assumes
type
you
things
can,
in this game.
just don't expect
when
a
you
warm welcome.
when you look at the whole like
Paul Rhodes isn't happy to see
whole
me.
game and you think about your crafting costs, about optimization costs, you think about expertise costs. There's definitely gonna have to be some tweaks to sort things out eventually.
Get back!
We're here to speak with Rhodes.
You're not welcome here. We've taken in enough agents. It never ends well for us.
Get back!
Let him in. Rhodes wants to hear what they have to say.
Fine.
New mules, yeah, I'm about to run 3 back to back.
Welcome to Haven. This settlement was founded a few months back by some ex-JTF and
About to
civilian
run 3 back to
volunteers.
back.
They're calling themselves the Peacekeepers. It's the safest place in Lower Manhattan. They've got security, food, supplies, you name it. The fact that they're still going and haven't been run over by the Rikers or the Cleaners is pretty impressive. But they're not very fond of the division, which is why we need to convince them to help us while we go after Keener. Come see me in Rhodes' office. He's not my biggest fan. Too much history there. Hopefully we can convince him to let us stay.
For leveling up to 40, does the gear not really matter? Not really. Like if you see a good chest piece or backpack talent, like that gives you damage, then like I would say, you know, just keep that slotted in. You should be able to play with the lack of armor if you're doing that much more damage during the story. Like a chest piece talent and a backpack talent, both of those, like if you see like Headhunter, Vigilance, or whatever, like those specifically, like that trivializes the game because like you get to do so much more damage. So it compensates for the lack of armor in those 2 slots. So I remember having like a level 30 chest and a level 30 backpack that I would use on like all my fresh characters.
Safe area entered.
All right, that's 331s. Spotter, you could probably get away with spotter if you play technician spec, sure. Basically, like, you're not gonna have a crit build active, like really active during the leveling process, right? So whatever just gives you anything that's non-crit based. So basically like headshot based talents or like kind of just like always on kind of like weapon buff talents. Like those can be pretty good. Like spotter can work, that's a nice little boost. A Headhunter really works because if a decent pistol, like a D50 during leveling or something, then I can scale pretty good. But that's like all story content, like it's not that necessary. You can pretty much do the story without any real gear. Just wear whatever the game gives you. Builds are definitely more of like a, hey, you're at level 40, you're doing like difficulty that's higher than story, right? Like that sort of thing. Am I ready? Yeah. So I'm the one running it, right? And then you hold the checkpoint and then I rejoin. Now let's do it. I get to finally shoot things in the head with a pistol.
Available, Agent.
Safe area detected.
I guess I could use that. Sure. Yeah, whatever, that works.
Invite to another You are now in a group.
So he hosts, I run it solo.
Group.
I guess I could have the GE on, maybe. Actually, let me try that. Let me see the future. $10. Oh yeah, that's worth it. So the GE, because it'll clear way faster that way. Wait, but now the directors are gone.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the
Yeah, never mind. Alright, you gotta host another one. It took away the directives for some reason. So I'll just use the GE to reset it. Wait. What if I... Hold on. Let me just turn on the other laptop. This will actually make it a lot faster. This will... You don't have to, like, log out a bunch. Let me swap accounts. I'll do it on my other one. I'm gonna swap accounts real quick. I'm gonna log into my alt account that I made in 2021. I'm gonna let that carry on the main stream, and then I'll just log in towards the end on the other guy. Should be even better. This is like hella funny, but I have a gaming laptop and a second account, so I can basically carry myself if I need to. That way my alt account's gonna hold a session and get the XP and reset it with the GE. And then our main accounts both get XP. I mean, I just slash invite. So I can like slash invite, no problem. But the first run has to be without the GE so that I can reset it with the GE after. Because last time I activated the GE, it broke the directives for you. Your session. Also, you might want to... Do I need to add you? Maybe not.
Safe area entered.
You might want to add my alt. How does that work here? There we go. Yeah, even though the global event could be on, it's weird. So it lets you invite people even with the global event being on if they're under level 40. But only if you like type in the command or like do it through the overlay. It's dumb. It's really dumb.
Report to the main desk at the earliest possible convenience.
Tyrone, I think you gotta get on your main guy. Host a session. So I can't host a session on this character. I can take the session on this character.
You are no
Well, there's asymmetrical and symmetrical. I mean, one's like for ambidextrous users and one's for right-handed or left-handed, right? But just depends on what shape you like. I like mine to be basically symmetrical because they would be like the equivalent of an ambidextrous mouse, but I like the shape of it.
You have received an invite to another.
But then there are mice that are designed basically for the right hand. Just depends on what shape you like. You want to activate the G? No, no, no. It's fine. If I do the run normally, the next run will be fine.
You are no longer in a group.
Let's see.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Yeah, whatever, like, I don't know. That's what I noticed anyways. Overlay? Oh, right. That's what I noticed anyway. Yeah, everyone's in Twitch chat not even telling me my overlay was up. I thought I got rid of it.
Serious trauma detected.
But yeah, this cloud side mission's pretty good. It's pretty good. They have like 2 ad rooms, and then they have like one like little name boss, and that's
Immediate medical assistance needed.
oh, the bleed.
Agent
The
incapacitated.
bleed. Was the solo strap for XP? You'd be going to the dark zone at level 31. Just PvEing in there. Doing landmarks. Only takes about an hour. Brunette, hello. Welcome back. How you doing?
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, come on.
Agent killed.
Couldn't get my combo off. My lid on this character is dated, to say the least. No Hunter's Fury, no better pistol. Just a good old Days of Liberty.
Serious trauma detected.
What?
Agent down.
Bleed tick? Okay.
Promoted to group leader. You are now group leader.
Should go faster with the G on after.
Has joined your team. An agent from your clan has joined your team.
Alright, I gotta steer myself over here twice.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to
And
shore up
I
our
reset
defenses. Good work,
this.
Agent.
An agent is no longer in your group. You are no longer in a group.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Now G should be on, and we're Heroic 5 directives. And then I have to like manually type invite. On my other account and Tyrone. That basically is what happens with this mission on a global event. Get nice looking explosions. Resurgence? I think I like pushed back or delayed or something.
Advanced AEDs in proximity.
But they were pretty far along in development last time I played it.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Oh, this is a festival. Okay.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Yeah, they were gonna cancel Resurgence, they would have done that by now. The thing is, I played a Resurgence like test or whatever on stream like a year or two ago or something. It felt like more of a complete game than a lot of stuff, honestly. So I'd be pretty surprised if they just had to completely abandon it.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You have been promoted to group leader. A clan member has joined your team.
Mission's done. I invite.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses
Funny
at the
managing
White
all
House.
this at the same
True
time.
Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent.
Chat, you ever play multiple accounts in the same game at the same time?
You are no longer in a group.
Oh, you ever do that? Crazy. This Zero to Hero playthrough account's, you know, paying dividends now.
Locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
You can see the other one right there in the can. 2 accounts on PS5? Yeah, but you're running like 2 PS5s in your house at the same time, or what? That's what I mean. Like, you don't really have like the extra account, but like, you ever need to just like carry yourself on something? You know what I mean? Damn, you're running 2 PS5s and 2 monitors side by side? Holy shit.
The vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
We got multi-boxes on PlayStation, I wouldn't have thought.
Vault to secure their
That's
weapons.
wild.
So that's where you need to go.
So you're giving the orders now?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
I've ever just like solo raid myself, imagine having like, well in this game it's 8 accounts, so 8 PCs, 8 accounts. No, but that would be pretty funny. You have like one camera streaming the whole thing. You're watching like dudes scramble between 8 screens and 8 keyboards or whatever. Standing the whole time. Do you need full expertise for the DLC? Absolutely not. The DLC is like, it's story content, so you can just run it with a fresh character if you wanted to. Expertise is just like unnecessary grind that only affects like some part of the PvP in the game, technically. Or lets you just like fully juice your character out for some extra power that you totally don't even need PvP wise.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for info. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Actually, it's a system that I felt like was not ever really necessary. They just added it at some point, so
An agent from your
just
clan
added more grind, but it was completely unnecessary power creep wise. So the game's balanced around you like just having regular gear and like, you know, a decent build or whatever when you play heroic, not balanced around you having 30 expertise on everything or whatever.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Yeah, when that system came out, I just kind of ignored it. Just play the game. And then, you know, eventually, once you realize your shade rank is high enough, you just brute force it.
You're gonna need a brief
If you wanted to, which I did. Doesn't take long. And then at some point, they're probably going to readjust it. They're probably going to, like, you know, not let it get out of control and then, like, find a way to rebalance the economy of it so that people that are catching up can get it in a more reasonable amount of time or something if they want. But yeah, it's just one of those systems that like got thrown on late into its life cycle and it just adds like unnecessary amount of grind if you care about feeling like you have like perfectly static gear. But that perfectly static gear does not matter for Endgame.
Hostile radio
But if
intercepted.
a loot game says, you know, you can be stronger, obviously everyone's gonna want to do it if they care.
Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Give up, asshole!
Super people and Div 2 DLC dropping the same day. That game owes me $1,000, so if they're out of bankruptcy, are they paying me what they owe me? They owe me tournament winnings. They owe Quest tournament winnings. They owe like a bunch of other players tournament winnings from all the tournaments they did in the closed beta a couple years back. So you know, in the words of the great Jesse Pinkman, where's my money, bitch? You know what I mean?
For intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Like, that's where's that at? All right, where's that at?
You are now group leader. A clan member has joined your team.
And then the thing is like, okay, sure, Super Bowl comes back, but like, you know what else is coming back? Good games. So like, why would I play that over Arc Raiders? But about Super People, yeah, they actually owe me and a bunch of other people a pretty good amount of money from tournament winnings that they held and stuff during their closed test like a couple years back. But then the company went into bankruptcy, and now they're like randomly bringing the game back. You know, and it's like, okay, so I guess you guys found money, which means that you're gonna pay the people you owe, right? Pay the people yo, right?
Locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
So yeah. Plus I'm covering Division 2 DLC over Super People. I think the only thing that can make me not cover Division DLC and make me cover something else would probably be Arc Raiders, probably. It's like that game is peak. But even then I can cover this DLC in like a day and then just go do that after or something, if that happened.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance.
Arc Raiders good.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault.
As far as extraction shooters go, I'd rather play that over any other one in the genre. I wonder how cursed the cheating will be in the game after you know, the game's been out for a while. But people like watching it. I definitely like playing it. Win-win. Do people still play Pokemon Go? I mean, I guess there's nothing else like it, right?
Agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agents, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
I remember a friend of mine way back in the day when Pokemon Go was new. Ended up covering that game on stream, and his place ended up being like in a good spot, like I guess like a Pokestop or something. I don't know. So he just sat in his place streaming, doing Pokemon Go from the comfort of his house.
Active terminal detected.
So that was pretty cool.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
Cool little
Might shed some
streamer
light on what the True
stories.
Sons have been doing here.
You have been promoted to group leader. An agent from your clan has joined your team.
Alright, first 5 runs done. These characters hitting level 40. And they
True Sons
leave the
identified
group.
several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
And then we get our other
Shore
ones.
up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent is no longer in your group.
This works out pretty good, you know?
Group.
Having 2 accounts. People just join and leave. You have extra ones lined up.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Yeah, this is good. We got like a factory running right now. This is crazy. I have a session, I just run it. Doing 3 characters at a time? This is big.
Moving to engage.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the base
Yeah,
vault
I've
to
never
secure
really
their
bothered,
weapons.
you know, having
So
multiple
that's where you
setups
need
to
to
play
go.
like multiple games or multiple accounts in the same game, let's say on the same rig or something, but I basically have this account because of the content. Like when I made a Zero Hero playthrough, the game was going into maintenance mode. I was like, okay, well, this is the final state of the game. Let me show how easy it is to catch up as a new player. If you know what you're doing. And I had a full juiced like endgame account. Like 100 hours, so. Did I get the unicorn chest yet? Nah. That one's gonna stay mythical for a bit.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing.
Oh.
You are now group leader. A clan member has joined your team.
Did intel you
Just
can
auto run it.
analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons
my God.
identified several vulnerable areas. in our
It's funny watching myself walk
Use
on my
intel
other
to shore
screen.
up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent has left your group. You are no longer in a group.
I'm trying to absorb some XP. I can do that, sure. You might type in your name in as it is on Twitch.
Down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
You just gotta be on a level 30 on and just like wait around for the invite.
Enemy on our flank.
Retreat.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault.
Yeah, I mean, I assume you'll be on for the next round when we're on character number 3, but
Copy that.
what I mean is,
Sounds like they
I need to know what I'm
repurposed
typing.
to secure their weapons.
So I copy paste my name in, but then I type in Tyrone's and then yours after, I guess. got it. You just had to have a long name, huh? You just had to have a long name.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms. They can't call for more backup.
It could be like Oxycod, I don't know. Surely that's not taken.
Active terminal.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You have been promoted to group leader. An agent from your clan has joined your team.
Yeah, it's usually why I play headhunter builds like all the time. Like you're always just shooting faces and it's a good time. It's a good time, man. You're playing Elmo for like hundreds of hours, you start to like lose your edge.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
I really wonder how many people have at least 2 accounts in this game.
You are no longer in a group.
And then I wondered like how absurd some people's like stat pages look like over here for like the resources. I know some guys got like 30k exotic components and like that's just gross. Do you have 3 accounts in this game? Like what, like on different platforms? Or do you actually like play them all on the same platform? Oh, different runs, okay. Fast way to 40 would be the boost, but I think if your friend's completely new and never played the game before, they should just play through the game, personally. The fast way to 40 would be, you know, buy the DLC tomorrow and boost to 40. If you don't come out playing through the game, but like, you should care if it's your first time.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You are now group leader. A clan
A
member
couple of rooms, we're just gonna shoot some faces. The gift is not gonna drop for you. It's a dark zone item, so the gift is only gonna come from named item caches from the countdown or from the dark zone itself.
analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent has left your group.
Into the mines for a little? Yeah, man. 7 hours to go in the mines. 7 hours to go. What about Harvest? It's like an event weapon, but like when whatever that event is happens, you would just farm the open world. There's like a bunch of loot goblin spawn points, and you would just pick one and go there, check for him, kill him. Not there, reset, that type of thing. But that guy's got a bunch of named items in the game that are like pretty good. But they're not all available all the time. It's kind of like weird that's like that, but yeah. So anything that feels like a FOMO item type of deal is, I'm not really a fan of that. I feel like people should be able to just get into a game and farm whatever it is that they want to farm. So I'm more of a believer in like items being tied to content or something, like, you know, do something special, do something hard, lock it. People who've done it and succeeded are the ones that have the thing, like that just makes sense. But people having things where they logged in last year and you logged in this year and you don't have it, that's just weird.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
A friend of yours has spent 100,000 points. Some people have like disgusting shade ranks. Completely unnecessary.
Take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
200k regular mats? That's still quite a bit. I mean, that is like, what, 20 runs, I guess?
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You have been promoted to group leader.
112,000 shade for 700.
From your clan has joined your
That's just stupid to do. Other thing though is that people can say whatever they want to sell it for. The real question is like, or what are these buyers thinking, man? Like, what are these buyers thinking? Like, it's, I don't know.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info.
Let's say I wanted to sell my Steam account. Like, dude, I need like an oiler to pay me probably like
An agent is no longer in your group.
probably 7 figures for the privilege.
You are no longer in a group.
Well, it's the same goes for my Xbox account, dude. I ain't selling that shit. Unless it's like too much money to pass up. Yeah, like some Elon Musk type shit. Like, sure, you wanna buy my account, you know, owned by a, you know, former pro in a game, bunch of shit that on this account that like huge game library, bunch of skins, some history on here. Like, you want to pay a premium for that? Sure. This is like a 7-digit Steam account, you know, like over 20 years ago. Sure it did. Access to esports clients in a game I competed in. Like,
Enemy on our flank.
Hostile radio intercepted.
yeah, we're talking
Secure
like
the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Elon Musk levels of
Smart. Sounds like they
I
repurposed
guess,
the bank's vault to
unnecessary
secure their
wealth.
weapons.
To be like, hey, you want to buy my
That's
shit?
where
Alright,
you
sure.
need to go.
That's about it.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more
Elon's
backup.
maps. We got this. My new account name could be like Elon's alt. And Elon FPS.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You are now group leader. A clan member has joined your team.
Elon's maps. Yeah.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses
two
at the
level
White
40s.
House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Yeah, I'm glad this goes away. I've never had to do so many.
Your group.
I've got so much old stuff to delete. This should probably just be redone too. But not today.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Yeah, I don't know why resources are not just all account wide. They should have been like that since like day one. If they had some kind of logic with your other characters being like, I don't know, extra profiles that like maybe, you know, one console, one account, the whole family plays the game, I don't know. But definitely doesn't make sense.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
You join a countdown where everyone got the first hunter, and that was a lobby that just wasn't built right, huh? 8 people, not heroic level builds, all probably have been used to getting carried.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
I've been waiting.
You get the worst lobbies? Just gotta stay in my lobby, man.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for
I've always got the Giga Chai lobbies.
Some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Everyone queues when I queue.
You have been promoted.
Where's Oxy at? You here?
An agent from your clan has joined your team.
What was your in-game again? Oxy, 3 million letters. In. I don't know. Ism. Oxy. Good. Donism. Bro, I need to like find that shit like on copy paste. I ain't typing that in 4 more times. I'll type in my own name. Slash invite. What's it doing? It won't even let me. What the hell? Okay. Save that.
That intel you picked up
Speed,
was an
drop
analysis
group.
of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Look at that. Not a pay-to-win carry service, you know? Just running it.
You are no longer in a group.
Meanwhile, people be selling their accounts for hundreds of dollars. Wild.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
No black dust on your map? I mean, the map gets invaded every week, but like, I think if you clear the invaded missions, it probably drops the spawn rate down of black dust stuff. So you'd have to just get lucky that some of your map or some of your objectives have black dust dudes on them.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
I clicked my mouse so hard, I just double tapped my mouse right after. Still alive.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
The headshot will reanimate? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole point of it, right? That's like the zombie event, more or less. Shoot faces, things die. Your headshot damage gets like super boosted with this event too.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You are now group
Oh,
leader.
never mind.
Another agent has joined your group.
Legendary? I mean, if you're on the global event, it'll feel like a joke. Like, the global event makes it so powerful.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our
Legendary is
defenses
supposed to
at the
be
White
like, you know,
House.
one of the bigger challenges of this game, and then with the way the thing is now, like, you can just delete it all.
Good work, Agent.
Momentum, blasting. Global event, blasting.
Left your group. You are no longer in a group.
Base game on Epic for about $3. Yeah, pretty crazy deal. Pretty crazy deal.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
The library? I mean, yeah, you got it though. You got it though. Because, I mean, think about it, right? You run some countdown. Your bags are full. Mark all your stuff as junk. You hit the... You can, like, hit your library in from the inventory now. You press your inventory key on the bottom is like tinkering station button, and you can, like, literally do that stuff on the fly. You're gonna, like, go back to the base. Our server's going down tonight. You got about
Hostile
7
radio
hours.
intercepted.
Secure the vault.
7 hours from
Can't
now.
afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
I'm with you. You're going.
What gun is this? A Liberty, yeah. It's not bad, but it's not the best. But this character has only ever really played the game solo. Like, this is like my... I made this account, and this character in 2021 did everything solo. And maxed out, like, endgame account, and, like... That sold legendaries in under 100 hours. But the endgame's different now, obviously.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agents, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
You use the Season's Pass caches to get a Regulus on hardcore. That's good.
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You have been promoted to group leader.
Come on.
You are now group leader. Another agent is now in your group. A clan member has joined your team.
Yeah, I don't remember what the odds are of bonus loot. Someone posted statistics somewhere, but the way it always works, no matter what the odds are, listen, the more you brute force it, the more likely it is you'll see it.
That was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent is no longer in your group.
At the end of the day, it's 50-50. Either you get it or you don't. Yeah, exactly. Just gotta keep playing. Oh yeah, they are weighted more. The rate exotic drop rate's like less than like 0.5% or something. They are weighted more. So when are you posted like there's like a statistics table somewhere. They're not gonna just give you rate exotics for free. Like, honestly, they never should have been in the box to begin with. But hey, that's another story, you know. They might as well let people buy seasons pass levels and let them gamble on the rate exotics so they can single-handedly fund Division 3. Like, I don't care. In that environment, I'm fine with it, you know. If the rate exotics is gonna be pay to win, you know, at least I know the money is going towards Division 3.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault.
But
We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
rate exotics being in a battle pass is wild. And as I found earlier today, you can get the 10% exotic chance and the 1% or whatever rate exotic chance. I got two in the same box. So
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
they're independent dice rolls, I guess.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Just money grabbing it. Yeah, I mean the only reason they turned off the battle pass purchases were because people were doing that. And then they were like, shit, the legal department was probably like, yo, EU laws, hello. It's like you're paying to gamble.
Active terminal detected.
Check that computer for intel. Shed some light on what the true sons are doing here.
You have been promoted to group leader. Another agent has joined your group.
Speaking of rate exotic, you just got your regulars. Look at that. We talk about it, we bring it into existence. Easy. Easy loot, man.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
One more run, and then we have 3 level 40s.
Has left your group. You are no longer in a group.
Yeah, I mean, this game is long overdue for, like, you know, the kind of, you know, endgame content we all know is, like, peak endgame PV stuff, right? We should have, like, 7 raids by now. We need, like, 14 incursions, 7 raids. At least one badass exclusive item each one. We also needed to have, you know, another like 4 paid expansions. Like, that would've been sick.
Hostile radio
Think of all we would have had if the Star Wars game and Avatar game didn't interrupt our world.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Countdown's cooked, man. Your elo must be pretty low. Your elo must be pretty low, man. You gotta play more accounts and get your elo up.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy
Back
that.
to the
Sending
mines with you.
reinforcements.
Damn it. take out their comms so they can't call for more
Is that actually a thing? Yeah, it is. Totally. Totally a thing. All my countdown lobbies are high MMR, dude. That's why we get them done every time. Got that 99.9% win rate in countdown. I'm a rank one. I'm a rank one farmer, man.
Agent, check that computer forensics. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
All the countdown I'm doing this week, I got like over 30,000 countdown credits, dude. I'm definitely rank one.
You are now group leader.
For a gun? For a door?
Another agent is now in your group. An agent from your clan has joined your
It's for like a door or something. Countdown MMR, yeah, man. It's the end game. I got that loot cave MMR. The loot cave MMR.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
Nice. All right, that's 3 level 30s.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
I'll swap accounts.
An agent is no longer.
I mean, we should add at least one raid for every faction anyways, so. One raid per faction. Minimum. Minimum. And then like at least like 2 incursions per faction. But see, we're in the wrong timeline. We're in the timeline where it's been 5 years and we got something. All right, so let's say we keep characters 2 and 3. Or better yet, maybe Tyrone. I think I'm gonna do at least like 3 more. So I might just burn the watches in all 3 of these and make 3 more 31s. That process is pretty good.
Entering safe area.
No, I'm gonna delete all 3 because
Upgrade to your tech.
I want to get 3 fresh ones full of credit. But I'm gonna burn resources on all of these.
Subroutine unlocked and synchronized.
Yeah, we gotta stack more mats.
Subroutines unlocked and synchronized. Integration complete.
So this is what people do in Endgame that have been playing a long time. And this is how we have all the resources in the world. This strat goes away tomorrow. I mean, honestly, as far as the health of the game is concerned, you know, probably should have been removed a long time ago. So that's enough to do that. I don't think I care about the faction materials being stacked up more.
Always good to see you, Agent.
Yeah. Then we do that. Wait, that's the thing? This has been a thing. If you're talking about what I'm looking at right now.
Priority objective available.
Hey, Agent.
Shade level? Having a cap? Absolutely not.
Visit the quartermaster.
The stat gains from Shade Watch should have been capped from the start. But like raising the cap on Shade Watch, like that should have been like having to be like, oh, the Shade Watch goes up 50 ranks this season, like that's just like not even fun. I don't know.
Bye.
It's the power increase you get from it that was stupid, and then this like this resource thing is stupid. But like having some number that just goes up because it shows you how much time you play is fine. Having it give you infinite health was bad. They took that away finally. Then there's like the infinite resource thing is bad. That's finally being taken away.
Hello.
The count sure still has been in the game since like day one.
Root directory compromised.
That's why we've all been overcapping resources.
Unlocked and synchronized.
But like a game like this should not have like
And synchronized. Integration.
there should be as little time gating as possible in a game that you buy. And honestly, even in games that you don't buy. If you want to grind, let them grind, you know what I mean? But the amount of total available power in the game, that needs to be like kept in check. And the same with like resources. Or methods like this. If you want to run around the open world and open boxes for loot, then like, you know, be my guest. Do that, but this whole like gating people so they get so they don't get far ahead or something, that is not good game design in my opinion. I'm trying to play games and binge them and have a good time while I care about the game. If people are behind, like that's because they're playing on their own schedule, right? That's like you shouldn't slow down the people that are ahead just so that people can catch up. You should let people play the goddamn game and to be smart about like how much power you're allowed to have for how playing a bunch or whatever. If people get to the end quicker, like that's just part of like how they're playing. How much time they got. One of the things I hated most about Destiny is the fact that like, you know, there was so much gating of like how much you could do. You should be able to farm whatever content's in the game as much as you want. The first clear should be like, you know, per week or something to help out the people that barely have time to play. Should be pretty juiced for them. So they can like, you know, get a nice chunk of progress every week if they want. But like, if you want to make more progress, then you're going to grind. Like, taking away the ability to grind is stupid. At the same time, having infinite power from infinite grinding is also stupid. So, because that encourages people to like automate their gameplay and like bot stuff and stuff. Like people talk about all sorts of like macros they run in this game because of all like the economy stuff they can do. And part of that's like, you know, having infinite resources, going to vendors, buying infinite of everything. And every season there's XP events, so if you want to grind extra, or if you want to grind a smarter amount of scavenging points, then you're going to play during the XP events to get your shade rank up. But you should never be capping how much somebody can grind. If they want those points, they just play the game. Then emerge, I gotta check, yeah. And good comms, good comms. Yeah, that prior objective stuff is new though. That was a pretty good choice to add that in the game, I think. Actually, like, that's another resource that you can basically target for and actually lets you like play the other part of the game. Cause like countdown was like the end all be all there, right? So
Sorry, I'm out of supplies. But you're welcome.
I want this track. Nice. Okay, so we got a nice chunk there. Let's make sure this is merged.
Agent, priority objective available.
Safe area entered.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
Good to see you.
Shared mats. Stacking up a little bit. Still gotta do more.
You need it.
Now we're making 3 more. Right now. But I will be right back for a second. I need to check on something. Okay. And we're back. And we gotta make 3 more 31s. You're going back to Diablo Immortal? No shot. No shot. Diablo Immortal is crazy. I hope you didn't like sell your house to pay for your character in that game. Delta errors. Could check your connection settings, but like servers have seemed fine to me. Yeah, I mean, if you're avoiding all the stuff that could affect you, it should work, I guess. And then they just play whatever you want, right? But that game's monetization is pretty insane.
Follow me. We've got to get up there.
Like, I've played plenty of, like, you know, more or less pay-to-win-ish games on stream. But I always do them free-to-play. There's no way in hell gaming should ever have had this much pay-to-win in it, but here we are, you know? I try a crit. I mean, you can make a build with both. Most people should crit builds. Most people are me doing crit builds. But there's a way to make headshot builds work too. If you don't have a build, then you go crit build every time, but that's because of the type of enemies in the game. The average person's aim. It's all a compounding factor, I guess, that just says, hey, you should just play crit in this game.
We need to get down there. Come on.
There was more errors like over the weekend because there was like a lot of people playing and like doing this like log out, log in type of thing. But what up, Dan?
Agent, this is Lau. There's a surveillance system in the basement. We need to find out who is responsible for the attack. See if you can recover the tapes.
Active server detected. Downloading. Contaminated area.
After Coney Island, we knew Keener was working on some kind of virus, but I didn't think he could weaponize it this fast. We should have prepared for this.
Lau, the medics have arrived. They're extracting the survivors.
We have a lot to talk about.
The survivors have been extracted. City Hall is clear. Let's regroup in the park and go to Haven. We got incoming. I need you up here.
Exiting contaminated area.
the roll.
It's strange being here, where it all started. I guess you build up a picture in your mind. You assume it had to be a perfect storm for everything to go so wrong. But the more you look at it, the more you realize this could have happened anywhere. Amherst just chose New York.
Careful, Agent. Looks like there's trouble up ahead.
I have to go AFK. Yeah, alright, gotcha.
Aim for their fuel tank.
Come on, we've got to keep moving.
I heard some pretty messed up things about the cleaners back in the city. They think the only way to save this city is to burn everything up. Hard to believe they were regular people before the outbreak.
You see my stream lag at all? That's all just like me all tapping chat. Anyone wondering?
Expect a warm welcome. The guy in charge, Paul Rhodes, isn't happy to see me.
We're gonna get this guy to 31, and then we got 2 more to do, and then another round of mules.
Get back!
We're here to speak with Rhodes.
You're not welcome here. We've taken in enough agents. It never ends well for us. Get back!
Let him in. Rhodes wants to hear what they have to say.
Fine.
Welcome to Haven. This settlement was founded a few months back by some ex-JTF and civilian volunteers. They're calling themselves the
You ever watch Kelsey
Peacekeepers.
Remember Behind? What do you mean, like her
It's the safest place in
animation?
Lower Manhattan. They've got security, food, supplies, you name it. The fact that they're still going and haven't been run over by the Rikers or the
We're going to
Cleaners
Haven.
is pretty impressive.
You know, prepping for New
They're
York,
not
man.
very fond of the division, which is why we need to convince them to help us while we go after
I'll be
Keenan.
honest, this whole part I don't pay
Come see
attention to
me in
anything but the
Rhodes'
door
office. He's not my biggest fan.
for when the
Too
button
much
says I can
history
walk
there.
in.
Hopefully we can convince him to let us stay.
Are there exotic countdown? Yep. If the slot machine's not paying out, you know, you just keep cranking that lever until it does. Remember, this is a virtual casino in here, okay? This is a virtual casino with extra steps. That's how all these loot games work. Sometimes you're just not gonna get the jackpot. But you won't know you can get if you get the jackpot if you stop. So that's why you keep going. Like, you know that one like meme picture you probably all seen where like there's one guy digging for diamonds and in one tunnel, and he's like one more hit away from that, and then there's the other guy that's digging for diamonds, and he stops and, you know, gives up. You don't want to be the guy that's giving up, okay? You want to be the guy that gets the diamonds. You're just gonna keep swinging your pickaxe and digging for gold, man. And diamonds and whatever other loot you want. That's the basis for all these loot games. Understand your odds. They pick a way to farm that's efficient. And keep mining for gold.
The division has suffered heavy casualties at City Hall. We believe it was a targeted...
Calling all agents. This is Agent Fei Lau requesting immediate reinforcements at City Hall.
This is Kelso. Move!
Oh, you're looking for the exotic holster, you mean?
But there are still people trapped
Because yeah, that exotic holster for weapon swap's sick. I like the thing a lot. That was like one of the most fun things I've been playing with lately.
Follow
me.
Instead of just shooting like one gun, I actually play all three guns, and it's a nice evolution of like just a pure red gunplay style. Honestly, weapon swapping should be more impactful in this type of game anyway. You should have a reason to shoot more than one gun at a time. Because so many builds in this game are really just revolved around like one gun being skilled at.
Kelso, get inside City Hall and secure the wounded. I'll send help as soon as I can.
Agent, we can climb in through the roof. Follow me.
Entering contaminated area. Unknown biological compound detected.
The last minute work, 6 hours to go until servers go down.
Off the charts. Sweep the building and keep an eye out for survivors.
We need to get down there. Come on.
I can't wait to run that DLC tomorrow morning, man. That's gonna be so nice, something fresh.
Lau, we've reached City Hall. I'm with the survivors.
The Haven settlement is sending
It'd be
medics.
so nice to see something fresh.
Secure before they arrive.
There's no way they're extending that maintenance. There's no way. There's no way. 7 hours is plenty of time. They extended it from 3 to 7 and the DLC is not even out yet. There's no way. There's just no way. Let's go. Wait, what?
Agent, this is Lau. There's a
What
surveillance
is that?
system in the basement. We need to find out who is
700
responsible for the
carbon.
attack. See if you can recover the tapes.
Alright, so chat, what do you think we'll need to look for in Brooklyn to spawn the hunters? Someone said there was a leak. I haven't looked into that at all. I have no idea.
Contaminated area.
Has anyone seen any actual, real, tangible discussion about the hunter stuff?
But I didn't think you could weaponize it this fast. We should have prepared for this.
Because, like,
Lau, the medics have arrived.
we're gonna spend so much time running around Brooklyn finding that stuff. I think that's actually probably like the best part about the DLC. Hunter puzzles are super fun to do. Before everyone knows how to do them.
The survivors have been extracted. City Hall is clear. Let's regroup in the park and go to Haven. We got incoming. I need you up here.
Leaving contaminated area.
What happens if I keep running?
Nice to see you in one piece.
Oh, okay, so it triggers the voice line then that's... I still have to wait for us to get over here.
It's strange being here.
Look at the map, the new settlement. Wait, which map are you talking about?
Guess you build up a picture.
Okay, so the way it works, since I played some of the DLC a month ago,
To go so wrong.
you know how like New York City expansion had a map where like there was fog? It's like the same way in Brooklyn. So like you actually have to run around the whole map to like uncover it. So you won't really know what the map looks like until you run around it the first time.
Careful, Agent. Looks like there's trouble up ahead. Get to cover.
Is there an actual map on the wall? I don't remember seeing one, but I guess I didn't really look. Because the way that my play session worked at Massive was that we all had like 2 hours to play or whatever.
Come on. We've got to keep moving.
So I just rushed the missions on the difficulty that my character was tuned for, and I was just like, alright. I started looking around afterwards, but I didn't spend time looking around the settlement nearly as much as I spent time looking around in the, I didn't look in the settlement, I spent time looking around. You know how the map is like 2 sections of Brooklyn? I spent time running around all the streets, climbing like every building that I could find, and like shooting everything I could shoot. Like, like I found some shit that looks like it's Hunter puzzle related, but like I won't know until I play it again tomorrow. Like there's sewers, there's like a shitload of buildings. You can climb like fucking everything.
Get back. We're here to speak with Rhodes.
There's like things to shoot in like every building. There's like hidden interacts all over the goddamn place. Like there's so much shit. Like it's so dense.
Get back.
I just remember that.
Let him in.
But I don't remember
Rhodes wants to
seeing
hear
like
what they
a
have to say.
map of the settlement.
Fine.
Welcome to Haven. This settlement was founded a few months back by some ex-JTF and civilian volunteers. They're calling themselves the
I don't remember how the OG hunters were even solved, I'll be honest, because like I didn't care to be like a day one hunter puzzle solving kind of guy, right? My concern was there's a raid in the future, I'm grinding my ass off and making a sick build, and it was like 100x harder to grind a good build back then. So like my priority has always been, you know, day one raid ready, you know, world's first type of thing. Since there is no raid with the DLC, then it's like, okay, well, I can blast the story content, and then I'm gonna go be a hunter guy. And there's all the cipher stuff. I remember those. Yeah, I remember the graffiti. I don't know how people solve that stuff. I assume they like decoded it through typical, like, I don't know, frequency analysis or something, assuming it was in English maybe. Or it was like Morse code or some crap, but like I have no idea. Okay, that's 2 characters. But yeah, I don't remember how it was all solved. I just know that like a lot of people all got together on a Discord and started like working towards it. There's a cipher key on the ground somewhere that is used to decode other things. Okay, that's cool. So I do remember there being a lot of graffiti that all had those, but I think that was all the... Wasn't like all the hunters in DC were like that, but then the ones in New York weren't. The ones in New York were different. It's like DC hunters were all graffiti related, then we had New York hunters that were not, right? And then, I don't know, I guess we'll have a bunch of random bullshit for this next one. There is a map at the settlement that circles the general location of each hunter encounter. Oh, wait, so like in DC or in New York? I don't remember that.
Agent, name's Kelso.
Or are we talking about like the... Are you talking about Brooklyn having a map? I don't remember looking around for a map. Because like that's the thing, I don't have that context. Like I wasn't there for... I didn't like solve the hunter stuff. I was paying attention to it and just doing them as like I needed to, but...
Follow me. We've got to get up there.
Get inside City Hall and secure the wounded. I'll send help as soon as I can.
Agent, we can climb in through the roof. Follow me.
Next to the hunter mask on the wall, there's like a map of one of the settlements. You know, I'll probably go on my main and check and see what you're talking about, because I have no recollection of a map. I have no recollection of a map.
This is bad.
Yo, Tang Shell coming out with the Prime of the 14. Welcome back, dude. Thank you.
We need to get down there.
Well, the Prime subs coming in. Oh, 130 with the Prime. Welcome on in. Thank you. Alright, chat. You guys, those Twitch Prime subs sitting around? Hey, feel free to slide one my way.
Reach City Hall. I'm with the survivors.
Don't let those Bezos bucks be unused. You know what I mean?
Settlement is sending medics. Make sure the area is secure before they
Thank you,
arrive.
dudes. Welcome on in. Back to the game I first started watching you on. Yeah, it's about that time. If only we had expansions every year, you know?
Agent, this is Lau. There's a surveillance system in the basement. We
Oh, my boy.
who's responsible for
Goku with the Prime and the 5. Look at that. See, you always gotta... I just gotta keep reminding people I got Prime sub. I always forget to. I just stream the games, but like, yeah. People just sitting on their Prime subs, they forget.
Server detected.
It's about that time.
Downloading.
And don't let those Bezos bucks get unused, man.
Contaminated area.
After Coney Island, we knew Keener was working on some kind of virus, but I didn't think he could weaponize it this fast. We should have prepared for this.
Lau, the medics have arrived. They're extracting the survivors.
Meet me at the Haven settlement. I'll send you the coordinates. We have a lot to talk about.
The survivors have been extracted. City Hall is clear. Let's regroup in the park and go to Haven. We got incoming. I need you up here.
Exiting contaminated area.
So what's going on, chat? Is everyone just like getting the last 6 hours of homework in before the DLC or what?
Agent Lau sent us Haven's coordinates.
Div1 brought you over to Twitch for the first time? Oh yeah. Me, G, Hexy, the good old days. Oh my god. It's just yeah, this franchise, man, it could have been so much more too when you think about it.
Started. I guess you build up a picture in your mind. You assume it had to be
Could have been so much more.
everything to go so wrong.
Think about like
The more you look at it, the more
if we
you
just had a
realize
pure
it's
Dark
not
Zone game from the start.
Amherst just chose
I also think of like this other angle of it just been, you know, pure like, you know, raid content, incursions, like badass stuff like that. There's a lot. There's so many directions that could have gone.
Looks like there's trouble up ahead. Get to cover. Aim for the fuel tank. That will slow them down.
The early days of being a little baby streamer, I had like what, like 10, 20 people in my chat or something. It's criminals only one incursion? Yeah, man. As an endgame minded player, man, like there should have been like so many, like the raid culture and in like dungeon culture of this game needs to be improved. There needs to be content, there needs to be a party finder, there needs to be like incentive to like, you know, do content like that and get these, you know, get people out of their comfort zone, get more boss mechanics, even on like story missions too. Train the player base. I want to see that so bad. This game could be more, man. It could be more.
Get back!
We're here to speak with Rhodes.
You're not welcome here. We've taken in enough agents. It never ends well for us. Get back!
Let him in. Rhodes wants to hear what they have to say.
Fine.
Yeah, we can blame Star Wars. We can blame Avatar. We can blame. We can blame the suits in charge for not believing in the franchise, man.
Backed by some ex-JTF and civilian volunteers.
You gotta believe in the franchise.
It's the safest place in Lower Manhattan. They've got security, food,
Randomizer runs. Wait, what are your randomizer runs exactly, Rambo?
And haven't been run over by the Rikers or the cleaners. It's pretty impressive.
Is that like choosing like what loadout you're playing with?
Which is why we need to convince them to help us while we go after Keener. Come see me in Rhodes' office.
So I'm sitting here thinking like a randomizer run in other games is the game actually gets modded, so I can't do that here. So
Him to let us stay.
what happens? Oh my god. Oh my god. Another hype train getting pumped up by Shifty. 5 gifted subs. Thank you, dude. That's another way to wake up chat. Another way to wake up chat. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Day 3 got announced, yeah, but it's gonna take a while for them to make that. You know, we're looking at probably 2027 at the absolute earliest, if I had to take a guess. 2027 at the earliest. You have like a spreadsheet that like randomizes activities, bounties. Okay.
Entering safe area.
Alright, is that 3? Is that 331s? Let's see. It's 331s. I gotta relog. Wait. One sec. Before I do that, let's go to the settlement. Which settlement is it that has this map? Let me see real quick. Are we talking like DC or are we talking... It's probably gonna be in New York. I mean, hey, listen, I went to Massive a month ago. Okay, we gotta do a little studio tour. And the studio tour is really short because the majority of their building was not part of the tour. So surely all those places in their building that we didn't get to go to were all, you know, Div 3 things. Surely. Yeah, I was in Malmo like a month ago. So I gotta play some of this, like, some of the DLC that's coming out tomorrow. Give them feedback and stuff. So are these the maps you guys are talking about? Couple of green circles. Where's the other place? I like never go over this map. That's the crazy thing. I still remember when like the New York expansion came out, I did the story and then went back to DC to farm. Oh my god.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed.
Oh, this map?
Entering safe area.
I see the question marks. Does that have to do with anything? Hunter related? Like, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't really remember. Do we... You know what we really need in this game? We need like a central like armory social space type of thing where you have like every exotic on display and every mask on display and every NPC worth a damn on display and all your crafting stations on display. It needs to be like one just nice badass central hub for everything that matters. You know, clear all the clutter. Just have like, you know, like in the Matrix when the guy like calls in the racks of guns. There should be like a room like that, like a virtual room that's like a shooting range. And also like racks of guns and all your collections just like flying in from fucking like the virtual space or something. I don't know, some cool Matrixy thing like that would be awesome. Like where's that Matrix like? Yeah, like this thing. Guns, lots of guns. This shit, but with all my exotics and massive stuff, dude. All right, there should be a room like that. That'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, like, if Descent's a simulation, just pretend our, like, shooting range is a simulation. Now you can spawn, like, every enemy type, every faction type, you know, just say it's a simulation in there so we can get a proper, like, you know, shooting range. Not just, like, little paper targets, but, like, spawn in 1 enemy, 10 enemies, all elites, like, legendary mobs, have them run around, like, I don't know. That would be cool. Just be like, oh, it's a simulation, it's fine. Perfect excuse. That would be cool. That would be cool. What are these emotes that we have? Respectfully no and spill the tea? And down bad?
Automated external defibrillators
What are these
detected
emotes?
on hostiles. Safe area detected.
Alright, so I got 331s. Time to quit the game and relock. Alright. Yeah, I'm leveling up all the 40s. So I have 2 accounts, right? I did a Zero to Hero playthrough a long time ago. So now the Zero to Hero playthrough account is gonna clear the content and reset the GE, and then I'm gonna join my main to level up those other 3 characters. So I gotta do like 15 runs. $20 per character, yeah, more or less, yeah.
Safe area entered.
Gotta shoot some dudes in the face.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
You are no longer in a group. Ready to fight.
Oh, that doesn't count as a headshot, but okay.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down. Agent vital signs 0.
I don't know if Tyrone's joining. Cause like my main, my alt, and room for two. I think Tyrone's busy, so then. Well, there are 2 slots.
Serious trauma.
Oh, that's not good. We're dead. We're dead.
Agent killed.
I feel like this alert should just stay. Bomb Scout, 92 years. Headshots. Melting fools, true. Thanks for sticking around, man. Welcome back. 92 years. You got people slept for 92 years, dude. What the hell?
Medical assistance needed.
I downed myself right there. I don't know. Was it bleed? The first run's always so bad because this loadout's not quite there. You know, it's not quite there. I'm not Harvest Determined Gaming. I'm, you know, 2021 head-to-head pistol build gaming, you know, and Liberty was the best option I had.
Serious trauma detected.
What? How do I... That was a really weird transition from flying. Alright, that's run number 1. Let's see, how's this gonna work? So I'm inviting my alt, or min. And then I invite Slash, I guess, and then I invite the guy with the obnoxiously long name that has to type it in chat 'cause I don't remember. I'll make you change your name, dude.
An agent from your clan has joined your team.
Oxy, what was your name again? In game? I hate typing your name in. It's too much. It's too much. Yeah, you make it like Oxy FPS or something, okay?
Another agent is now in your group.
Sweet baby Jesus. People are posting their screenshots of how much stuff they've overcapped.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work,
Some people have been doing so many characters like this.
An agent has
Alright, you gotta drop that group. Slide, you gotta drop that group.
You are no longer in a group.
See if I can like fix this. Yeah, as soon as like you get the XP pop, immediately leave group, and then I get my 10-second window of like a GE. Sounds like 30. The hardest part is inviting people because some people have long names. Oxy.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Oxy's name is so long it's on copy paste. Wait, the G now, right? I think I do. Yeah. There we go. Nice green, beautiful headshots.
Experimental AEDs detected. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent
I
down.
didn't rip them. Bro, that guy's still shooting. What is going on?
Detected.
I'm gonna bleed.
Agent vital signs.
Okay.
0.
XP glitch? Not really XP glitch. It's just a mission. This is a mission. It's efficient. You farm it over and over again. That's about it.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
How am I typing there while I'm playing on stream? I got high IPM, man. Tab out, type, tab back in, play. Easy.
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You have been promoted to group leader.
Look at that. I invited 3 people just like that.
A clan member has joined your team.
Oh my god. Everyone lurks while they're grinding. I get it. I get it.
Our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified
awesome.
several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, agent.
An agent is no longer in your group. You are no longer in
The thing you're watching on stream right now is one of my accounts. It's resetting the mission over and over again. The other accounts are joining, getting experience. I'm rushing the mission for them, and they're getting experience.
The entrance. Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent,
Back on Div, you know, new content, more streams. That's how it is. This makes you want to play Max Payne. I just all the headshot stuff. Yeah, I can see that. You rolled your Elmo for the first time, got 10 out of coverage. GG, you're done. Easy. So I gotta optimize the other two stats,
Active terminal.
but yeah, easy. One reroll, some
check that computer for
optimization.
intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Life's good.
You are now group leader. Another agent has joined your group.
Alright, they loaded in.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses
All right,
at the
cool.
White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent has left your group. You are no longer in a group.
True Sons have this area locked.
Meta is based on the new talent that's coming out. Determined builds will be kind of ridiculous with it. Like determined headhunter builds will have like more damage. It's basically free damage for a build like that. That's like the most obvious thing. But either way, like a couple months for Tinker and Mouse to come out. Right, so Tinker, Determined, Headhunter, and Streamline on a sniper build. That'd be cool. But then technically, you know, we wouldn't use Streamline on a rifle build because they have riflemen, so
Hostile radio intercepted.
unless you really want to be like
We can't afford to
the
lose that
damage
order.
to be instant.
Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
But yeah, like that talent is just like a freebie for any sort of like headhunter build that could leverage it. Boost marksman rifles to rifles. Technically, shotguns could do it too. What's this mission? You knew the year one pass. This is a classified mission.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
You're dead!
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Alright, invites.
You have been promoted to group leader. Another agent is now in your group.
Yeah, this mission's basically like the meta XP farm. For like 2 or more people, more or less. which makes the year one pass, like, you know, worth buying, I guess, if you don't have it.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent is no longer in your group.
It's just, it's funny how this works.
Are no longer in a group.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hostile radio intercepted.
A free slot? I don't have a free slot right now.
Copy that.
I'm doing 3 characters. This is the last run for the first character.
So that's where you need to go.
Obviously, gotta be on PC. There's that too, 'cause there's no crossplay in this game. I gotta check and see if my guy who gave me the session is done handling his family stuff so he can get in.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Let's see. You've done a few thousand times. Wait, this mission a few thousand times, or what?
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
I missed that twice. There we go.
You are now group leader. Another agent has joined your group.
Tickle had you on boost duty. That's funny. I wish all of these content creators that I met at the massive event weren't, you know, spread across the whole goddamn world. It would be kind of cool if you had like more time to like hang out. That's one character down.
The White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
So I got one, you know, I got 2 characters more to do.
Agent has left your group. You are no longer in a group.
So I got a guy in my YouTube chat that wants to slide in. And then we have room for one more after that. Who's taking the slot? You gotta give me your, like, username on PC though. Work on console doesn't work, there's no crossplay. I guess I'll grab Oxy and Smovera in YouTube chat then. How much is this game? Well, new DLC is $15. That comes out tomorrow. But you can buy like the base game and expansion on Epic Games for like maybe like $3 for the base game and only like $7 for the expansion, something like that. You can usually get it on sale pretty cheap since the game is like about 6 years old now. So it should be pretty cheap to get in if you catch a sale. I think there's a sale happening now. Just depends on if you're on console or PC though, because it's like the sales vary depending on which client you're using. Berserk, what are you talking about?
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
We're not unicorn grinding at the second. I'm taking more resources. But I want to make sure I have a nice, you know, chunk of savings for Division 3. Worry about resources going forward. Or dead to bleed. Same as YouTube, okay. But I figure, hey, no, I'm boosting my own character up.
Secure the vault.
2 more people getting some free XP, that works for me. I just hope that, you know, whoever trying to slide in this lobby is that one there, you're on PC, and then 2. Your name isn't a pain in the ass to type in. Look at you, Oxy. Oh my god. I got this guy's name on my copy paste, so I don't want to type that shit in.
Sweetie, backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agents, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agents, check that computer for intel. Get some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Thank God.
You have been promoted to group leader.
Just like that.
Another agent is now in your group.
Are you just trying to get some XP on your man? So I was just doing this to like level up people's level 31s, but I'm just trying to make sure you're on the right character before I do this. But you're, I guess, to level 89, I guess it wouldn't make sense for you to have ults anyway.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas.
Once
in
you
our
get the
perimeter.
XP,
We can use
leave
this
group.
info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent is no longer in your
Well, the pistol is just a Liberty. It's not like anything special. It's just
longer in a group.
it's an exotic D50 that has decent base damage. There's better pistols to use for a headhunter build though. But this was like the best pistol to use for this sort of loadout about 4 years ago when if you didn't do the raid.
True Sons have this area locked down.
No, there's better
They need
ones.
to breach the entrance.
Accepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Yeah, this character, so this account you're watching right now on stream, this account, I made this in 2021.
So that's where you need
January 2021. Basically around the time like the last season was supposed to happen and the game was going into maintenance mode. That is 0-0 playthrough. And basically within 100 hours I had like, you know, 1200 shade, full solo build, did everything solo 1 through 40. Shade 1 to 1,000 plus, sold legendary strongholds. Right? The whole idea of those VODs is basically showing like, alright, this is what it looks like to get caught up, all natty. But these days even easier. If I did that back then in 100 hours, probably do it now in like half that.
Can't call for more backup.
What's that green gas? That's the global event. It's basically like a zombie type of thing. You basically get more headshot damage, the heads explode. If you don't get a headshot kill though, they revive.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You are now group leader. Another agent has joined your group.
If you're joining on your main for shade ranks though, like you would be better off just like farming like heroic 5 directives. Like first go work on your build, then like if I was you, I'd be like working on my build a little bit, doing like countdown stuff, because if you're only 91, that means you're still pretty early in like endgame. So you would get more value making sure your loadout's like good. Holy shit.
Good work, Agent.
Agent has left your
Yeah. That alert, dude, every time. The Slash coming hot with 5 gift. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Jesus. I'm just gonna be back with the DLC. I mean, we already are back, dude. Everyone's playing again. Everyone's playing again. Tactical assessment. Wait, what's a tactical assessment? What do you mean? Is that a material or something? Like, what is that? Like, what? I don't know what that is. Oh, is that what they call the True Sons material? I have a Shade Watch, so I've never gone out of my way to go farm those materials naturally. But yeah, I mean, Lincoln Memorial is the shortest True Sons mission that I'm aware of, I guess. Like natural mission, so like that should be a good source.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Sounds like
Your build's good enough for challenge. I'm trying heroic. Yeah, I would say like what you want is, you know, this is why I do like headhunter pistol builds. Or you can do like either determined, like a determined hotshot build, or like a headhunter pistol build like I do, and that would make heroic 5 directives pretty doable. It's also why, since you're still early in the end game, I'd say it'd be better for you to do countdown runs to get more gear. Make sure you work towards a loadout like that for heroic solo 5. And then in theory, you know, whenever more XP events come out and stuff, that when those hit, then you have all the tools you need to get as much XP as you can for yourself. The thing is, like for this mission, right, like you could, if you had the build, I assume you have the year 1 pass, which you do, because I guess I wouldn't let you in here otherwise. Right, you can host it for yourself on your main character or something during a global event to reset it, or
active terminal
play with somebody else, and this is still pretty good XP.
Check that computer for intel.
Or you do heroic open world 5 directives and like just XP grind yourself up.
You have been promoted to group leader. Another agent.
Because like if you do 5 runs, like 5 runs is what it takes to get a character from 31 to 40 doing this method. 5 runs for you will be probably like, let's just say a maximum like chain ranks, I guess. So it's not as worth to be here on a endgame character as it is to be here on a no, that's getting boosted. Hey, XP is XP, so like, you know, whatever. I'm just saying that for your own playtime, I don't know how busy you are right now. That's what I would prioritize. I'd prioritize having like, you know, first a typical like striker build for the whole game, and then the second one would be like a good solo heroic 5 directives build, so you can farm to your heart's content.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Like when I made this account that you're like watching on stream right now, I went straight into the solo heroic build, right? Like the solo 5 directives build, so I could farm XP and stuff. And rush my shade rank to 1,000. But then all this other stuff, like all the XP events didn't exist back then, and like even this method wasn't a thing back then.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed.
Yeah, I'm playing like a year. I mean, honestly, you can catch up pretty quick. I'll be honest, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. Like realistically, you just gotta be level 40, have like at least like, you know, 1 or 2 decent builds to, you know, a decent build to do countdowns. So you can have another decent build to farm XP. Like, if you really sum it up, that's honestly the 2 things. You want to have a build for countdown so you can enjoy like farming heroic countdown for the rest of your gear, and then a build for heroic 5 directive solo or something so you can get your XP up.
At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy
If I had to summarize it right, that'd be it.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they
Purely from like a function, like just evaluating like a builds that you would have from like a functionality kind of perspective on the game. 1 for your loot per hour and 1 for your XP per hour. Like if your build works in challenging, it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna work in heroic, at least not without like, you know, potentially better rolls or like you being used to the increased amount of incoming damage and aggression from the NPCs and stuff. Going from challenging to heroic is usually a pretty big jump if you haven't been used to it.
You are now group leader. Another agent has joined your group.
This mission is called National Bond Bank. It's a classified mission from the Year 1 pass. Northeast of the White House.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent has left your group.
And it's really good to do this mission when there's a global event, because the global event lets you reset while you're in the instance. A little bit more tedious if it's not like that.
Hostile
So
radio
I got gassed up.
intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond,
Vera, welcome back.
agents have infiltrated the building.
Now we got like,
Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
got like 2 people with similar names ish.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
2 people with Vera in the name, I guess. Look at that. Some point during Battle for Brooklyn, we not only need to do the DLC and find all the hunter stuff, then I gotta update my loadouts.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for info. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
The DLC, you're pretty much gonna be buying it tomorrow when it's actually like out. There's no like pre-order. As far as I know, the timer I have on my camera frame right now, it's counting down. It's basically when the servers should be up, assuming their maintenance only takes 7 hours and doesn't get delayed. So basically when you log in tomorrow, you should be able to just like buy the DLC. That's like the whole point. It's weird they don't have like a pre-order.
You have been promoted to
Which is what it is, you know.
another
That's the part
agent
that's always weird. People just want to like buy it because they know they're gonna play it, but instead it's like pretty much just buy it when you're in the game tomorrow. That's like the that's just been like the weirdest thing this whole time. Right? It's yeah, you normally it's not like that with most games. So it's people are like, huh? You can't pre-order, you can't. But the people that are completely fresh to the game that bought like Gold Edition or like Ultimate, they have that included, but the people that are they've been around a while don't have that.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
All right, so now we have one more character.
An agent is no longer in your group. You are no longer in a group.
Slash, did you have another character you need to boost in?
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
It's just my main, my alts. I can still give the other guy that was in here another 5 runs or whatever for XP if he wants it. And then we have room for one more. If you're on PC and have like a level 31, then hey, you know, 5 runs easy. Just hope that your name on PC, whoever it is that wants to take slot number 4, isn't like, you know, that long to type in. I normally don't do like, you know, this whole like, you know, bring people in for a free carry type of thing, but like it's so free to do it with this XP thing that like, hey, you know what, there's extra slots, just jump in.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Free PC XP giveaway. 5 runs.
Copy that.
That's what it might as well be, you know.
To secure their weapons. So that's where we need to go. take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Unloaded.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for
Whoop, strong person.
Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Stuff you want copy paste. Who else? Room for one. Room for one.
An agent from your clan has joined your team.
So, have you been getting pretty hooked on the game again? Yeah, it'd be like that, you know?
An agent has reconnected.
Last call. Any other PC players? Need some XP? Alright, that's it. Guess it's a 3-man lobby.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Yeah, no crossplay really fucks this game up. It's so stupid. No cross save, no crossplay, no party fighter, no. Oh my god. Surely Div 3 will resolve everyone's problems and it'll be the one. You know, it'll be the one. It'll be the one.
Have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Surely. Died anyway.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Surely Div 3 will have rolling content expansions and DLC. Surely we'll have a raid, at least one raid every year, at least 2 incursions every year. Other forms of gear and weapon system updates so that the game stays fresh every year. Surely my build won't just look like a, you know, a red crayon. I want at least like a, you know, a red colored pencil or like.
Agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't
You know,
call for more
something a little bit more sophisticated that does gun damage, you know? I don't want to be just finger painting with red, you know? I want to step it up.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You have been promoted to group leader. Another agent has joined your group.
Different builds in Div 1 versus Div 2. I think about my experience. It's more like what happened was you had more meta shifts in Div 1. They came at a really fast pace too. 1.0, 1.1, like every update in Division 1 was like a significant change to like what was good. Every single update was basically like a measurable like time where like, oh, all the good builds are changing.
An agent is no longer in your
And even if you were still maybe using the same weapon classes, they still changed a little bit. When I think about Division 2, it's like, well, an all red crit build or an all red headshot build doesn't really change too much. Except now that I have the weapon swap holster, I weapon swap.
Gonna need to breach the entrance.
Like, if your build is to shoot an AR, it's probably just, you know, you shoot, you reload, you shoot again. Like, your gameplay with an AR doesn't fundamentally change. Unless there's, like, I don't know, some talents that promote something more than just, like, meet a condition to do more damage.
Hostile radio intercepted.
And then gearing-wise, it's like, it's mostly all the high-ends for a while. And the gear sets got buffed, so the gear sets became viable. Some gear sets became meta. Okay, Striker. Buy the DLC, that's tomorrow when you're in the game.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Yeah, there might be like 1 hour before servers go down where maybe it's available, but the server's supposed to go down in about 5 hours. Server goes down means you turn your brain off, you go to sleep, get your rest before DLC.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Let's shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
It's a 7-hour downtime, so servers go down, I go down. Servers are up, I'm up. So that works.
You are now group leader. Another agent is now in your group.
Today's stream will basically be 12 hours long. It'll end at midnight. I'm instantly going to shut off everything. Throw myself in bed. Set my alarms for, let's say, 6 a.m. so I have time to, like, you know, start up the waiting room stream and, like, so the waiting room stream and,
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White
you know,
House.
take a shower, get
True
some
Sons
food.
identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
And then, boom. DLC drops, we're in, we're holding W.
An agent has left your group. You are no longer in a group.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
How much is the DLC tomorrow? It's $15.
Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
1-5.
Damn it. Agent, take out their
No,
comms.
where you been, Tyrone?
More backup.
I'm still with character 3. You logged in last night, ran control points, bought fudge bars. Fudge bars? Is that because I said I wanted ice cream? Is that because I said I wanted ice cream? I mean, summer's basically here.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
Game's got content. The heat is on.
You have been promoted to group leader. A clan
Less than 5 hours till servers go down, yeah. Speaking of ice cream and eating things, once this next character's level 40, I'm gonna need to get a snack. Seven-hour stream, only had some ice cream in between.
Analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several
More ice cream does sound pretty good.
We can use this info to shore up our
I need
defenses.
some real food though.
Good work.
Tomorrow I'm probably doing like Thai food delivery or something.
are no longer in a group.
Play for like 20 hours straight tomorrow. Chat, how long should I stream for tomorrow? That number should be divisible by 12. Yeah, I think tomorrow's probably I think tomorrow is probably a pad thai kind of day. I gotta have that guaranteed marathon meal, you know? Yeah, tomorrow is do the story on Heroic Solo and then go right into running around Brooklyn like a dumbass for like the next 36 hours looking for Hunter stuff. Just roaming the streets, man. I'm just gonna be roaming them streets. Yeah, getting a new gun from the Hunters should be pretty good.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I did like a 40-hour stream doing New World, but that's an MMO, right? That's like actually having things to grind. Like I know I'm gonna beat the story DLC stuff in like 3 hours or less. With how I play. And then maybe I'll watch the cutscenes, so maybe that'll be pretty cool to have up, I guess.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
It's the last run before I go use my Shade Watch. I'll probably make some more, maybe. I probably should. I'm thinking about my resource count, I probably should. Dude, people have been posting screenshots of how many resources they've been hoarding in my Discord. It's kind of wild. Like they actually have enough resources until Division 4.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Chat, how many of you guys have been stacking resources?
Agent, Take out their comms so they can't call for more
How
backup.
gross is your collection? Post in my Discord. We had Division 2 thread in there. One guy posted, and it's... I know it's not the most extreme, but it's, you know, it's up there. It's up there. Look at this shit. At least 20 to 40 characters worth. Are they wiping this? No. That's why we're all doing this. They're not wiping how much you have saved up. They're gonna take away the ability to do what we're doing after the fact.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the truth is.
I won't leave anyone alive.
I want a mode where I can just like 360 spin and headshot everything. It's actually fun as hell to play like this.
You are now group leader. Another agent has joined your group.
Now what they're doing is spend all your scavenging points so that you get whatever they're worth, and then they're gonna do a one top off so that you have yeah, it's your scavenging points. Your scavenging points will be account wide next next update. So
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas.
they're 40, right?
We can use this info to shore up our
40.
defenses. Good work, Agent.
An agent has left your group.
Account swap. There's so many cosmetic opportunities they've missed out on for years with this game. For years. Yo, chat, are you guys into sunflower seeds? As a snack? Because like I guess like there's like this company that reached out to me that's like, I guess they make a bunch of different flavored sunflower seed snack packs or whatever, and like they were like, hey, potentially a little partnership type of deal. Like, I don't know, could be good, but if I gotta remove all the shells, then that's too much work. I hate that part about it. That's too much work. What company? Hey, I'm not sponsored by them yet, man. They don't get to have free promo until I until I figure out if I want to do that or not. There's one that's super good. Hey, if you know the name of it, drop it. I don't. Yeah, it's exactly what you just said. It's exactly what you just said. It's that one. It's that one. But like that's the thing. It's like, do I have to like remove the shell? Because like, you know, snacks are good. You know, seed-based snacks are good, or like, or whatever. So like, that'd be cool. But then like, taking the shells off, man. Like I'm a snacker, but like I'm a lazy snacker. Okay. But I do like sunflower seeds. They are good. I just want to put the effort in from the shell. Just eat the shell? Why would I eat the shell? That's weird. Like with like pistachios, right? Like if they're shelled and not shelled, that's fine. Because even remove the shell there, it's not too bad. It's like a bigger.
Upgrade to your tech. You should visit the quartermaster.
It's a bigger deal, but like. Watch.
Root directory.
Could be cool.
Subroutine unlocked and synchronized. Full
But then I think
subroutines
like.
unlocked and synchronized. Integration complete.
I'm sure they'd be good, but the shell, man. I don't know how people do it. Like, let me see. Yeah, you just like open your mouth, crack them open in there, and then like spit the shells out. Like, oh, that's just like too much work. That's too much work. Well, I don't know. How many scoops? It's always one scoop. Always one. Yeah. I mean, you know, bite and smell the shell. I mean, though, it's just like, eh. But all the flavors they have sound good. It's just like, is there like a version without? Is there a version without shells? Because I did get that. No shell. The no shellless ones rip. I'm not gonna go through that effort. There's no way. There's no way.
Always good to see you, Agent. I'll see you another time.
Resources are looking a little bit nicer now.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Safe area. Enter.
Hey, Agent. Coop's got an upgrade to your tech. You should visit the quartermaster.
Root directory compromised.
Subroutine unlocked and synchronized. Full subroutines unlocked and synchronized. Integration complete.
Kind of witchcraft is going on here. So the Shade Watch is like a 3D printer. So I'm just you know, making resources up here. It's great. I don't have to play the game too much. Was the DLC actually out? Playable in about 11 hours, 11 and a half hours. I got a timer on my camera. About 11 and a half hours, it's supposed to be up and playable. Bunch of mats.
Hey, I'm out of blueprints.
Count share. Nice.
Really wish I had
Somebody did almost 100,000.
wrenches. Can never find the 5.
Yeah, I got a new way to do this, Tim. I get a session. I run it on my alt. I get like 3 characters with 31. I run all 3 of them. 15 runs, 3 characters, and get like 2 more people from chat to join if they want XP. Not too bad. Servers, when the servers go down, they should be going down for everybody. So basically, in about 4.5 hours, everyone's going to sleep.
You should visit the quartermaster.
And everyone's going to sleep about 6-7 hours, and then everyone's going to wake up and play the DLC.
Synchronized.
Everyone. Everyone. Is the Chinese getting the update like Battle of Beijing or something? What? Yeah, man, they're getting... Oh my god, that's hilarious to think about. Battle of Beijing DLC, what the fuck? Oh my god. Yo, Chat GPT, generate me an image of Battle of Beijing Division 2 DLC. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Good to see you. I can help you craft, but I'm out of supplies.
Alright, resource count looking just a little bit better, dude. Hey, no, like 10k of those, basically 100,000 of these. That's cool. It'll last for a little bit. Isabel, you're just in time. Are you ready for the Battle of Beijing DLC on the Division 2 client in China? That's the new meme. Just dropped 30 seconds ago. Oh my god. Gotta extract the COVID vaccine from the lab. What the hell? Oh my god. Does that mean that's the new survival mode? Is that the new survival mode? Is that why our character's infected when you crash your helicopter? And we're looking for the antivirals? Survival 2.0, huh? Survival 2.0, huh? That's not Andrew Tate, okay? He doesn't have a suit on. All my characters are bald with beards because I think the hair in this game didn't look that good. I covered it up with a hat or a beret or something. And Cruz with the 8 months in the tier 1. Welcome back, dude. Thank you. Alright, chat. Give me a second here to figure out what we're doing. So we're probably going to delete the other 3 characters. Run 3 more, and that should be enough. I'm not going to use them for resources. I'm using them for credits. I think we'll do that. Do I care about that many more credits? I might not even bother. I might just go back to countdown. Go back to the mines for 4 hours and just go shoot stuff. We probably have enough resources. I gotta remember to spend all my scavenging points, so I'll probably just do that in currency. Oh, I'm thinking. Damn, our time playing this character is up there. It's definitely up there. Are they getting rid of scavenging? No. What they're getting rid of is what I just did. So, I leveled up 3 characters to 40. They each have a watch. They each give me, like, 6,000 scavenging points. Each one is 20 minutes of effort for 1 billion materials, right? So what's changing is scavenging points are account-wide. So, let's say I have 6,000 Shade Watch level. Or 6,000 scavenging points on my main. I spend 6,000 on my main. I make an alt character. He's not going to have 6,000 extra points to spend. They're going to be spent. So, the only reason to have these other characters is to use them for storage space and for, you know, multiple weekly completions or something if you cared enough. Which is pretty much how it should have been anyways. They should never been like this good, this powerful, but the game's been the way it's been for, you know, years. It is what it is. Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to get some fuel in my stomach for the next 4 hours. One sec. What just happened in chat? There's no way this man came in here just to build down himself. No way. Oh shit. All right, I think we're going back to the mines. I want to shoot stuff. Check Discord. What's going on? Ain't no way. Ain't no way, dude. So, and the meme is real, chat. The power of Chat GPT, or whatever other AI used to generate this. Oh my god. New DLC playable in 11 hours. The Tamer drama. I've never made a build video like that, or a video like that before. It actually was one of the more successful videos in terms of engagement, which is funny because it's sort of like rage bait for people that are Tamer fans, and there's people who agree. And that was a good. That was a good topic.
That transmitter fails, we're screwed. So let's make sure it doesn't fail, okay?
The good old days. That's the kind of shit that stirs the pot, but it was like, it's like, it's just like kind of funny. Tyrone, I think we're going back to the mines for a bit. I want to shoot some stuff. I want to shoot some stuff for loot and not shoot some stuff for material. I think that if we need to, we can run more later, but I'm shoot some stuff.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You are now in a group.
Rambob, yeah, bro. This man hasn't stopped playing the game. This guy speed runs everything. He's been around for a long ass time.
Communication relay offline.
Cleaners have infiltrated the power plant. They triggered a lockdown. I'd rather not.
What shit am I like 6,000 or something? But if you break 2,000, you're pretty much done caring about shade. Especially starting tomorrow. It's literally just like a number that says like, you know, it's like it kind of like represents like time played, but also time spent grinding experience specifically.
Reactor unstable.
So.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
What time zone are you? West Coast. West Coast.
To avert catastrophic system failure, system purge required.
Oh my god, we don't have the modifier, bro. Fuck me, dude. I'm out.
System
I don't want the modifier. Or I want the modifier. I don't want the modifier. Before I queued, I forgot to fix that. It's the last 4 hours of playing Countdown with momentum. Okay? Momentum is like... It's part of the reason why I've been able to grind so much Countdown this past week. Not only like having stuff to grind for, but like... There's... Where the hell is it? You know, the movement speed on this is huge. Fire rate's nice, but like the movement speed is actually making this so much better. Alright, let's go back. Put that on. Alright, now we're good. Now we're good. Fixed.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have joined a group.
Can you believe it, chat? New DLC in the Division world. New DLC in the Division world. Finally. It's just one more sleep away, you know? One more sleep away.
Another agent is now in your group.
Oh, I'm the party leader? What the hell? Okay, just do it. Send it. Send it. Been 5 goddamn years since we had a paid piece of content. And we have one last maintenance before the new one's here.
Communication relay offline.
Black Tusk have taken the power plant. Looks like they've triggered the lockdown protocols while they
It's DLC, but it's mostly just like mission stuff in the new map. We're going back to Brooklyn, baby.
We need to shut down the broken transformers and restore the power.
You played Division 1, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I'm about to close that car door at the police station again.
Unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Excessive power detected. Increased probability of instability or overloading the power grid.
Well, that's an interesting approach. This guy just moved from Xbox to PC and is looking for a group through Countdown to find himself people for the incursion so they can get no one for us. Interesting. I've seen that technique before.
Agent incapacitated. An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, y'all remember that Division 1 trailer, E3 2013? With the voice acting? There's that police station, that guy goes by the police car door and it closes. Remember that moment. Remember that moment. When you play tomorrow.
Serious trauma detected.
How the hell does he reach from there? What?
Agent 5% 0. System restored.
That was some hunter bullshit right there, dude. What the hell is the reach on that weapon? You finally get to drive the police car? No, this is not GTA 6. But you can close the door.
System breach initiated.
11 hours until we can close the car door, boys. 11 hours. Hit the Habsburg chest? Nah. We did a couple, I made like 6 new characters today. Did a little bit of Habsburg grinding, didn't get the chest yet. I mean, the chest is like one of the rarest items in the game. Not even capping, dude. Like, that's actually, that's,
Critical systems exposed.
that's how it is. Your crack turned out good. What happened? Oh, you have like a helmet that you're breaking?
High risk target detected.
Oh, that's what I meant by your crack. I see.
Area secure.
Four hours left. Yo, what up, Moxie? 4 hours left, dude. You done grinding TFD yet? Where are these people going? Shade crates? Okay. DLC in 4 hours? DLC? No, it's more like the server's going down in 4 hours. The DLC timer's on my camera of when the server should be up.
Detected. 10 minutes to lockdown.
Which means you have 4 hours left to get any last minute grinding done tonight. Because shit's about to get real tomorrow. And shit's about to get real tomorrow. You're running around the streets of Brooklyn, pogging out. Doing the new story stuff and then doing the new hunter puzzles. That's the big stuff.
Detected.
Also, another thing would be, so we'll do the Brooklyn stuff, then we have to do like the Hunter stuff. Then I guess we should probably look into like what the seasonal mechanic actually is and do like the journey too. Get all the modifier stuff. And we should look at the seasonal mechanic and probably see if there's any seasonal builds to do that's specific to that thing. Yeah, this guy in my lobby's hustling. Not only did he write English to try to get people for, because he wants to know Ouroboros. He's even like translating it to Spanish and stuff. 2.5k hours with the countdown? Nah. I'm a streamer. Surely I'll get it this run, you know? Oh, it doesn't take 2,500 hours of countdown to get a chest piece drop.
You're in. We need to switch the power over to the new grid.
Where the hell's my buff? That guy, I mean, he's an Xbox guy coming to PC. He just wants to get his, like, gun again, you know? Crit damage as a turret holster, it's an exotic. All the exotics have, like, static stat rolls. They don't, like, if it's got crit chance handling, it's gonna stay crit chance handling. That's just how the item is. Big dick Elmo build. New clip shows your crack better. Man, I really messed you up having me with my stream this long, huh? First we have this, you know, this big dick Elmo, and now you're talking about your crack. Good old countdown, man. Just hanging on the mines with the boys.
Just need to switch over to the new grid. This may take a while.
Oh, what's that got there? Four hours to go till maintenance, chat. What are you guys doing? Farming countdown? Farming experience. Which one is it? Which one is it?
System curtailed. System reactivated.
Scenic speed.
Agent down. Power grid
You're working. I guess you don't have the freedom of Memorial Day weekend.
Get the hell out of there. When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
Relearning the game, just hit 31, you're tired. Hey man, 4 more hours, you can do it. You can do it.
System disrupted. Heavily armed hostiles detected. System malfunctioning. Vital signs critical.
Jesus. Gotta do a wide swing there on the mouse. Working from home, you run around the streets of Brooklyn trying to pet the cats that you can't pet, huh? That's what it's really gonna be, right?
Agent deceased.
Your wife's from there. I mean, they do a 1-to-1, but you know, it's post-apocalyptic Brooklyn, so I'm sure the buildings will be totally fine. It'll totally be fine. I mean, this game literally has like a 1-to-1 recreation of DC and then like a 1-to-1 recreation of some parts of New York, so that Brooklyn map's gonna be looking pretty good. That's just kind of like the standard they have for themselves. Division 1 was more like, you know, a gamified version of it, but Div 2 is like, you know what, let's just make virtual Google Maps, you know?
Torres is on
But
her
with
way.
dirty, broken shit everywhere because hurricanes and dust storms and dead people. Like, Newt, what up, man? I'm gonna see you jogging around in chat in a minute. I swear, the slowest game is bringing people back from the dead. This game is bringing people back from the dead.
An agent has gone
That's not Habsburg. I don't know the check. Alright, went up my inventory. Surely. Ah, the unicorn's just sitting there.
It's pretty sure we're...
Entering safe area.
Is it in here? Is it in here? Is it in here? Nope. Nope. Let's delete all that. Hit the crafting station. Surely this is the one. Five hits. Do we pull it? Not this time. Whoops. Oh, right. Game Pass is tomorrow. Jesus. Yeah, it's gonna be huge tomorrow then. It's gonna be fucking huge tomorrow. Oh my god. If I had to make any videos tomorrow, I had to be on stream. So I'm streaming for like probably 36 hours or something. People are like, what the fuck is a Division content creator that doesn't sleep? What is this? What is this? I'm gonna be that guy tomorrow. Just the guy holding it down. Hell, Thume's in here. We do Brooklyn. We run around Brooklyn. We solve all the Hunter stuff. Have you guys not been here for my launch streams for anything? Because, like, ever since New World, that's been kind of like my number now. If a game drops, I usually do it for new games, so if a new game drops and it's actually fun for me and it has a good grind, I do, like, that kind of a stream.
Communication relay offline.
So it's just like, it's day one, you know? And if there's more grind after that, then it's like, okay, 18 hours, like wake up, stream 18 hours, sleep, repeat until Endgame is more or less solved. But like, yeah, like Suicide Squad or like any like kind of grindy game that if I have a good time with, I'll just be live for as much of it as possible. My favorite is when people tell me that like, I woke up, you're live. I went to work, you're live. I got back from work, you're live. I went to sleep, woke up, you're live still. Adderall? I've never taken Adderall in my life. I have no idea what that would do to me. It's just me, my advanced, some food every 8 hours, and then hopefully a decent game. That's worth the grind. I have absolutely no idea what Adderall will do to me if I ever took some.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
You were here for my Outriders launch stream and for my Breakpoint raid. I mean, yeah, raid day 1 streams are fucking awesome. I like that. Like those are so fun. That's the kind of stuff I live for in games. What the fuck is going on here? I already got EMP to just spawned.
System reactivated.
There we go. But yeah, like ever since when I did a Division 2 launch, it was only like 28 hours or something like that. I didn't have the tech back then, but like now I do. Like a Division 2 launched for the first time tomorrow, 36 minimum. I have learned. Because the idea is that like your normal, 24-hour day, a max of maybe like 18 of those hours will feel like, pretty decent. And then like those 6 is like the minimum you'd probably want to sleep or something. But so between 18 and 22 hours, somewhere in there, depending on how you feel that particular day, is where you feel the fatigue. And so that's like the hump you gotta get over, or the hurdle or you gotta jump over or whatever, right? So that's where that's a VIP still up here. That's where you need to like, what the hell's that guy doing? That's where you need to find some way of staying awake, get over the hurdle. Because once you're over the hurdle, you're in the clear. It's the 18 to 22 hour mark, somewhere in there. So you feel like the big fatigue, and then the rest is just like you make sure that you eat and drink every 8 hours. You keep bringing up drug abuse. You don't need Adderall to stay awake, man. Like, I don't know, like I'm not in my 20s anymore, and I stay up longer these days than I did in the past. I'm in reverse, man. I don't know. I drink coffee now. I've never liked coffee. So coffee is definitely not my preferred caffeine source. Also, you don't want to be doing like any sort of like I said, no drug abuse. No caffeine abuse, no Adderall abuse. I mean, everyone's got their preferred stuff and everyone knows their body, right? But like, what I'm saying is, like, you don't just sit there and like, I don't know, take more drugs to stay awake. If you do it in a measured way where you know, like, okay, I don't want to have more than, let's say, I don't know, 200 milligrams of caffeine a day. And you stay with like a measured dose and you stretch that dose across like a 24-hour period or something. Of course, you also still need to be drinking water, staying hydrated, whatever. Making sure you actually stay fed, because that's also something I fuck up on a lot on some of these streams. Like sometimes I stream for like, what, 12 hours a day, and like, I might have like a small stack, but it would not be setting myself up for success if I was going to do like a 36. But if you've heard me say it before, you've been here for like the long ones, you know that like, I end up ordering like Thai food, right? I get my pad Thai or something. That was like almost like a meme when I played New World because of how long my streams were, like for like the launch month. I think I streamed New World for like over 400 hours the first month that it was out. Literally lived on that game. Figure it out because it was so grindy back then. But like, if you know what meals are worth having, and you can try to inject that into your gaming schedule every 8 hours for a marathon, plus, you know, water and or, in my case, like my advanced or whatever, like, and you're good. Then like the 18 to 22 hour mark, you just have to like, you know, figure out what works for you to like feel good about getting over the hurdle at that point, and then you're home free. And the reason I like to do 36s is because, you know, let's say a game launches at 9 a.m. and you slept that normal schedule that day. You play for 36, it's not going to be 9 a.m. the next day, it's going to be 9 p.m. the next day. And then he was like, oh, maybe I'll go to sleep. Get a nice actual 8 hours in. Then you get back on the next day. Then you're just doing 18s or something. Like, you're not going to do back-to-back 36s. That's not great, but
Shade tech detected.
You don't ruin your sleep schedule if you do a 36. So I've done those. Yeah, you gotta play the long game. It's like some games are so grindy that like you do a 36 to get ahead, but then like you gotta do 18s to stay ahead, and then like also not exhaust yourself. The things though, if you, yeah, I mean, like when you lay down, obviously it feels pretty good. You fall asleep quick. But then like you gotta also leverage your alarms. I usually do my alarms in like increments of like an hour and a half after I inevitably fall asleep, so you want to respect like the REM cycles too. That helps a lot. Yeah, the sleep cycles are broken up in like increments of like an hour and a half, something like that. A full cycle, I think, is it's somewhere in there. It's either an hour and a half to like 3 hours. Like you'd have to like read about it again because I forget the exact details. But I remember like the hour and a half thing also being like a part of it.
Agent, you can access the waste area. Do me a favor and take a decontamination shower before you come back to base.
Remember Kelso? She went rogue, but at the end of the season, she like woke up some guy that was being sedated by somebody else, and she shot the doctor because the doctor was the asshole that was a double agent, I guess, and like he was keeping that one dude sedated the whole time, which is why in the cutscene she like bops him and then wakes up the other guy.
Agent, you've reached the waste area. I need you to secure the radioactive material.
So it's like some kind of like she has to go rogue to pretend she's a double agent to do the right thing. Or something, I don't know. For more details about lore stuff, consult the local Division 2 lore guy. Because that's about as much as I got out of that cutscene. Okay. No, I'm just here to make builds and shoot people in the face. Like, I'm not the lore guy. What kind of bugs, man? I don't like that. A recap for the lore? I mean, just watch an NGN video for lore. That's what I mean. Like how Destiny has their man Biff, you know?
Incoming. High risk hostile.
We have our guy. Where's the FPS counter from? That's a Ubisoft overlay thing. You gotta see the game on Steam. You can probably use a Steam overlay if you got a thing through Connect or whatever they got theirs. Push the side. It's countdown. Builds are really inflated in a countdown. Because when you play this mode, there's different buffs. So we get like a damage boost with being close range. Like a reload boost, even though I don't reload. But yeah, it's not really about the stats in the build. It's 4-piece striker with an exotic holster. And then when you make a crit build, you're always trying to aim for like 50 crit chance if there's a coyote mask in play, and 60 crit chance without one. This is like a build I'm only playing a countdown. I just assume other random people have a coyote mask, so I get their buff. So if I go for 50 crit chance, the rest is crit damage. But if your gear is perfect, then like, hey, your numbers might be higher. If the gear is not perfect, then your numbers are going to be lower. But those are like the rules for crit chance builds. Crit builds in general.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't sit there. You got a barrel there, dude. You're gonna get blown up. You're gonna get blown up there.
Vital signs critical. System curtailed.
Oh, we got somebody on a huge armor belt. Yeah, we're way too juiced on this run.
Serious trauma.
Oh, come on. Power system didn't react fast enough. Is 49 still decent? It's not 50? Yeah, like I said, it's around 50%. Like, if you can't get even 50, it's fine. Right, you're 1% off, who cares? Good enough. Sometimes we're gonna have like 51, 49, 50. Like, it's not that big of a deal. When you play content like this, there's so many people running coyote masks. It's like fine if you don't have like some perfect number. You got the holster while you were bitching. See, that's how it is, man. You just gotta fucking manifest it, right? Let your frustrations manifest gear. That's how it works, you know. That's how it works. Like I've been playing enough countdown this week to manifest a unicorn chest piece, so surely I'm getting one now. Surely I'm getting one now. Surely. It's not there. Okay. It's not there.
Let's get you home.
You gotta wait for him? Alright, well, that's 3 out of 4, man. I think, or maybe like 4 out of 5, 3 out of 5. Gotta collect them all. I run a full lobby where people just drop me the piece. I mean, if the unicorn drops from somebody else, there's no fucking way you should be giving it to a streamer and just keeping it for yourself instead. This is the only rare side in the game, man.
Safe area entered.
It's not like just some generic, you know, exotic or something. Like, exotics are easy to get. Most items in this game are pretty easy to get, comparatively to what I'm trying to get right now. This thing is ridiculous. Like, we're all accustomed to just having, like, perfect gear in every slot. Nothing. People go to wars for this piece. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
What are the stats we want? It needs to be a Habsburg chest. It needs to be headshot handling and headhunter, and that's how it has to drop. If it's missing any of those things, you delete it. I mean, I can cope with having one that's just headshot, headhunter, and a dead stat, but the X-ray handling, man, we want it. All red or all, you know, all red or bust. And the DPS build I recommend, next day after Striker, you should probably make like a hotshot build.
Communication relay offline.
Sniper hotshot build. Well, determined headhunter, 4-piece hotshot. And that would be like a decent option for like Soul Heroic 5 directives.
Agent, outcasts have taken over the power plant. Lockdown procedures.
Otherwise, you would probably look into making like a pistol header build. That's usually what I play. So I like that shit. Go around John Wick and things. Been playing pistol. I've been playing pistol header builds for like 5 years in this game. I mean, almost every single time I'm logged in the past 5 years to stream the game for a day or two per what's it called per season, and people like randomly look at my stream and be like, "What is that gun?" I'll be like, "Regulus raid weapon from 2020," because they don't know it exists. That's one of the funny things. Doom, the server's still on for 4 hours, man. How are you going to sleep? Ain't no way. Huh?
Agent killed.
Was there a guy back here? What the fuck just happened? The other hunter pulled over here and shot me, and I didn't even know he was there. What the fuck? I was just like, okay, go here, kill this guy. Go over here, kill this guy. No. It's just gonna evaporate. I'll let them kill it and then wait for a revive. All that's left of me is my pistol. My body's gone, dude. Where's my body? I'm just a gun. Where the hell did the second hunter come from? What's it doing over here? What the hell? Show build. I don't have a build video out. But it's just 4-piece striker. So the difference with my build and most of their builds is that I run an exotic holster instead of an exotic mask. Which is why I've got that big dick Elmo with 105 bullets, dude. That's what we're calling it. ED Elmo. Keep it more PG, I guess. Kind of like how when you play Doom and you got a BFG, you know? know what's crazy? The newest Doom? The newest Doom didn't call the crossbow the big fucking crossbow. They called it like a ballistic force crossbow or some stupid PG shit. And I'm like, huh? It's Doom, man. Come on. Like, what is this Disney bullshit? They renamed the big fucking gun in Doom? That's iconic. How'd you get the 40 solo? You're 35 now? Dark Zone landmarks. Everyone in like the level, in the sub level 40 Dark Zone, I'm pretty sure is doing the exact same thing. It's just, they're just leveling, so. It shouldn't be that bad. Hey, you're playing a game where you're supposed to like dismember demons and stuff. Like it's the OG like game, you know. And what's it called? Big fucking crossbow. It's called a ballistic force crossbow or something like that. Disappointing. Can't believe it, man. Doom's been around for so long. And now they've now they've got that. Annual pass? Wait, what's the annual pass? Chat, what's the annual pass? Year pass? Wait, what? This came out, are you talking about year one pass? The year one pass is like, the main point of buying that, I think, is basically like the classified missions and not having to grind to unlock your specializations. And maybe stash space was included? I don't remember. Chad, do you remember? It's like when I think year one pass, I just think, you know, there's 8 little side missions. One of them is actually like meta for like XP farming, so that's like the major reason to buy it, I guess. Other people would like to buy it to not have to unlock the specializations naturally. Like the blue missions, like the classified missions, only one is truly important in Endgame, I guess, from like a Endgame grind standpoint, which is because it's got like the best like XP per hour. That's about it. But it's, yeah, it's pretty optional unless you're like super committed to the game. I grinded Arc Raiders when that comes out. Oh, hell yeah. I've been doing nothing but talking about that game, dude. That game is sick. Like, honestly, like, Arc Raiders feels like it could be main game material for the stream. Fucking, I had such a good time grinding that game, shooting people and stuff. I feel like everyone liked watching my POV too, so, like, that works out. Win-win. I have fun playing the game, you guys enjoy watching it, like, it's good. It's not every day you have a good game to play and to stream, you know? Because I shoot bots in the face all day. I had like a good PvP game to play in a while. That game was fun.
Vital signs critical.
The year one passes give you stash space. Oh, perfect. There you go.
Area secure.
Agent, you should be able to access the
Like, I thought it did, but you know, it's literally been 6 years since I've had to think about buying it. To have it. Ooh, can we buy the DLC? Pretty much those servers are back up tomorrow, I'd say. Log in, head to the store, buy the DLC, go to the map, go to Brooklyn, start gaming.
Agent, you've reached
That sounds like the order of operations.
I need you to get it back online. Now that you're in, we need to decrypt the safety protocols.
You're excited for new exploits? I mean, what is there gonna be? What do you think? Chat, what kind of exploits do you think will happen day one in the game? Like, what could there be, you know? What could there be? I mean, it's a new map. It's a new map, new missions. Like, what could there possibly be? This new DLC that would be like game breaking. Streamline talent? I mean, the servers are gonna probably get cooked. Yeah, new weapon talent's probably the biggest, got the biggest potential maybe.
Good work decrypting the protocols. You need to remove those controls to get the reactor back online.
Iris target approaching.
That new mask, you won't be able to test it for like 3 months. You wait until like season end. This is based on the seasonal climax mission. So that fun part's out for a bit. There's another new mask in the DLC though. There's a new holster in the season's pass. A new LMG. But it's honestly just the exotic mask that lets you combine weapon talents that I'm interested in for sure. Just want the new holster? Why does everyone want the new holster? Is that for like PvP or like you have like a PD thing you want to do with it? Oh my god, shooting that fast? I mean, we still have we got the momentum stuff on too.
5 minutes to lock down.
That's part of it. I get fire rate from my exotic holster, I get fire rate from my overdrive. The new named gun of the Hunters. Yeah, we're trying to get that tomorrow. I'm doing the entire story on Heroic Solo, and then we're running around all of Brooklyn. I'm gonna check through a little sightseeing and for hidden stuff. Let's. The damage of this game? Oh yeah, the damage numbers in this game go up to like a couple million. You can do like one-shot setups that hit for like a couple 100 million. But that's like more for like raid content or something. So the damage numbers are pretty inflated because the level cap's 40.
Secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point. Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres.
There's gonna be some Twitch drops tomorrow morning with the DLC.
detected.
Finishing Tana Grail, maybe down the road when there's like not as many games to play, but it's gonna be kind of hard. I wanted to play through it because I think the game was actually pretty fun, but there's just no fucking time. That's the problem. There's no time. I play games full time on stream basically, and there's a time. You know what I mean? Like, what is? Never been busier.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
Oh yeah, you know what's really fun? For everyone that hasn't played this game in a while, you know what's really crazy? If you're in the game right now and you don't know this is a thing, you should double tap your armor kit when you get hit by something. There's actually an instant med kit in this game now. But it's like half as good as your the armor kit for your class. Fun little fact. That's not something that you probably think about when you play this game. You're like, ah, fuck, there goes my armor. There's a slow armor kit. But the people that haven't played in a minute, yeah, they added a whole like double tap armor kit or instant heal type of thing. How's my shotgun shooting fast? I mean, I kind of told you. Just fire rate. It's out of holster and overdrive. System corruption had to like instant make it 100%. That's pretty cool. They killed that really fast. Killed that really fast.
We see you. Kilo inbound on your location. Let's get you home.
DLC drops tonight. 10 hours until it's playable. 10 hours until it's playable. Servers go down in 3 hours. DLC comes out. Servers come back up in 7 hours after they go down. Everyone logs in the game, tries to buy the DLC. Server's probably gonna crash. Everyone see their famous Delta error for a couple times, and then it'll probably start working. That's the most realistic way to look at it. I can't catch a break with these. Those drops, they're gonna have a bunch of different skins. It's like multiple hours of twist drops. It's all this stuff. Some random caches for the first little bit. Skin, skin, exotic caches, skin, skin, trophy. 6 hours of drops. So that's one set of rewards.
Food rations will be restricted for the next 24 hours. We apologize.
And then there's like just get by that if you want the helmets. I guess like next season there's a different thing, like a red mask you could buy. You know, like re-up on some credits because they're gonna have like the premium battle pass and all that shit. I think I bought the premium one last minute this season. Yeah. I have so many different premium passes, like so many different cosmetic things just on my account now. It's kind of insane. There's a couple of apparel events I missed in the past because the timing was bad. I just didn't care anymore, but I almost have everything. And I've seen them that like they've been adding like these other bundles or whatever too. The full Keener outfit, I don't know. I don't like it when it's a full outfit. I like it in parts. Nah. Nah. Alright, come on, let's craft. There's another Keener outfit?
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You are now in a group.
What was that Discord? For the hunters. Division 2 Secrets Discord? Was that alive?
Communication relay offline.
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown of the planet. They've been taking over infrastructure to lend legitimacy to their cause. If they control the power, they control this region. We need to shut down the broken transformers and restore the power grid.
Reactor
I'm
unstable.
trying to find that Discord again. Because I remember that one, like,
Activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
kind of being the place for a lot of people.
Excessive power
high-minded the solutions for older hunters.
Or overloading the power grid.
Tim, can you deal me like a link to it? Oh, yeah, cool, thanks. When the DLC, 10 hours from now. That's when we can start playing. This lobby is juiced. Didn't you have to shoot it all? Yeah, we're going here.
System breach initiated.
Where'd he go?
Critical systems exposed. System back on.
Yeah, this lobby's juice. I can just like watch. It's great. I can chill. I can take a sip of my drink.
Target detected.
Ugh.
Area secure.
I mean, the servers go down in 4 hours or whatever, 3 hours, so with a 7-hour maintenance window, that's what I mean. It's a 10-hour like countdown until we can play it. Oh my god, I don't have overdrive, man. It turned off. Just realized. Everything on low? Yeah, for the most part. I'm pretty sure I have a settings video from like 5 years ago. It's probably still relevant right now. But in most games, I basically lower everything and then just keep textures high. Even if I have a 4090, it doesn't matter. Like, I'll take a few extra frames if I can get them. I got a 240 hertz monitor. I like my frame rate. For a virtual chess piece for a week, I mean, if it's a unicorn piece, it's not like, it's not going to be easy. Some of these are, you gotta take an incredible amount of luck or an incredible amount of grind. You're on 4K 60. All I'm gonna say is that, you know, once you've gone up to like, you know, 144 hertz, 240 hertz, whatever, there ain't no going back for me. So there's no way I could do 4K 60. Like 60 is just not high enough. Enjoy it though, man. You know, 4K is still, I'm sure that resolution must look good. I don't know if you play on like a TV or something, but.
Agent, you've reached the turbine. I need you to fix the power grid.
I'm trying to play fast. That refresh rate goes big. QD pistols, what up, dude?
You're in. We need to switch the power over to the new grid.
Oh, your frame rate's still high at 4K. I mean, that's good. But it's your refresh rate on your monitor or whatever you watch, like, you know, put the game on. That generally is a massive difference for any sort of fast-paced movement. I don't know. Again, I can't explain it if you haven't tried it. But there's no going back once you've experienced what I'm talking about. There's just no going back. Like, I play pretty fast. Like, it's part of the reason why, like, I snap between like headshotting and go over here, headshotting over there. Like, it's like, it's so good. Like, between the fundamentals of like keeping your crosshair at like head level and stuff, and then like having awareness of where enemies are coming from, and the high refresh rate, like I can move my camera like this. You guys can't even see what I'm talking about because it's only a 60 FPS stream, but like I see this way clearer than you would on stream. Because for you it probably looks like, you know, pretty choppy. You want even more frames? Hey, no, 200's not bad. Man, it's gonna be really weird when the momentum modifier is gone. The new one is like some other firearms, stamina electronics, kind of like throwback to Division 1 type of thing. You'd have to like go read the patch notes because like I don't know how to explain it, but it's not, I don't think it's got movement speed. That's like the best part about this modifier. Agents bullets make NPCs pants drop. This isn't First Ascendant. This is in First Ascendant, man.
Electrical grid in danger of failure.
I mean, the Division franchise is really simple to explain. It's Div 1 PvP, Div 2 PvE, you know?
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you
Div
home.
1 PvP, Div 2 PvE. Sums it up real nice.
System curtailed.
Loading.
System restored.
Div 2 Gambit? I don't think any game should have Gambit, man. This game doesn't need Gambit.
System disrupted.
Ain't no way. Destiny can keep that one.
Agent
Oh, my shit's EMP'd, okay.
System reactivated.
Stolen signal. I remember doing that day one. That was pretty cool.
An agent needs assistance. System back online.
You want my Sentry pistol build back from Div 1? You mean my Sentry classified pistol into Urban MDR? I was hitting for millions in PV with that one. In Div 1.
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal Torres.
It's not like Div 1 was meant to be that high in terms of damage numbers. You want my LMG build from Div 1 again? That was pretty good. That was super fun. There's so many people who have absolutely no idea what my Div 1 builds were like. That's like, you had to be like an OG in my stream to know that one. It's the reason why I still have like these like Goku going Super Saiyan type of like alerts in my streams. Just a throwback to that. That shit was cool. Good old tack link, LMG, infinite ammo, giga speed, good times. No, before Lone Star even existed. Before Lone Star was even a twinkle in Dev's eyes, man.
Helo inbound to your location. Hold tight.
Every single one of my PV builds in Division 1 always had infinite tack link as part of like the loadout. Running talents like, you know, skilled, commanding, determined, and there was also ferocious, you know, brutal, deadly, usually. Right? Those, all like all that stuff, all the DPS ones on top of like all the utility ones. If it was Alpha Bridge, it ran 6 of those things. If it wasn't, it ran like 3 of those things. But usually the utility talents, which meant that all my PV loadouts had like the equivalent of enough yellows to use all the strong stuff, and then enough reds to do damage.
You saved plant. That was impressive.
What they're set on the ACS 12 for a striker specifically? Fire rate. Remember when Determined wasn't a broken talent in Div 1? Yeah, I mean, it just did cooldown reduction on a kill, which was still pretty good, but it wasn't free one-shotting the whole game. What am I doing over here? What am I doing over here? Oh, yeah. When you buy the DLC, when you log in tomorrow, you'll know. It's not, you can't pre-order it. It should be in the game. Or it starts showing up everywhere, like, when it's actually out tomorrow. Man, I can't catch a break, dude. I just cannot get this thing. I cannot get this thing. Yeah, Predator was the bleed set from Div 1. The bleed set from Div 1.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have joined a group.
I'm gonna rent the DLC at Blockbuster and try to beat it over the next few days. Is that your way of saying you're playing Ubi Plus or whatever? Blockbuster, what a throwback. What a throwback. Classified Pred, you tried it first day in Dark Zone, everyone's like, this guy's cheating. Yeah, I mean, some of those PvP sets were like that, dude. So stupid. The balance of the game was so cooked. I like before Classifieds came out, the Ninja Bike meta, I think like that was sick. All the builds having like Ninja Bike backpack as like a mandatory item was like fine because of the way the game worked, and it felt like everyone had like, you know, their builds. And Classifieds came out and it was just kind of like, oh, are you a striker player? Are you a predator player? Are you a nomad player? You know, that kind of thing. You no longer really had your build. It was kind of just like, which of the classified sets were you?
Communication relay offline.
Yeah, what up, Adam? Did you ever actually play this game?
Not sure what they're trying to do.
Or either game in this franchise? Like, I don't...
Safety protocols. The plant is going into lockdown.
No idea.
We need to remove the virus from the control servers and restore comms.
So I don't actually recall if we've ever even talked about this franchise, but I've played it a lot. I've played this shit so much. Oh my god.
System malfunctioning.
You never played the first? Oh, okay.
System back online.
Striker PV for the thing? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do solo heroics, so like, you know, probably just throw on striker, not full stack striker, but like half stack striker, I guess. A crit build's gonna be fine because, like, you know, cleaners have their big boys that need to be critted. I'm sure Rikers have their big boys that need to be critted. I swear I just saw a guy up here. This is another juicer lobby. We should go quick. Want to go there? Alright, we're going there. 9K electronics reclaimer. Yeah, whenever you had the reclaimer guy, that was just like a full support build. Yeah, I got shit done.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Ongoing directive, I have the pieces for something like that. But every single one of my builds that are not just like, you know, pure DPS, but are like essentially support builds, all of my you know, quote unquote support builds are titled, "This isn't my job," more or less. Healer isn't my job, CC isn't my job, Oxidizer isn't my job. Those are my loadouts. So if I made one real quick for their fucking ongoing directive, even that one, I'd be like, you know, ongoing directive isn't my job. Ongoing directive is like not bad for like, you know, content like this, because you're buffing the whole team and you want to play a little differently, I guess, and help people at the same time. Like that's cool. But ongoing directives, I guess, biggest problem is that so many people run elbows, and majority of them run them with shock bullets that are baked in, right? So like they don't want to lose their shock bullets, so kind of gives a little bit less of a reason to run that, I guess. But the way I play my Elmo with my holsters, I never have shock bullets anyways, so I don't mind if people have ongoing directive. Yeah, if you're looking for a new set, I mean, like, if you're super juiced on striker, honestly, the next thing you should have is a hotshot build for like a hotshot sniper determined build or whatever. If you want like a pretty straightforward way of doing like heroic 5 directive solo. That whole loadout is so fucking stupid. You'll understand once you start playing with it. But it's definitely just like a solo open world type of build. And then once I get my fully optimized version, that's part of the reason why I keep farming. I'm still in the mines, right? I think I've done like 100 hours of countdown this week. I swear to God, I'm still in the mines looking for this unicorn thing. If I get it, then I should have every piece I want to have for pretty much like every variation that I'd run. Hotshot weapon, it'd be like White Death or like Model 700. They're both pretty much the same. I prefer the White Death though. Sounds better. Determined is like such a broken sniper talent, or just a broken weapon talent in general. I mean, if you see somebody playing Determined properly, oh my god. Pretty sure people have been saying it's like even like banned from like speedruns because it's so stupid. Different speedrunning categories have different rules and restrictions, and the people who speedrun have it banned. Like, I think it's dumb. It needs to be like fixed to behave the way perfect determinant behaves. That's the thing that's funny, is that perfect talents are supposed to be the better versions of regular talents. And the way that it should work to be actually balanced in the game should be like the same as like Hotshot's backpack. You miss a shot, it's fine. Right, it's the same concept. It's you're headshotting with your gun, so the next shot you get is a headshot, so then like it could be like a free headshot in certain cases. Like you have 1 bullet, it's a free headshot. And perfect determinant could be like 2. So like that would be way more balanced. White death drop somewhere? I mean, I would just say targeted loot countdown. Target loot countdown is always the answer.
Agent, you've reached the
I don't know where this like
administration
Roosevelt
building.
thing
I
is
need
coming
you to fix
from.
the
That's
comms.
Tim saying. I haven't heard that, but target loot and countdown is like I said, you're going to the mines or you're farming.
Trojan virus detected.
But think about it, right? You kill like a billion hunters at the end. They all drop like a million named items. Slap on target loot. There's no way you don't get it.
I know it's your favorite
One
job.
run.
Need you to search the control room and find the server.
With sniper targeted loot on. Unless it's like a Dark Zone exclusive. Well, actually, no. You know it's a Dark Zone exclusive item. It's like countdown because named item caches. Oh yeah, you got about 2.5 hours for the servers to go down to spend all your scavenging points. That's right. That's right. I didn't think I even forgot to do that.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
Nice job.
Shotgun talent. It's a new talent called like Brazen. It's basically just the damage talent. It says that your next shot does a ton of damage if you're for the shot before it. Pretty much all connected. Pretty much free damage. Pretty good. Pretty good. When I get around to like actually making build videos, which I need to do after this DLC drops, I've been trying to think of like ways to like how I would structure my build videos, not just cover the build, but like help people understand like the logic of like, you know, talents and why. Like one of those ways I would do is like essentially like a miniature, almost like tier list of all the talents that exist for like a weapon or something.
Whoever said tech support was boring.
You have a better
One
concept of what the hell the
server
talents even do.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
Like Brazen is pretty much just like, oh yeah, it's like 20-something% amp damage, essentially for free. White death damage is low? Nah. I don't know where you're getting that from, but I don't know. That's not a statement that makes sense to assemble.
5 minutes to lock down.
That weapon has high base damage. You would have to be wearing like a actual sniper build on to like see the full weapon damage on the tooltip. That bolt action is like one of the highest high-end, like it's one of the highest base high-end sniper rifles in the game. The only one that's close to it is the Model 700. And then there's the Nemesis above that. That's an exotic.
Communications restored.
God rolled chameleon. Like just does a natty drop. Did you get the third stat that you wanted?
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there. When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
Countdown and not even target league where you're looking for it. Nice. Games like that sometimes. Just playing the game. Oh, look at that, you know. Here's something I didn't need. Hey, if you got a god roll community not gonna use it, throw in stash. Simple. One exotic collected, you know. Many more to come. Whoa, 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 whoa. You gotta hit me with the explosive and with the shot back here?
System reactivated.
Crit chance is hard capped at 60, yeah.
System malfunctioning.
Next update, we're technically allowed to break the hard crit chance cap with the seasonal mechanic. Like I said, your goal was always to hit 60 without a coyote or hit 50 with a coyote, basically. It's just a way to conceptualize how you're gonna stat out your loadout, no matter how good or bad your rolls are. So like, let's say you're completely fresh, like you wouldn't copy my loadout until you were geared as fuck, and then like you could afford to, like, you know, Fox's Prayer or something instead of like a Cheska piece. Stuff like that. No way is the unicorn in the mines, man. Ain't no way this is what you just generated. Chat, look, it's us looking for our unicorn in the mines. That's us looking for the unicorn in the mines. Looking for the unicorn in the mines. Oh, that could have been the unicorn. Wait, no, sorry, that's the that's the wrong brand. Fuck. Never mind. Not even close. I saw weapon damage, handling, headshot. I'm like, yeah, I can fix that. Never mind. Any more god rolls in here? No. The chest is so instantly hard to find. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Like, I got the backpack yesterday, so I was like, yeah, I can totally get the chest today before the servers go down. Surely. Surely. Siberia and damn, you are way up there, man. You're way up there. My man's tuning in from the other side of the world. It would be so funny if I get this chest with like 5 minutes to go on the server, get shut down or something. So tomorrow when I get on, it's like, oh, I guess I'll just do hotshot through the whole DLC or whatever and just go one tap everything with a sniper build. Guess I could play like that. Probably make the DLC look so easy.
Nice work.
Alright, what's going down my Discord? Let's see. The Division 2 Battle of the Bulge? What the hell?
Entering safe area.
Well, we're too throwback, chat. Imagine. Oh no, everyone's using AI now. We're just gonna have a bunch of fake Division 2 images in Discord. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Surely this is the one. God damn it, dude. The one in 1500, I swear I've made more than 1500 of these by now and farmed 1500 of these by now. Come on. Come on.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You are now in a group.
Adding more gear sets? There's one new gear set, one new brand set. But it's not part of the DLC, it's part of the season. Remember, there's two separate things. There's the seasonal stuff, which is everyone's going to get, and there's the DLC stuff. The DLC is basically like, you know, exotic mask and named FAMAS and whatnot. Did you put me in the game? The Division 2, Gangs of Mexico.
Offline.
AI has gone too far. The Division 2, heading south for the winter. That would actually be such bait. The storyline of the Division is heading into fall, which means that we have to have winter soon, which means snow. And then imagine the storyline's like, you know what, we're going to go down south. We don't want to deal with the snow. Just dodge it. Oh my god. People be so pissed. The main storyline just didn't have snow when it was winter.
Rikers have taken the power plant. Not sure what they're trying to do with a nuclear reactor, but they've triggered the safety protocols. The plant is
Div 2, winter is coming.
We need to shut down.
It needs to be like someone praying for snow. The image has to not have any snow in it.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Excessive power detected. Increased probability of instability or overloaded the power grid.
Oh.
Another agent is now complete.
I don't have the modifier on, dude. I don't have the modifier on. Yeah, I mean they've you know 6 years later this game has learned to finally be a live service, so they're trying to actually sell cosmetics and different types finally. They're finally making content. They're finally doing live events in their live service game. You know, it only took 6 years. They got a whole ass team working on this game while simultaneously also working on making Division 3.
An agent is back online. Shade tech detected.
Is there a Game of Thrones game? I haven't looked at it, but also, isn't that guy's whole thing about being upset with games anyways? Like, I don't know if that's necessarily the best lens to like try to view a game more objectively, I guess. How do you give him 30 to 40? Solo, Dark Zone landmarks. And then if you have like another player with you, then you can do like a classified mission.
An agent needs assistance.
Over and over again a couple times. This lobby's falling apart. One guy DC'd, one guy just left. Once the game hit Game Pass, I would hope that it's pretty much like the moment the servers come back online tomorrow. But I don't know for sure. That's the assumption I would have.
Area secure.
I mean, Heroic 5 directives is pretty damn good. Otherwise, you would do that classified mission you watched me do earlier. Those are the two main methods. You have people, you're going to do that mission. You don't. Oh, everyone's gone out of this one. All right. It's dead. They're done. Works for me. I got to turn my modifiers back on. But yeah, I mean, open world grinding has been the method for like a very long time.
Safe area entered.
There's going to be a lot of new people with Game Pass.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
There's also a lot of games right now, so like, I don't know, it's
You have joined a group.
a lot more people will give it a shot. But it's definitely the kind of game you eventually want to buy, because if you're into it, you get a ridiculous amount of hours out of it. Like, I know we got some degens in here that have been playing this game for more hours than I have. I've only got like, you know, 2.6k or something on this account, like 100 on the other one. But I only play when I have things to grind, so 2,700 hours. 2,700 hours of this game. Most of those being, I'd say, year 1 plus year 2. That was probably at least 2,000 of them. This guy seems to be AFK.
You have left the group. Invite to another agent's group received. You are now in a
It's
group.
like literally the same group.
You have left the group. You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have joined.
Hey, no way! Streamer house. Look at that. Is Jesus in my lobby right now, dude? What's this guy doing over here? What is this guy doing over here? That's funny. Jesus in my lobby. That's hilarious. When you run other people you know and this shit. That's funny. I first met these guys from Streamer House back in like the Division 1 Dark Zone. That's what's really funny. Like some people go way back to just be like, oh shit, we fought them in TZ. Way back in the day.
Communication relay offline.
Now we're all a bunch of countdown gamers. Slaving away in the mines. Trying to farm our items, you know?
We need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Please proceed to your
Don't
nearest
even say
exit.
it, this is funny.
Lockdown safety protocols initiated.
How did I not put him again? Smiffles, you didn't make one quit. That's funny. You should have changed your story. That would be perfect. Now, some of the Xbox guys were in my chat earlier, and they were saying that like, they love to chase down other streamers on a console in the Dark Zone. That's their thing. I get it, man. I get it. You know, it is what it is out here in the streets of Twitch and whatnot. There's people that watch you to see what's going on. There's people that watch you to want to shit on you someday. That's just how it is. That's always how it is.
Shade tech detected.
A Dark Zone was a vibe in Div 1. Dark Zone, this game is such a joke by comparison, man. Oh god, I wish when people come into my stream and I'm playing Division 2 that it was just basically Division 1 plus, you know what I mean? I don't think we'll feel that with this game though. That was a shit back then. I mean, like, some people will snipe to, like, you know, troll or whatever. Not necessarily saying, like, being toxic, but, like, well, people just want to, like, fight you, you know what I mean? But what is annoying is, like, when it's specifically, like, a more competitive game and they be, like, keeping your streams on so they can, like, see what you're doing while they're playing against you and try to give themselves more of an advantage. It's just like, what the fuck, man? It's a more competitive game anyways. Obviously, the game's Dark Zone, like, who cares? Like the IBC and some of that too. People be like talking about how they do like scrims in League of Legends or something, and they watch the streams while they're competing against the guys. Like, huh? Like. Like when people stream snipe in like a more competitive lobby from like a like, you know, one that's where there's like a scrim going on or something, that's like, man, we're streaming the scrims for content, but like, just play your game, you know. The whole point of a scrim is to get better. Also, the stream helper is stream snipers. Those are pretty cool. Also, man, you know, way back when I was on C9 and we were prepping for one of the tournaments, I tried to DM Forsen, because he was on C9 as a streamer, and I was like, yo, we follow each other on Twitter, and I was like, yo, can we like roll in with you in like one of your PUBG lobbies? Because that guy has like a million people that always stream snipe him. That is, he gets to actually play PUBG like 1vx like every day. And it would have been such like, it was such a sick experience to go in there and like, I don't know, be on a team or whatever, and like just sit there and try to see how many people we could kill, because like it's a whole ass like horde of people trying to kill him. That was some serious target practice. Would have been cool, man. It would have been cool.
Agent, you should be able to access the reactor.
No way, it's been so long I didn't create nostalgia. What, us being on Division or me talking about PUBG? Either way, they're all these games are a big part of my my stream career, that's for sure.
Agent, you've reached the reactor. I need you to get
Chicken
back
dance, focus fire. So I mean, people still basically do the same thing in Div 2, but it's like not the same. Just basically what the game is always going to devolve into, regardless of how hard the devs try to chop our legs off. It's like, it's just going to always be part of like the Division PvP. You gotta have movement throughout people's gunplay. And pick your engagements properly, you know? A looter shooter, not attack shooter. I ran into Marco in a match of survival and put him out, dude. Just laid him out. You tried to hit me with the strafe and he couldn't react to my tracking. I might still have the highlight on my Twitch channel actually if I look.
Initiating lockdown procedures.
Good work decrypting protocols. You need to remove those controls to get the
Probably my Twitch highlights from like 2016. That was part of what made Division special back then, though. The shotgun just is like stupid because the you see that red bar next to my ammo count? That's just like more damage, more fire rate, right? So then makes the gun seem real dumb. But then I have fire rate for my holster too, so. I got a full fire rate. It's hilarious.
Reactor online.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point.
Yeah, this modifier going away is gonna be sad because I love the speed. This is part of the reason why I've done like 100 hours of countdown. I think in like the last week. I think it's being able to run around fast is good. It's about 2 hours until servers go down. If the timing is right. Plus 7-hour downtime, which means 9 hours. That's why we got the timer down here, the countdown timer. Just enough damage there. Can't believe I want to turn to melee me.
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal for it.
It's all gone. It's all gone. Hey, look at that. We got a unicorn perfect creeping death. No. Nothing here. Good. Have they opened the option to buy the DLC yet? Probably when the servers come back online tomorrow morning. There are no pre-orders.
Torres inbound on your location. Hold tight. She'll get you home.
Just fucking around with somebody I know.
Thanks to you, the locals will have heat and...
Entering safe area.
Wow, I can't believe Streamer House stream snipes, man. Crazy. Absolutely crazy, dude. In my lobby, insane. You guys have a whole command set of dedicated to stream sniping me. That's insane. Oh, cable car, how you doing? Alright, we're going in.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You are now in a group.
Two hours to go. What was it big in Div 1 but not Div 2? Well, for starters, Dark Zone was the end game of Div 1. Dark Zone had 24 people. Dark Zone was basically the majority of the map. Dark Zone was the middle of the map. Division 2, Dark Zone split into 3. Dark Zone only 12 people.
Communication relay offline.
Dark Zone shuffled away to the corners of the map because it didn't matter. Like, that's not even to mention how the mechanics of the game even worked on day 1. But when the Dark Zone is just a side activity in the game that used to have it as its main activity, and that's that. It's a PvP game. And I'm fine with it. Either I think the Division either should be all about the Dark Zone or not about the Dark Zone at all. You can make it go either way. I'll play either type of game, but like you got a hard commit. Make one good.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Excessive power detected. Increased probability of instability or overloading the power grid.
You'd want both? I mean, both is cool and all, but like, what I mean is that like, one particular category will always get more attention. Because the player base is split between two activities, right? So.
Vital signs critical. Incapacitated.
Like, you know what? Like, you know, PvP wise, maybe it makes sense that we can get rocket launchers and just spam them all day, but then PvP wise, it'll be like, well, we have this cool gun we designed for one game mode, maybe we should try to force it to work in the other game mode. Like, that's the usual kind of design decisions that, like, get made that cause, like, balance problems to happen or a lack of, like, cool content to be dropped. Because, like, one side is not going to be happy that the other side got something nice. That's, like... There's a lot of ways you could spin it, but I feel like it's not gonna go down, right? Like, I remember another, like, thing that they've said was, like, you know, you shouldn't have to farm PvP gear in a PvP environment because people that are hardcore brand their PvP gear first and they gatekeep the more casual players out of being able to get their gear. which is like a valid concern, but then like that's just the nature of a PvP game. So then it's like, okay, let's say you have PvE areas to farm your PvP gear in, but then like a lot of those people aren't gonna care about that because they'll just get it safely and have their builds and run their content. Like that happened in Division 1. Like I remember when 1.0 was a thing, it's like, well, we're all in the dark zone. When 1.1 was a thing, it's like you're in the dark zone or you're in the incursion. If 1.2 was a thing, you're in the other incursion or whatever, or maybe the dark zone. And 1.3 incursion or dark zone, and then like 1.4 it's like, okay, underground has like everything, and so on and so forth, right? Start to add other sources for stuff, you have less of a reason to go into the main source where the PvP can even happen. Because the whole point of the dark zone was always just like an ongoing threat of having to deal with people while farming your stuff until you naturally farmed out everything you needed, and then you were just on the hunt for people because, like, what else did you do? So, but then that's where the extraction shooter genre comes in. That was pretty delayed. That's where the extraction shooter genre comes in, right? A new season of like Tarkov or something is like, you know, there's a wipe and the game doesn't have a bunch of RPG stats and super like crazy RNG on that stuff, but they have like a wide list of things you do pick up for questing, for economy, and for combat. So, and then PvE only gets boring if they don't pump out content, which is the other problem that this game has, right? 5 years since the last paid DLC or last paid piece of content. But you can keep PvE interesting if you design it for like maximum replayability and continue to chill it out. Look at Path of Exile and stuff, right? Like that's probably like a really good example of a model for a game that is like pure PvE. Every time a new league drops, they got shitloads of people. Fresh content, everyone's playing. And naturally, as that content wears off, it's gonna fall off again, but that's fine because you know that 3 months later you got another one. That consistency, that schedule, pumping out PvE content is what keeps that game going. I mean, Path of Exile 2 is a little bit different, right? But PoE 1, I'm saying. Before PoE 2 happened, you know, I'm talking about like the PoE 1 cycle, and PoE 2 is just gonna eat it. But like, yeah, like that's, it's just PvE is all about constant content because we're all gonna fucking blow it up, and then PvP is like doesn't have to have as much content, but it needs to be good PvP in the first place. It's centered around that. So when you split your attention, it's just like one side is always gonna suffer.
10 minutes to lock down.
So that's what it is, man.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
The DLC hasn't come out yet. Again, it's about 2 hours, so the server's supposed to shut down. 7 hours until the servers come back up, according to their maintenance schedule. So we have a little countdown timer in the camera. 9 hours to go, technically. Unless the maintenance tomorrow gets extended. Usually does. Push drops also go live like 11 hours from now, if I'm not mistaken. What's the DLC? Missions, hunter puzzles, stash space increase. New map. Plus the new seasonal stuff drops tomorrow too. Yeah, we're going to Brooklyn. New raids? No. It's just a mission DLC. It's a DLC, not an expansion. No level cap increase, no raids, no incursions. So tomorrow, what it look like is like I'm basically gonna solo everything on heroic, right? And then I'm gonna run around all of Brooklyn for like 30 hours straight until we solve all the hunter puzzles. That's like the major content of the DLC, I'd say. And then while I'm running around Brooklyn, I guess I'll slowly work on my seasonal journey. Get that out of the way. Shroud play this game? I don't know. He probably played for a sponsor stream when it came out and then moved on. I feel like if Division 3 was out, he'd play that day one. If Division 3 was also more Dark Zone focused, you know, maybe he'd stick around a little bit more to grind than PvP. But it all depends on like the timing and everything. Yeah, like the only way like other streamers that don't cover this type of game play this tomorrow is if they have like a sponsor thing lined up. Like there will definitely be sponsored streamers tomorrow. So I'm sure there'll be some,
Agent, you've reached the
you know,
turbine.
2-hour streams or so that they are gonna do to like play the DLC. Get more people aware that even exists. A lot of people have no idea this DLC existed. Like I've literally streamed the game
We need to switch the power over
pretty
to
much
the
almost
grid.
every day for the past like week or two, and I'm like known for this game, and people will be like, "What the hell? This game has content coming?" So many people have no idea. Good night, Slash. Take care, man. This game easy to get into? Yeah, I don't think it's that bad to get into. I really don't. I feel like it's pretty easy to catch up. I don't know, like, again, did you say like, you know Path of Exile, right? So like, you should have no problem being able to like make a build, right? So yeah, it's a matter of just shooting stuff and making like a pretty simplistic build that, you know, gets results. So it's not that bad. Oh, you played? Yeah, you're fine. Like it's just like it's a different style of game where you're not just there is some like subtle like combat related stuff that you have to just learn over time to deal with. Based on how the AI works and stuff like that, it's not just like brilliant zombie AI that a lot of the PD games have. Other than that, once you are strong enough and stuff, like yeah, you're for the most part just farm things. Yeah, it's not hard to get into. Get a lot of hours of this game if you like just like grinding, making builds. What's really neat in this game is, like I said, like a constant delivery of content, right? Like Destiny's pretty good for that. Path of Exile is pretty good for that. Like, we could definitely always use. That's not what this weapon. We could always use you know, another like 5 raids and 13 incursions or something. That'd be cool. This game doesn't have like that much of a raid culture. So we've only ever had 2 raids and like 1 incursion div 2. And like 3 or 4 incursions in div 1. But it's never had an in-game party finder, which is like probably like, the most important thing. Also, it doesn't have cross-save or crossplay, which also kind of ruins or like separates the PvP crowd from being able to like, you know, meet up and that kind of like mandatory group-based content, like, you know, dungeons, incursions, whatever. Use my overdrive.
Looks good. Now you just need to switch over to the new grid.
Is my overdrive okay? What is happening? Pulsar not weapon swapping. That was so weird. Yeah, this game's gonna be on Game Pass starting tomorrow, I think, so kind of crazy, honestly. This game's always been like kind of weird with its like launch. It's like it, you know, everyone that knows the franchise knows that it's always gonna be on the Ubi client, and then Epic did like the exclusive deal where they made it so you can't get it on Steam until like, you know, however many years later. So there's that. Good night, man. Take care. See you tomorrow. And then like, you know, the game had, you know, the first 2 years, and then it mostly vanished from people's memory, unless they were like a dedicated player. And all of a sudden DLC. So.
Power grid stable.
And Game Pass.
Serious trauma detected.
Feels like
Now let's get you out of there.
possible lack of damage in screw. This extract might be rough.
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal towards.
Extraction shooter, I mean, if you're talking about Heartland, Heartland's not happening. And honestly, it's probably for the best. When you look at Arc Raiders, good luck competing with that one. Good luck competing with that one. Arc Raiders is super good, man. That's why, like, to me, like, Division PvP might as well not exist. There's no point Arc Raiders is coming out.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
Medical assistance needed.
That's not good.
System curtailed.
Got full armor kits from that guy. Man, we got another guy hotboxing the countdown lobby, man. Chat, don't bring the smoke out gloves to the to countdown, please. He's smoking us out, dude. Hotbox gloves. Arc Raiders? Yeah, I played that day one. Arc Raiders is definitely the better game. That other one needs to... Like, I would cover it day one, but, like, they gotta, like, you know... Make it so, one, my eyes don't bleed when I play it. Two, figure out what makes Arc Raiders fun and, you know, try to...
System reactivated.
Duplicate some of that, because they oversimplified extraction shooter. It's, like, way too much. My only,
Torres is waiting for your signal.
My only, like, really good memory of playing Marathon for one day was that I killed XQC and took his shit, so that was pretty cool. You know, like a purple bag and stuff, like, that was cool. What's the best thing about Arc Raiders? Everything. I have 60 hours of VODs on my YouTube channel. You skim those, you'd understand it's pretty damn good looking game. Plays pretty well.
I saw them.
It's like Tarkov, but like better and more fun. I mean, it's in the same genre, so like, yeah. Tarkov is its own thing of like, you know, trying to be like gun porn first person, but like it's got that RMT cheating problem and stuff. Arc Raiders is third person.
Helo inbound. location.
Not just based on like real guns. I feel like a pretty cool, like, kind of post-apocalyptic like world where there's like robots roaming around and stuff. Super foggy, buzz sound, the auto settings, yeah, I don't know.
Let's get you home.
If it's foggy, like, is there actual fog or? It's like an HDR problem. The game does have different types of weather outside. Sometimes the weather gets kind of crazy, like it get pretty serious.
I was pretty sure we're gonna lose the.
You get pretty serious fog or like rain or something. What you don't get is you don't get any serious snow. Where's that at, man? Where's the snow?
Safe area detected.
It's so hard to get the chest. It really is. It really is. Like right now, I'd say we have a little bit of fog in game. It's a little bit misty, I guess. Probably just rained. So that's why the weather's like this. And another thing that happens too is it's like some kind of like loading bug, but like it's foggy, and then if I do this, then it loads it in properly, so that's kind of weird. Does Arc Raiders have solo play? Yeah, it does. It does. Just another win. Pretty cool. Alright, come on. 12 crafts right now. $12 crafts right now. What's it gonna be?
Could use some more crafting materials.
Oh my god, we're halfway there. It just needed a headshot. How's June? I think it'll be fun with friends, but as soon as other games start dropping, we'll go from doing whatever we're doing in Dune to playing that, you know. But Dune is definitely like, that's how all survival games are. They're always like kind of, they don't seem like much, but like it's pretty much like a fun with friends kind of genre. So like the quality bar for everything in the game is like lower, but like there's so many more systems at play that it's understandable. You know, we're talking like movement, gunplay, that sort of thing. Survival games. Before I forget, I should probably go spend my scavenging points. Let's go spend them scavenging points. Chat, don't forget, man. Don't forget.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Safe area entered.
So all my characters are already basically like, you know, we already got the resource cap. So only thing left to do is this. A stack of paper. The money printer goes burr. Why can't you just spend all of them? Because it doesn't let you do that. It's just not how it's set up. It's 50 at a time. What is that? 35 mil? Not bad.
Priority objective available.
Same one for this guy.
Safe area detected.
Okay. $35 million in his pockets too.
Agent, priority objective available.
Safe area entered.
The DLC will be... You can pre-order the DLC that's coming out tomorrow, but basically you gotta wait until the servers come back up tomorrow morning. So 8.5 hours from now. So if you like log in and buy it or whatever. That's crazy, the server's gonna go down an hour and a half, yeah. $35 million per dude. $35 million per dude. Price for the DLC, $15. Platforms, everyone gets it.
Priority objective available.
Entering safe area.
Everyone gets the, buy it. It's not like you get it for free, but yeah. It would be weird if they only made DLC for like one platform, right? That would be insane. Let's see. Burn those there. Resource count looking okay. It's alright. Got some shit saved up. We're alright. I said again the unicorn. Oh. That's how I get the unicorn. How's everyone's last minute homework going, huh? Damn, look at this guy. He's playing Chinese Div 2 while waiting for the DLC. They should make the DLC also Ubi is bankrupt. That doesn't make any sense. What? If you're bankrupt, the last thing you should be doing is doing things for free. I'm just taking a look at my Discord. Nice. Oh, you got the gun that shoots through armor? That's insane. That's insane. His man's gonna be 7 hours? Yeah. That's what they said to give themselves a little bit more room, but yeah, watch will probably be super busy tomorrow morning and then it'll be extended. So yeah, we're 11 hours deep right now. You can ride it out until the servers go down, but I'll be honest, man, if I get a little more sleep, that could be pretty good too. Twitch drops? The Twitch drops go live tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'll have them. I'll have Twitch drops and I'll have a little extra something too. I'll have a little extra something too. It's gonna be a long stream tomorrow. Got 11 hours of a long stream. We ain't there yet. Imagine the DLC was actually Div 3. Yeah, that's some hard cope. That's some hard cope. Holy. How do you share blueprints? You go to the crafting bench. This person over here. Talk to her. She should have somebody that lets you share the blueprints.
Food rations will be restricted for the next 24 hours. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Time to check out Moss Hunter and Booba Shooter update? Nah. This maintenance is the sleep window. It's the sleep window for tomorrow, dude. The last sleep before Brooklyn. And then no sleep in Brooklyn, you know what I mean? Last sleep before Brooklyn. And then no sleep during Brooklyn. If you're not selling anything, you've probably already done it. Unless your characters are softcore and hardcore. But that girl is the one that you buy the stuff to like share all your blueprints at and stuff. Alright, I think I'm thinking about as ready as it gets for tomorrow. Let's put on the generic striker build, I guess. You sure resource but not blueprints? You've probably already bought it if it's not there. That's what I mean, like they're both supposed to be there, so I don't know. They're both supposed to be there, and if it's not there, it's been purchased. Other than that, I can't imagine what else is wrong.
Please remember to switch off and unplug all electronic devices that are not in use.
If you're not ready, the rest of us are cooked. I mean, it's just a DLC, man. Like it's like story missions. You can choose your difficulty. You wanna blast that shit on easy mode, you can. You can also make the first run a bit more memorable.
We're having a little crisis in crisis management, aren't we?
Yeah. I think the move here, with the servers going down in an hour and a half, is that I get to sleep now. We wake up early, like after a nice little bit of sleep. Then we're just gonna be online. We're just gonna be online the whole time. You know, resurrected. What up, dude? They're around the 9. Been a minute. Yeah, you just came back to life, huh? Living up to your name. Welcome back, man. Div 2 is back. This guy's back. Oh, some people are coming back. Names I haven't seen in a minute. It's pretty cool. Div 2 bringing all the boys to the yard. You know? Alright, chat. Santa Clancy is coming tomorrow. Yeah, just about. Santa Clancy's about to be your next like Chat GPT image generation, huh? Yeah, boys. Twitch drops tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. The DLC drops in 8.5 hours, so I should probably sleep. Right, the timer is right here in the camera, so 8.5 hours from now it should be playable. So if I rush to bed now, we turn the stream on. As soon as I wake up, I'm gonna take that shower, get some food. Big old DLC waiting room stream tomorrow until it's up. We're gonna have Twitch drops plus something else, and then we're gonna blast the DLC and then just run around Brooklyn solving puzzles and stuff and go from there. And if for whatever reason, yeah, you're buying it through the Ubisoft client, yeah, you can slap my name in there in the creator code. There's that. Some of you guys obviously already know that, you know, my Discord's kind of like a pretty cool place if you're trying to be active. Just make sure you read to actually get access to the rest of Discord, the gaming forum and stuff. Other than that, it's bench time. And then tomorrow we do potentially up to like a 30-something hour stream. We play the DLC. We figure things out. We order some food. The stream just stays live as much as it can be live for the first day. And we go from there. Should be cool. Yeah, I think the first thing with this DLC is, after beating the story, the new one, is that we're gonna do all the hunter stuff for the first time on like the first day and try to figure it out instead of wait for the other people to figure it out while we're just grinding loot, because we have everything. Basically. We basically have everything. But yeah, time for bed. Catch you guys in Brooklyn tomorrow morning. 7 a.m. is when it's supposed to be dropping. That is not another 8 hours from now. Alright. Good night, chat. Thanks for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the first real bit of content we've seen in this game in like the last 5 years. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.